Alrighty, guys, it's YouTube official. You guys are live.
Luke.
Luke.
Big Luke and bro.
There's already 4 people watching.
That's tough.
Dang, at 5 a.m. was actually crazy.
5 a.m. We got 4 people in chat.
Did you post the link to the server?
Hey, for those.
Andrew did, yeah.
Good.
How do we meet?
Okay, so they can hear us.
See? Cigarette has 3 legs. See?
Popping.
Alright.
All right, how about now? Everyone on the stream, can you guys hear us? Luke, if you want to type in the chat for that, that'd be great. Thank you.
On the Zoom side,
yeah,
on the
on-
YouTube side, yeah.
Yeah, YouTube side, please. Yep.
How about now?
We're good.
Cool. Great. I guess I do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we unmuted yet?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and unmute real quick.
Stream.
Okay. All right. So, hey everyone. There's a couple people in the meeting. I know. We have our first team. It is hold up. Get some recognition. We have first up. I'm gonna while they're getting prepared. I know they're running. A couple of their members are running behind a little bit, but I'll get them a proper introduction. We have 26000 Theseus from Brisbane, Australia. They are 20th in the world in terms of OPR. So they just came off their most recent event, being APOC. They were Inspire Award winner and the winning Alliance captain. So congratulations to them. We'll give them just a couple of minutes. I know they're running through some team issues, so that's all good. No worries. I said that, and Nick from DC said they were going to be behind about 5 to 10 minutes, at least on his part. So
We still have the technical buffers. We are.
and then yeah. Okay. All right. So I just got the heads up from Capsy from Theseus that they're ready to present. So hats off to you guys for getting here. I know it's pretty late for you guys,
Yeah.
so we'll go ahead and mute and leave the floor to you. So best of luck.
Yeah, opening ceremonies first, right?
Opening
a few words.
I mean, sure. I mean, I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think
All right. Floor is yours, Theseus. Floor is yours, priority.
I think you should have the option to screen share.
Yeah.
Hi, just a heads up, screen sharing's disabled.
Ooh.
Gotcha. Okay. Hit the share button on the share settings and make it for everyone. Just go from who can share to only host to all the participants. Go back. You get out of advance. Right, hit X. Whoa. Interesting. Go to more to see if there's any options there. Thanks. Looks like it should be enabled for you. So here, this is kind of figuring out technical issues, which is why we have some technical buffer time. What we can do is we can go ahead and share. I'll do some research on it real quick over here. If you want to grab TC's presentation, we can present it, and then just give us the the signal on when we need to change our slides. Or your slides, rather.
Yep. All right. That sounds good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sounds good. Let me make sure.
Are you sharing inside the share inside the actual meeting? No, just don't just stream it to. Yeah, there you go.
All right. You guys, everyone see it?
Yep. All right. That's
Perfect. Floor
cool.
is yours whenever you would like to start.
Cool. I'll turn my camera on. All right. So hi. I'm Cap C or Erica. I'm part of Gen 3 of 26,000 Theseus. So Gen 3, we are coming in for the BioBuzz season. So today's presentation is mainly comprised of Generation 2's work. They went to the World Championships this year. So my teammate Nick, he'll be a little bit late. Nick handles CAD, and he's also works on programming and also hardware. I lead up the hardware side of our team. So our presentation today is on like competition prep. So yeah, next slide. All right, so when preparing for our seasons, our first thing that we like to look at is, oh, presentation's gone.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, cool, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So the first thing that our team generally looks at is when the game releases. We have roughly it's sometimes like a 2-day call with our mentors to work out our game strategy. So for Decode season, the call focused on looking at if we were shooting far zone, short zone, what were we going to do about ranking points, all those things. And this call basically lasted like 2 days. And the whole point of it was to ensure that we went into the season with the best strategy, because as an Australian team, our season is really short. So we have from season release to our first competition, we have just 8 weeks. And then in between regionals and nationals, which is where we qualify for worlds, we have like 3 to 4 weeks. So we have to make sure that our game strategy is completely set. And that basically just means working with mentors, which is usually our Gen 1 and Gen 2, to just ensure that we have the best strategy possible so we can just build a good robot straight up. So yeah, next slide. So a design for regionals. So like I mentioned, in Australia, the competition season basically runs. We have 8 weeks in between season release and our first competition. And for us in Australia, we're also in the middle of school. And for a lot of the older students, we're also in the middle of externals, so our final exams for year 12. So it's a little bit of a crazy season. So what we try to do is we try to design a fail-safe robot to be competitive at a regional level comp, which means it basically just needs to be able to do the basic game tasks. So this season for Decode, it was just score as many balls as possible. And it was looking roughly at ranking points, but at the end of the day, in Australia for regionals, there was not a whole lot of competition. And it's realistically, we're just looking at something that works. So just a basic shooter, basic intake. Pretty much we just want to be able to score and have a semi-working autonomous. And so for us, that means we try and CAD our whole robot within a week, and then we build it in about 3 to 4 days, and we spend the rest of the time programming and doing driver practice. So next slide. So our next thing is machining. So as a community team in Australia, we don't have a whole lot of access to machining. So we don't really get to prototype. We basically just go machine and we go straight to aluminium plates, and that's it, it's done. So we basically try to have this done in a week. So for Decode season, we CAD'd the robot for regionals in a week, and we had the parts machined. And during that week, we generally try to get, if we're doing any outreach things like calls with other teams about the season or portfolio work, we try and get that done. And during this time, our programmers are also working very, very hard to try and start programming the bot as best they can. Yeah, next slide. So assembling is basically just the same thing. We just try and get it done as quickly as possible. And I will also mention how our team works is we just move from one person's basement to another. So for us, for BioBuzz season, I can talk about this. We are assembling and building our robot at one person's house and then moving the entire field to another person's house to do driver practice. So that way the people who need to be there for build, they're all closer together in terms of where we are in Brisbane. And for me, I'm on the Sunshine Coast. And then when we're doing driver practice, it's at our driver's house. So we definitely also try and split components into different parts. So certain members will sometimes bring things home and assemble it there. And oftentimes the people who've CAD'd a certain component actually put that together as well. And this is usually done within a week or so. It's a lot of late nights, but it's definitely like the quicker you build the robot, the more time we have to drive practice and code. So next slide. So next step is programming. So by this stage, most of the programming actually has already been done by our programmers. And during the off season, a lot of the programming has actually been started. So by this point, when we have finished building the robot, the programmer who for our team for Gen 3 is actually our driver as well. They take the robot, they code, they optimize it to do whatever it needs to do and to be as good enough as it can be for regionals. And then it's just driver practice from there, basically. Next slide. And so next is like I've mentioned, driver practice and autos. In Australia, for regionals, you really just need a semi-working autonomous and insanely good driver to qualify for nationals. And then when you get to nationals level, it's definitely more having a really good autonomous as well as a really good driver practice. So our drivers are generally like putting in a solid 30 plus hours driver practice, trying to make sure that they are prepared for any situation. So we also borrow fields of everybody else because we don't have enough money to have our own. So that also involves going and doing autos with other teams as well. And for APOC this year, we actually lent our field to I think 3 or 4 different teams so they could use our field. So it's definitely also a really great networking opportunity as well. And also gives us a chance to know who we could alliance with at that competition. Next slide. So next is the competition. For us, we try to make sure our robot is as foolproof as possible. So basically, it shouldn't really be breaking down. For regionals, it's generally quite simple. Then nationals, it's a bit more complex. And then for those of you who saw the Theseus Ares World spot, it's really complex. At competitions, we also try to have like a lot of fun. As much fun as we possibly can. So just like, getting out and talking to people, which also means like it's really great for alliance selection and networking. I see a note on here that says, make sure the drivers sleep. This is important as well. The drivers should be getting minimum of like 5 hours sleep because otherwise they're not focused. And definitely for Theseus, especially nationals for Decode was very strategic with choosing alliances. I think if the team is looking to try and choose, if the team is looking to do alliance selection and things, and they're looking at all these different teams, it definitely is worth looking at. If you say you're in a top position and you're taking a team to Worlds with you, is this team going to forfeit their spot for FRC, or are they not going to be able to go? I think for Theseus, especially being such a good robot this season, there was not a lot of picking selection. So definitely make sure you're looking at that, as well as getting ranking points, because ranking points are important. Next slide. Nearly done. Yeah, and essentially this is the whole process going into a comp. So in between competitions, for Australia, we definitely try to avoid doing a rebuild for nationals if possible. Never happens, but in between nationals and worlds, like the robot, we have 4 months to optimize the robot as much as possible. And that leads on to if you have time, use it. So for Theseus this year, in between nationals and worlds, they took like 2 months off and then came back and basically built the robot in 2 months and coded and everything like that. So if you have time, I think our biggest tip would definitely just be to use your time wisely. So even if you can't all meet at the same time, definitely have some people upskilling in things or starting to program, or at least like finding ways to be active and still like stay on task and things for your next competition. And for us as well, APOC, like in the leap from worlds to APOCs definitely are just like fun final competition as a team. And for us this year for Decode, it was actually their chance to introduce the Gen 3s. So it was our chance to work together as a team, go to a competition, and also get mentoring from the older generations. So definitely try to attend like premier events, or APOCs, not premier, but any premier events as well, I think is a really great opportunity. So final slide, I think there's one more. Yeah, so definitely just some general tips and tricks. Keep communication constant is a big thing. I think us on Theseus, we're constantly communicating like so much. And if things get lost and like some people don't know what's going on with like say building a certain component, or the programmer doesn't know that something's been changed on the intake, it can make things really tricky. Ironic but simple until complexity needed. Basically, like I've said, if you have a simple robot and it works and it does the job and it gets you like the ranking points and things, will then keep it. But obviously complexity can often be better. And definitely setting measurable goals as well is a big thing. And finding the point where the robot is good enough so that all sub teams can work on the bot for as long as they need to is a big thing. I think if you look at the Theseus Worlds robot, the shooter was a big issue on the robot. It never always worked. And so it was a lot of work for every sub team to make sure that it was working. So definitely making sure that every sub team has input, and also just that your robot can be good enough where everyone's happy with it. So yeah, that's our presentation. And I did it solo.
All right, thank you so much. That was awesome. Definitely put the team on your back for that one.
Yeah, real.
So you did an excellent job. Um, I think the overall presentation itself was simple enough. I personally don't have any questions. Um, if Nick was here, I would ask him about the butterfly drive because that was pretty awesome. But
Yeah,
other than that,
I can answer any butterfly questions you guys
okay,
have, by the
yeah,
way.
okay.
I'm
So
I'm just not a programmer, that's all.
gotcha. Okay, so for the butterfly drive, it's more about philosophy rather than implementation. So like, what made you guys feel like that was something that we need to do um, for that?
So yeah, so definitely looking at what happened at nationals. I'm not sure if you've seen any of the matches. There was an insane amount of defense at the Australian nationals. And certain teams, because they realized they couldn't shoot, they decided, okay, we're just going to go bash into this robot. So at Worlds, that was again going to be a big issue, especially being in good old division. So putting Butterfly on there basically meant they had that traction and they couldn't be pushed. It was almost like it was basically a swerve drive, but a mechanism drive, making it easier for the drivers to drive. And I think the other thing as well with Butterfly, it's just cool, and like cool things are
Yeah,
really fun.
yeah, 100%. Definitely, definitely some like innovate
Yeah.
award, think award type material. It was really awesome to see you guys' reveal video with the butterfly drive and stuff like
Pulling the car,
yeah,
bro, that was so
that was
tough.
so tough. So, but I don't
Also,
have
I
any other
think
questions.
Nick's joining. Yeah, I think Nick's literally joining now. So if you have questions for him, then he'll be here in like 20 seconds. But
Do you have any questions, Andrew?
No, that was
good.
great.
Here,
Thank you.
let's see. Here, go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and mute and then try to figure out the sharing screen so we can help. Go ahead. Go to yeah, go to the little arrow. Go to advanced. Go share settings, and then advanced. Okay, we got the sharing screen figured out. So
Let's go.
here I will. So if Nick is joining real quick, since you guys joined a little bit late, I will let Nick speak a little bit if he wants to. So how's it going, Nick?
I think Nick has literally just joined.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just saw him. We just saw him pop in.
Hi, sorry I'm late.
No, yeah, no
Erica, what have
problem.
you covered?
Yeah, don't worry.
Wait, what?
Capsy just totally carried. That was
Yeah.
awesome. You did a great job.
Yep.
You did a good job. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, did you cover
I know
Oh,
everything?
thanks.
I asked her a little bit
Yeah, I
about
did.
the butterfly drive, more of like a philosophy. But since you're the main catter,
Mhm.
how was that experience actually implementing the butterfly drive after your Australian nationals?
So yeah, at our Australian Nationals, I don't know if you guys saw, but we got pushed around a lot because our bot, we optimized it for the far zone in terms of intaking, transferring, and shooter. But what we didn't consider was being pushed and like weight. So I think we were only like 11 or 12 kilos at Nationals. So we got pushed around a fair bit and bullied out of the far launch zone. So that was one thing that we definitely changed worlds. So to prevent that also we added the butterfly drive like you talked about. So we had a fairly good experience with that. Like it worked quite well. Is the only problem that we ended up having with it is we casted the wheels, custom casted, but I think we custom casted them with too low, I guess, of a silicon. I think it was 38. So it actually had too much grip on the tiles. And when it got pushed, we actually blew a few fuses just because of the power draw when we were getting pushed, especially by Heart of Robots in the
Yeah, it's
World
crazy.
playoffs and in like conference rooms and stuff. But yeah, so it worked quite well. But we also found that we ran the 40A Go Builder mechanism rollers, the black ones, right up until Worlds. And then at World the team gifted us a set of the 30As. And when we put those on, like the difference between the butterfly and the 30As was like close to negligible
Wow,
because like
that's great.
30As just have a lot more grip and they're really useful and they work really well.
That's
So yeah,
awesome.
it was definitely a
Neat.
process for that butterfly.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, congratulations on your amazing season, both throughout your entire, regionals, worlds, as well as APOC. So thank you guys so much for presenting, and we were happy to have you. I think
Thank
next up
you.
is Sigma Corns. So Theseus, thank you so much, and we hope that you have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so who are our representatives from Sigma Corns from South Carolina?
North Carolina.
Or is it North Carolina, actually? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
my bad.
No worries. Hello, my name is Ethan. I'm the mechanical lead on our team, and I'm going into my senior year.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm
Hey.
Violet. I'm a MEC member as well, and I'm also going into my senior year.
Hey, I'm Cherry, also going into my senior year, and I will be doing mech.
Got a lot of seniors in the chat. We're
Yeah,
both seniors.
we're
We're
both
gonna be
seniors, yeah.
seniors too. Yeah.
Our
Dang.
team is like three out of the four members are seniors, so yeah, we're doing some recruiting. The sharing screen option should be enabled. So if you guys have your presentations, you should be able to share your screen. Just let me know if that's not the case.
I think I got it. Yeah.
Awesome, okay.
Should be able
Sounds
to
great.
do that.
Oh,
Is that you'll have that?
Yep,
Yep.
we're good.
okay.
All right.
So, I'm gonna start us off. We are 22377 Sigma Corns. And if you want to go to the next slide, Ethan. So yeah, we're based in Durham, North Carolina. So most of our members, I think at this point we are completely based in the school. All of our members attend this North Carolina School of Science and Math, which is a 2-year residential public school. So we're all either juniors or seniors, and that means that we have a 2-year cycle time, which is why our organization and like team roles and team structure is so important because I mean, like I joined the team last year and I will be leaving this year. So we need our organization is a really important part of our team. So yeah. Cherry, if you want to start.
So The team is built around the idea of exploring the technical and non-technical aspects for each member, and we support each other within those explorations. Like we have a buddy system where we assign a senior member with a junior member, and we allow them to explore the team together. And then new members are supported to explore their own outreach initiatives or projects and introduce new ideas to our robot development.
And one of those ideas, of course, is our special topic that we'll present on in a little bit.
So going into our team structure, so obviously Violet mentioned that we are a two-year school. So this means that our working place is also on campus and it's actually within a residential building. So this actually plays into our leadership structure. And so we maintain a horizontal leadership structure, which means we don't really have like individual sub-team leads. We kind of encourage everyone to pitch in and contribute to part of the team.
Through what's called horizontal leadership, where everyone is able to hold their own, like introduce their own ideas into the development of a robot. And we also don't have like specific team leads for anything. And instead, what we have is project managers that instead of having one person just make decisions, we have a plan and then we work with project managers to execute that plan. Yeah.
And so in order to like keep track of our horizontal leadership and have everything organized, we use like project management software such as Monday.com, and it's like Gantt chart where it kind of assigns tasks and deadlines and just keeps us on track. And so with our team culture, our members, instead of just filling our three sub-teams of mechanical, programming, and non-technical roles, we encourage each member to have their own outreach initiative, such as the Kernel Kits initiative that three of our members worked on, and also something that our junior member last year, Violet, was working on, if she wants to talk about that.
Yeah, so I previously lived in Paraguay in South America. So I had an FTC team there, and they don't currently have like a world's position. So I was really trying to work with them to find a way to like develop their FTC and kind of find a way for them to, learn more about it and be more involved in FTC because it's really hard when you have like not really much support and resources. And so because our team is we have all these resources, so I've been trying to get in contact with people down there to really improve their FTC.
And so as you can see, this outreach initiative is basically just giving back to your community, maybe reconnecting with your old team or a community team, things like that. And these kernel kits are basically just STEM kits that can teach students in different parts of the world, and like we can teach them different STEM principles and physics principles.
All right, jumping into our topic for us, which is topology optimization. Now, this is something that, of course, is a very, very complex and in-depth sort of field, and something that's like much more of like a college field of study. But the basics of it is that it it's taking a mathematical method and applying that to a material with a material design within a given space based off of the conditions and constraints that you set. It is in a way similar to pocketing in that you're taking apart and reducing the amount of material in it. But this is removing material based off of, for example, simulated forces. So you're in a way making the part more strong. You're doing that. A good example for us is we did that on our outer plates, and what we were able to find was that we were able to both have the plates be a lot less material, but we're also able to optimize their strength around the edges where we had saw early on in the season that they were getting hit a lot. So obviously this is something that's a bit more complex, I'm going to give like a brief overview of how we implemented it into our design process and how you also can. So the software that we use is called Z8 Aaron. It's was developed over in Germany, but the software is also completely free, which is great. But important thing to note is that the default language is German, so you have to go into settings to change it, but that's the software that we're able to use. And so now I'm going to explain more about like the step-by-step process for going from a design part to one that's been topology, like that has had the optimization run on it. Or beforehand, the mathematical formula. You can read more into the documentation for ZA Arion, explains it a lot better than I probably can in a couple minutes. But the mathematical formula that we used was the OC method, which of course, as you can see, maximizes stiffness of the components and minimizes its compliance, which is what we found to be most optimal for an FTC application where like a plate or a 3D printed part, you probably don't want it to move as much. So that's the method we used. And starting off with the process, the first thing you have to do, and I'm going to walk through an example with this like super simple L bracket here to begin with. But the first thing you do is you have to create a mesh of the part. Now, the what a mesh is basically taking the shape that you've designed and cutting it up into a bunch of really small, like in this case, triangles. And for using the software Z88 Aaron, it's important to not make the mesh too small. Make like you don't want to have like too many of the small triangles essentially, because then the the software will crash. Um, and you want to make sure that it's not of second order, so you just want to have a first order mesh for this process. So a lot of CAD softwares are able to create meshes, but the one that our team uses is FreeCAD. And after you create the mesh, you import it into ZAARON, and this is where you create the constraints and boundaries for the optimization. So in this case, what we're doing with this part right here is the bottom hole is fixed in one spot, like if it was screwed down, and then the other side is experiencing a force in the X direction, so like across the hole essentially, like if it's getting pushed. And those were the two conditions. This is obviously a very simplified example of how you might implement this on an actual part. An actual part will probably be a lot more complex than this, but you can see how in order to set that up, you select the nodes around the each of the holes where the force or the like the displacement is. And that is after you create it, you then create each, of course, you can see I have the stationary and the force. So I have the non-displacement and the force that's being simulated. And then you also select the two holes and you create a non-design tab as well. This is like the next step. And what the non-design is if you don't select the holes when you run the topology optimization, it will just like reduce the weight and then reduce the holes as well, like essentially take out the holes. So that's what the non-design tab does. And after that, you're able to run the simulation, and depending on the how it turns out and what you're doing, you can like 3D print the what it gives out specifically. But for us, especially with like aluminum machining and stuff, we'll take the part and we'll import it back into our CAD software to create a smoothed out version of it that's actually manufacturable. And that's the basics of topology optimization. And I think that is it for us.
All right, perfect timing, guys. That was
Yeah.
awesome. I think I have a personal question on. I'm curious on how you actually discovered this
Yeah, really.
and then translated that to FTC. Like, how did you know that you could end up making optimizations to FTC parts with this strategy?
So it had started out when we were trying to implement a lot more finite element analysis into our design process. And what we found was, and it was that, and then we were also looking for a way to pocket more efficiently. And that led us down quite a bit of rabbit hole of we looked first at generative design, which is a very different process that's kind of similar. And we landed on topology optimization because we found that it would probably be the easiest for us to implement without like taking up too much time.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll probably be going back through the stream and watching that presentation.
how to do it. Yeah.
Because I'm very interested.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
So very neat, guys.
Yeah.
Very neat.
Do you have any more questions at all?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So, I don't have any more questions personally. Thank you guys so much. This was 22-377, the Sigma Corns from Durham, North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina. We literally just had like a South Carolina team sign up, and I've been managing their time slots a bunch because I had to change around a little bit. So I had South Carolina on my mind whenever it was interesting, you guys. So that's my apologies.
No
But
worries.
your journey is awesome. I love the outreach. Um, I love this is some pretty insane technical stuff that I hadn't seen applied to FTC at all remotely like this at all yet. So that was really interesting to see. So congratulations on your season. Congrats on winning Inspire at the your state championship, and good luck on the BioBuzz season. And we hope you have a great one.
I'm trucking.
Y'all as well. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hi there.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Good.
Nice. Okay,
Not
so
really though.
no, you're fine. Here, we're gonna get some stuff situated. If you need some time to pull up your presentation, you should have access to the screen sharing. If you don't, just let us know and we'll try to get it figured out for you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll do a little introduction for you guys for the stream and Global Unity Summit as a whole. So now we are welcoming 36633 Luminary from Texas. As far as I think you guys are a rookie team going into the BioBuzz season, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Well, these guys are a rookie team, and we are excited to see what they have to offer. So you guys have the floor.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. We're so glad you're here. My name is Anya.
And my name is Reith.
Together, we are presenting as part of Team 36633 Luminary Robotics, and today's session is called Finding Your Light.
So our entire focus is on how your team can differentiate itself, build an identity, and focus on highlighting this impact, specifically targeted on team structure and awards. And we have a bit of an interesting team history, which will give more context.
Yep. So before we get into the content of how to do this, we want to talk about the why behind our name. So a luminary is a person who inspires others, especially one leading positive change in their community. We picked this name because this is the literal mission that we are trying to embody as a team. And First Robotics is built around inspiration and really inspiring other teams.
So, us as a team, this is our rookie year going together as a team, but for FTC itself, it is not. Our team was born of the merging of 4 pre-existing FTC teams where we had all been developing our own skills, competing against one another in the same league. And over time, we've all decided that going forward, we would like to work together. So we're actually almost a rookie team of experts.
Yeah, so we've built on these years of experience, and now that we're all collaborating together, we hope to have the best outcome possible. And as we grow together, we work together,
we hope to also have our uplift our community with us.
So, some more history on our team and awards itself, as that's where our presentation is headed, is that over the past few years, as we have been competing against each other, we have seen how much each of us were capable of working just on our own and just mentoring one another. And now we're proud to carry our legacy forward. I believe in our past season, we have acquired 5 Inspire Awards from all of our teams total, and we even won our State Cups Inspire Awards. So that was a big experience, and we've learned a lot about the nuances that go into actually being a team and especially representing your team well.
So yeah, we share these awards because it's an important lesson for rookie teams to take away. Just because you might just be starting, that doesn't mean that you have zero things to talk about. You should find your story. Like if your members have experience, you can name it, you can use it in the foundation of the story that you're building.
So, to hop into the awards itself, just to give some more context, you have your Machine Creativity and Innovation Awards, your Team Attribute Awards, and then the Think Award. And from all 3 of these, then you are eligible for the Inspire Award, and then some.
Mm-hmm. So going more in depth into the MCI Awards, so these are the Creativity and Innovation Awards. These are your more like technical based awards. So the first one is the Design Award, and it's really about how you show your engineering decisions, like your process, your different iterations, your prototyping. While Innovate is another like engineering based award, and it's about what you decided to build, like the actual creative solution. And it's also where they weigh in factors such as the aesthetics of your bot or the sleekness of the bot.
So this year, I believe the design award has changed a bit to, yes, focus more on the aesthetic itself. But in general, your design award is more of like a overarching one on your bot as a whole, how you got there. So documenting especially all your lessons learned as you change from versions. And I know a lot of teams do this differently depending on how they rebuild for each season. It's always like a big strategic problem to solve. So at least recording that, and especially the decisions you make and the decisions you decide not to make, are all part of your bot story. And that's what design is. Meanwhile, innovate, that's focused on your initial subsystem itself, the individual parts that you have created that not many other people would have thought of, or that you're using in a new or novel way. So emphasizing that and the lessons you've learned because of it.
And then the Control Award, lastly, is a bit more distinct from Innovate and Design. It's specifically about the software used on your robot and the control systems that you used. So this is like how you're working with sensors, your auton programming. For example, we used a lot of PID control, driver feedback. Basically, it focuses on what you did to optimize your programming.
Now, on the other side, for the more non-technical awards, this covers any of your outreach that starts from January 1st of this year. And its focus is on displaying the measurable impact that your team has had on your community and the greater community, giving back, connecting with the real world as first goes beyond just the competition itself. And you're also your internal team, how your sub teams work, how your finances work, and how you're trying to sustain your team to develop as individuals and to develop as a team.
Yeah, so one thing to note here is that all of the outreach activities are actually tracked starting January 1st of every year. So, for example, for this competition cycle or for later ones, um, probably when we're presenting or going through judging in the 2020 early 2027, we are able to use the year's time like outreach activities.
So for specific awards, Connect and Sustain actually have a lot of overlap, which can get pretty confusing. But Connect is focused more on how you're connecting with real world industrial professionals, how you acquire mentors and see the more professional side, as well as your own internal team goals and development. Meanwhile, sustain is focused more on how your team's longevity is going to work and your finances, as well as the triple bottom line for sustainability, which is people, profit, and planet.
Next, so this part is actually interesting. For any older FTC members, people might remember the Motivate Award. So last year they implemented this and they broke it down into two awards, which was the Reach and the Sustain, focusing on the two differing like elements. So the Reach Award is the typical like outreach, reaching out to your community. How many people did you reach through all your efforts? This is also where mentorship and first connections come in. So this is like the primary outreach one, I would say, in my opinion, where you're actually going out in your community, doing presentations, or mentoring someone. Next would kind of go into sustain. So sustain is a little bit more about like building relationships within your community to help your team last or continue on for years to go. So it kind of talks about finances, team sustainability. It focuses on the pipelines that you're building, whether it's fundraising, recruiting new members on your team, creating more than year-long partnerships. So this is like multi like focused, and depending on your team's strengths, you can play to that in this award.
And it's the sustainability also of the first pipeline and the STEM pipeline as a whole. So that's something to keep in mind when you're writing things down. Now you have your think. And I personally would say this is one of the most important awards and one of my favorite awards. It's very portfolio focused, which means that judges will likely never come to the pit to talk to you about your Think Award. It will all be contained within the 16 pages that you have. So this is how you can share all of your work. All the work you've done the entire year has to be conveyed through this one portfolio in a strategic way. So it's quite a challenge to figure out what you should keep and what you should leave. But more importantly, you should be prepared and start early.
Mm-hmm. And a note about the portfolio is that usually judges have a limited time frame, so it's important to make your information stick out, also not be information heavy. But first of all, you need to use graphics. So graphics are visuals, and they will help. In our personal experience, they help aid throughout the entire thing about, for example, your robot CAD really combining and consolidating all your top stats and then going into detail. Graphics are your best friend. Next are bullet points. Because of limited time, we want to reduce the clutter, and bullet points are the best way to do that while still maximizing the amount of information. And then obviously take use of your bolding, highlighting, italicizing. All of these can be used to guide the viewer to kind of realize what the story you're trying to project to them is. So, yeah, your portfolio is all about your journey as a team, and you also want to strategically check that you're fulfilling all the requirements of the awards.
So finally, we have the Inspire Award. And this is the award that recognizes a team that is a top contender in your technical awards, in your non-technical awards, and in your portfolio. So adding on to that, gracious professionalism is a given. It's one of first core values. And this also means that as a team, other than qualifying for these other awards, you have to actually be a role model, demonstrate growth as individuals, as a team, the impact of bringing your community up with you, and actually performing well in the game as a gracious competitor.
Yeah. Underlying every action that you do or everything that you do in first is gracious professionalism. So that is really the crux of everything. It is the most core first value, and it means to compete um with a determination, but also like encourage competition. Basically treat everyone with respect and kindness, and the judges are kind of watching how you're interacting at competition, but also outside, how you're representing yourself on your social media and everything. This ties together with the story that you're trying to build, because everything from start to finish should deliberately build up upon each other to make the impactful narrative that you want.
Yeah, so for the Inspire Award, another big focus is that it's more than just the competition. And we're all more than just competitors because in the end, we're all going to be building the future. So that focus, our team's actually a pretty good example of how that can come into play. That in the end, we're already working together. And in the future, we will all likely be working together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So shifting gears now, we talked a lot about the awards, but talking specifically about building team identity, the first thing is that from your team name to your attire, like what you wear, to your robot itself, everything should tell your story. So for that, you need to actually develop your story.
You have your branding, your pit, your merchandise, everything with your underlying meaning or core values as a team. And then for your actual story building, it's just not something you really have to do artificially. This happens authentically as you guys grow as a team, spend time together, go on those team outings, and get to know one another. So, what just are important things to note down are how did you start as an individual? And as a team, where do y'all hope to go and tracking your journey and your learnings?
Just an example to note about like branding and team identity. So our concept was luminary, and we are focusing on kind of a celestial vibe. So throughout our presentations, throughout the colors that we wear, throughout our names, and later our bot, everything is consistently reinforced or having the same elements to look put together. And yeah.
So, the feedback loop. This is a big concept that our team emphasizes that outreach and engineering are not two separate things. If anything, they're crucial for one another. What you learn on the engineering side is what you share when you go out for outreach, all your learnings. And then when you're going out for outreach, you meet and connect with so many amazing people from within the STEM community and beyond, where you then acquire mentors or acquire new learnings and perspectives, which you bring back to your engineering journey.
Mm-hmm. And this is important to note because a lot of teams, but this is changing, they've previously treated outreach as a separate, almost like obligatory like task that's added on to the real work of the robot. But when you actually treat outreach and engineering as like feeding into each other, um, then it helps both sides get stronger. And that's where we wanted to emphasize communication.
So this necessary overlap between technical and non-technical sides, the emphasis that they're not two separate units, but they're each crucial to do both. Those in outreach should be involved in what's going on in the bot as they're going to help convey it during judging or during the pit or even beyond that. And the technical side should know what all impact they're doing in the community and actively be a part of it. This overlap is something that each team will define differently for themselves, but it is something that all teams should do not only to differentiate themselves, but to make a bigger impact and develop as a team more holistically.
Yeah, that overlap is exactly like the key that's separating an Inspire Award caliber or winning team from a team that's just good at either the technical or the non-technical side. So
yeah.
we want to pause on this because it's really the core of everything that we've talked about today. First is more than robots. It includes the team building, the relationships you make, the awards itself, what you're giving to the community, what you're getting back. And so the robot game is kind of changing every year, but what hasn't changed throughout is the purpose of the program. The purpose of FIRST is to inspire young people like us to be leaders and innovators within our community. So judges aren't really scoring your robot overall. They're understanding whether you really got the point of the program. You understand the purpose.
So yeah, that will wrap up our presentation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you all for hosting. Yeah.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so like 2 minutes. 1 minute now. Okay.
Alrighty. It is 7 o'clock our time, so it should be 6 o'clock your time. So
Yep. Here, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll give you guys an introduction. So you guys are originally from New York, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So here we have 17253 Tritonics from New York. A Sustain Award winner at their New York City qualifier. And we are excited to what they have to offer. I already am loving it right now with the
Yeah.
render on the screen, looking awesome. So we will leave the floor to you, and best of luck.
Okay. So this presentation is going to be about mostly our team and how we manage our team with like being in a large multi-team organization. And then also parametric and collaborative CAD. So collaborating within CAD that you keep it modular and you're able to work with multiple people on the same CAD model, which sometimes can be difficult, specifically for FTC teams. So part one, we're just going to talk about the team management. So this is our team, New York City based, and importantly, I'll talk about this later, we are school based, which is not unique among FTC teams, but we have some insights about what it's like being a school team and some things you can do about that. And then local Inspire and robot placements, and then Premier qualifications. Just we're qualified. And so this is the 5-team organization that I was talking about. We have Tritonics, Ruckus, Lovelace, our all-girls team, and Tic Tac Tech and Tefes Tech are our 2 full rookie teams. So first talking about like school-based teams, one thing that can be a bit of a burden is you'll often have a time disadvantage. So we have our 5 official practice hours per week, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays after school, and then nothing official beyond that, apart from a few sessions on Saturdays coming up, leading up to competitions. So that's somewhere where a lot of school teams fail. But there are some places where you can gain advantages, like you have outreach advantages in terms of the ability to start new teams or run events within your school. You can go to like assemblies in your school, talk to younger members of your school, things like that, run an event within the space in your school because you already have that space. And then in terms of the ability to start new teams, we have had our FTC teams expand the FLL program from our school slowly, like down into the elementary school too, and sort of do mentorship within there. This is at least the case with our school, but can be the case with many other schools, is you will get at least some consistent source of funding where you'll need to reach out to sponsors less or not at all. And then I'll talk about this more when I look at the system that we use, but dedicated coaching and mentorship is very useful, especially for having rookie teams within that organization. But looking at the time disadvantage, some of the things that we do to combat this that any school teams can sort of adapt to is we'll host unofficial practices, which will be at someone's house, or we have a local makerspace in New York City called Cornell Tech STEM Center, where we can bring our robot, they have a field and all that. But then even if you don't go to unofficial practices or you don't have the time for that, you can just very efficiently use that 5 hours or so, like it's 5 hours for us, of in-person time, which means you're not ordering, doing CAD, or doing like online email-based outreach during that time. But then this is how we sort of organize our multi-team system. Like I said, we have 5 teams, and that's split into our 7th and 9th grade rookie teams, which are Tic Tac Tech and Hefest Tech. Then our 10th through 12th grade open teams, which are Ruckus and Tritonics, or the all-girls team, which is Lovelace. And then we have up here the 3 dedicated team leads, mechanical, software, and operations. And those are pretty self-explanatory, except for operations. Operations sort of manages inter-team communications and also often takes the lead on a lot of outreach. So then with our coaches, we will have weekly leadership meetings with every single lead to coordinate sort of everything we need to do for that week, including shared orders or just any like issues that we're having with using the space at all. So that keeps all of the teams on the same page and sort of just an information pipeline. Then we'll have inter-team organization, like I said, and then inter-team mentorship, which is sort of down here within our little pipeline, where each open team will typically adopt a rookie team, and we'll have this information and knowledge pipeline coming up from our older teams to the younger members in the 7th through 9th grade teams. And then, like I said, shared order form is a big thing that we use to kind of buy in bulk and also spend less on shipping. But those are my insights on like running a school or multi-team organization. So we're going to move on to part 2, which is parametric CAD practices for collaboration. And this is something that I know exists a lot in FRC, and is oftentimes overlooked in FTC because you can have one person on a team. Since teams are typically smaller, you can only have like one person who's good at CAD. And that won't open it up for rookies to learn or anything like that. So the first one is master sketching. This is very important. I see a lot of people sort of undermine its importance, but the thing that I was saying with rookie team members is if they have a master sketch to work off and they have what I call master sketch literacy, then they're able to model components from anything. So the master sketch literacy is just being able to look at a master sketch, see what's going on, read it, and just know like, oh, this specific component is this. This is the wheels, this is the motors. So I can go into the drivetrain CAD and modify this so that there's mounting holes for these wheels. And that like a has to do. And then in this picture, you can see like it allows for modular CAD where you'll have your multiple subsystems. I like to keep them colored with different colors. And then as you can also see on the image on the side, there is a certain level of detail that you can go for. Like I like to go for a more detailed CAD because I often collaborate with lower level team members who need to be able to read it and not have to infer like what I was thinking. It can just be there for them when they're trying to look at, oh, what is this doing? It's just boom, right there. It's in the master sketch and you can visualize your components from the master sketch so anyone can model them. And one thing I want to stress is that making your model, your robot CAD parametric, is not a sort of like waste of time. And throughout the season, as you're iterating on your robot, as you're iterating on your CAD, it will absolutely pay off. So in the short term, yes, it can be faster to just go in, let me throw together a few parts in some random part studios. But in the long term, it's going to pay off a lot better to have it be more robust and more parametric. And then your part studio practices, this is going to be the first one, keeping your parts relative to the master sketch, where you will derive your master sketch into every part studio, which keeps everything in relation to the robot. And then you don't need to like transfer your defined variables for like this specific length to from your master variable studio to your individual part and just have a bunch of random variables for different lengths. You can just do it based on the part studio, based on the master sketch. And this is my method here. You will define an extrude as up to vertex. So in this case, it's up to this vertex with a starting offset, which can be like this line or this vertex here. And that allows you to sort of just keep everything lined up, perfectly aligned. Especially works well when you're looking at like vertical, like plates you're going to be extruding sort of offset from the center, like right plane, if that makes sense. So that keeps everything relative to the robot. So when you collaborate and when you put it into an assembly, you don't have to move everything around and everything will be just in place when you're collaborating. So you don't need to worry about like goofy things messing up with your other teammate not communicating this or anything like that. And moving on, another part studio practice is just keeping all of your stuff together in one part studio, which simplifies the visualization of your CAD while you're building out the actual part. But this is pretty self-explanatory based on the image. You just combine lots of your parts from individual parts in like a big folder to just everything in there. And this works especially well because you have your master sketch. But my favorite part of this is it allows for composite parts, which is a segue to our assembly practices, which this is technically in a part studio, but composite parts replaces you inserting your parts as a rigid or inserting them and then grouping them to prevent them from moving. And it essentially has the same function, except you can have multiple of them in every part studio. So you can have a fixed part, which is usually going to be your plates, and a moving part, which could be like an intake pivot or some gearbox mounting. And my favorite part of it, though, is as you're modeling in your part studio, you can add more parts to your composite part, which will allow you to keep it more robust and keep all of your parts the same in the assembly, even though you're adding on new parts within your part studio. And so this one is a little bit more sort of complicated, and not a lot of FTC teams will use this, but I do think that it is important when you're collaborating with a lot of people. It's Origin Cube, where you will, what I talked about here with the fixed composite part, the one on the right, that's just like the fixed plates, that's fixed relative to your robot. That is the composite part that you're going to want to add your Origin Cube to, and then just mate that to the origin. Boom, you're completely done. As soon as you've done the assembly in the individual subsystem assembly, you can instantly bring it in and see how it works with other pieces of the robot that other people have been modeling. So another thing is I personally don't use the Origin Cube functions. I don't really see a need for them. Other people do, other people might, but I just will add it to the assembly by putting the origin cube from the master sketch into my composite part in the part studio, and then you made everything together in the final. Hooray, everything is done. It's magical when you're doing your final assembly, and even better when you're trying to collaborate with multiple people. And I think that is the end. So yeah.
Awesome. Wow, that was pretty pretty in depth.
Yeah.
The question, I'm trying to recollect some of it.
Definitely master sketching is definitely underrated. Like right now I'm teaching a CAD class and right now we're finishing up our drivetrain master sketch, and I keep preaching like it makes everything much easier because like if you change one thing here, then it'll change everything, and you don't have to. It saves you time. So
Another thing is like you're almost like investing in your CAD with doing master sketching. It's like I think the long-term benefit obviously is extremely helpful, but it's like it is also very hard for some of us to like commit to doing a master sketch because it is more time consuming initially. Um, but obviously it's super worth it. It makes your CADs much more organized. It also kind of like reaffirms your ideas and um, kind of ideology or philosophy design wise into your CAD itself. But I don't really have any questions per se. But very well organized presentation. So very good job. I'm very excited to see what you guys are gonna do next year. What does your guys' team structure look like? Like, are you like the head of CAD on your team?
So I'm the mechanical lead. We have our operations lead, software lead, and we're a pretty large team. We have like 14. So yeah, so that's why I'm so focused on, as the mech lead, getting the CAD in a way where we can all collaborate on it and have like 5 different people even building a different subsystem in CAD.
Right,
So
yeah.
we can get the CAD turnaround times to be faster.
yeah, definitely with 14 people, that's a lot of room for communication error.
100%, yeah.
I mean, like we still have us with being a 4-person team, we still
Yeah.
sometimes have communication errors.
Right,
So,
yeah. But other than that, I don't have any questions. Again, a very well outlined presentation. Obviously, very useful info, and also kind of introducing people out there in the world to master sketching if they haven't already discovered it themselves. I think it's a very good introduction hook into master sketching, and I think a lot of people are going to be doing more research on top of what they learned here. But other than that, I don't have any questions. Again, great job, and good luck on the BioBuzz season. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right,
Thank you.
bye. Okay, since it's just us in here, we're gonna go on mute and then also close on our video. Just a second, hold on. The next team we have is 14523 free of charge. They are scheduled to present at 7:25 Central, so in about 7 minutes. So we will wait for them and we will open back up whenever they're here.
Yep.
All right, hey guys, how's it going?
We're doing pretty well this morning.
Good, nice. We're getting some logistics up real quick. Okay. Okay, I was just sending out a reminder to our next team after you guys just to make sure that they are on track. We'll do a little introduction for you guys. So here we have 14-5-23 free of charge from Plano, Texas. They were the Connect Award winner, or Connect Award second place at their league tournament, and we are excited to see what they have to offer today in terms of their presentation. So whenever you guys are ready, feel free to take the floor, and we'll be quiet and let you guys do your thing.
Thank you for the introduction. We'll be sharing our screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Take your time. You guys are a little early, so there's no rush at all in terms of timing, so you guys are good.
All right.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We are Team 14523, free of charge, and thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. We're excited to share our season, what we learned, and how we grew as a team. I'm Aditya.
I'm Abhinav.
I'm Shansh.
And this is our presentation on design process importance.
This is a brief overview of what we're going to be presenting today. To begin off, we're going to talk about our team culture. Our team is built around a few simple principles. The first one is under promise and over deliver. We set realistic goals and strive to exceed them. Our second principle is KISS. No, it's not that. Keep it simple, stupid. It's an acronym where simple designs are easier to build, maintain, and improve on. Our third principle is spread first and steam. We encourage others to get involved through outreach and hands-on experience. While doing this, though, we promote enjoyable experiences and having fun. We like it when other teams work together and enjoy their learning that we promote. We also practice competition. We help other teams whenever we can, while during the competition or when we have our normal events. When in doubt, we also seek help. We think learning from mentors and teammates make us stronger, and that is also another principle we promote while mentoring other teams. These values guide every decision we make throughout the season. Moving on, we're going to be talking about our team structure. Our leadership structure keeps everyone organized and involved. Our captain, Aditya Patel over here, oversees the team, manages deadlines, and keeps everyone on track. Our field leads organize work within their areas, mentor newer members, and make sure projects move efficiently. Finally, every team member contributes to their building, programming, CAD, documentation, outreach, and testing. Every role is crucial and important to our success. Now we're going to be talking about our major hurdles this season. Early in the season, we built our shooter and intake without fully designing them in CAD. While this helped us build quickly, it created several problems in the future. Our shooter compression was too high, our magazine wasn't consistent, and our intake jammed frequently. From this, we learned that careful design saves time. Now we fully model our mechanisms before assembling, allowing us to catch issues before building. Our second most major hurdle we faced was the night before qualifiers. The day before a qualifier, we discovered a cracked 3D printed part and replaced it with a spare. Although they looked identical, small tolerance differences affected our autonomous routine, forcing us to retune it during competition. We still qualified for semis. However, we learned that every spare part must be tested before competition, not just packed. This minimizes the small tolerance differences we found when replacing the part. A third hurdle was aiming for consistency. Throughout the season, we realized that consistency wins matches. Instead of making last-minute changes, we focused on keeping proven systems reliable. We also added fail-safe mechanisms and refined our driver controls to improve consistency under pressure.
Our biggest mechanical problems showed up at semi-regionals. By that point, we were starting to see the effects of both material wear and a lack of regular maintenance. Our gate used a zombie axle mechanism, which is a series of custom 3D printed gears. Over time, the gear teeth had worn out, but because we weren't doing consistent maintenance checks, we didn't catch the problem early on. During one of our matches, heavy defense put enough stress on the mechanism that caused the weakened gears to strip. After that, several of our other 3D printed parts also began breaking under load. By the end of the event, we were using tape to hold together the 3D printed parts of our robot. It was a pretty clear sign that we needed to improve how we selected materials, maintained our robot, and tested designs before bringing them to competition.
The problems we had at semi-regionals ended up being the major turning point for our team. After the competition, we went back through our design process and started addressing the issues systematically. We redesigned key parts in CAD, improved our material choices, and added fail-safes where we could. We saw the results of those changes at the Texas State UIL competition, which ended up being the best performance of our season. Our shooter, which had previously struggled with consistency, became much more reliable and was able to rapid fire accurately from anywhere in the close zone. This was because we completely redesigned our old one, changing certain dimensions using different types of belts and materials that allowed us to accurately do that. Our autonomous also became much more consistent. Unlike our earlier competitions, we didn't have to spend a day retuning it between matches. We also put our redesigned 3D printed components through much more demanding match conditions, and they held up without failures we experienced during earlier this season because of those material choices we made later on. Most importantly, our team reached a peak OPR of around 178 mid event, according to FTC scouts when we checked it in the middle of the event. For us, that was the clearest evidence that the changes we made to our engineering process were actually improving our performance on the field. Now we'll be talking about the importance of prototyping. So what exactly is prototyping? It is an initial phase of the design process, and it is an integral part that allows engineers to see if a particular part works as intended and if certain aspects of it needs to be changed. It is important when you want to save the budget by not spending the money on an untested design that could potentially not work in the future. Testing the parts before sending to the manufacturer is crucial, especially when you want to save funding and time in the end. So let's go over the mistakes we made in this phase. Earlier this season, we didn't do enough research when designing our mechanisms. We overlooked things like hardware specifications, belt types, and dimensions. We only 3D printed a few parts to test, like turret and intake plates, to check our dimensions only. We ended up ordering our metal plates from Fabworks without fully testing the designs with 3D printed prototypes first. This led to a number of problems that we had to tackle in the aftermath, with manually modifying the 3D printed parts, using a grinder, breaking several 3D printed components during the process, and eventually having to make a last-minute pivot to our launcher mechanism just weeks before UIL. We learned in this process that we needed to test much more before committing to our final designs. Instead of only printing a few parts, we realized it was better to 3D print most of the mechanisms during the prototyping stage, with enough of each mechanism to properly test things like dimensions, clearances, and how each of the major subsystems work together. We also started researching the different applications of hardware before choosing components. For example, we learned when an HTD belt would be more appropriate than a GT2 belt in certain GT2 belt, like in high torque scenarios, whereas a GT2 belt would be better in higher velocity scenarios. We also learned the differences in why we should choose one 3D printed material over the other. Initially, when we used PETG filament to create a vast majority of our 3D prints, which bit us after the first few matches we had because they broke very drastically and quickly in our high defensive matches. So then we pivoted to PLA, which was much more structurally integral and didn't break at all during our UIL performance. And we learned that different materials have different use cases and when we should use one or the other. And we also opted for using carbon fiber infused filaments like PA6CF for certain other mechanisms.
Next, we'll be talking about hardware and software compliance. The next problem we worked on was field position tracking. Early in the season, we relied heavily on limelight vision and April tags to determine where we were on the field. That worked well when the camera had a clear view, but there were some clear, obvious issues when we were actually playing in the matches. If another robot were to block the camera, we could temporarily lose our position information, and also we noticed changes in lighting between practice and competition environments also affected how our camera reacquired April tags. Because of those limitations, we moved towards pinpoint tracking with odometry pods. And so depending on what the camera could see, the odometry pods used encoder measurements from the wheels in contact with the field to continuously estimate the robot's position. This gave us a much more consistent source of positioning data during the match. Even if another robot were to block our camera, our position tracking could continue. Once we had the position data, our software used the robot's coordinates to calculate things like distance and angle to our target, without waiting for the vision system to reacquire the target.
Next, we'll look at how we combine hardware and software to improve our shooter. We initially had two major hardware problems. Our shooter used 3D printed TPU timing belts because, as mentioned earlier, we didn't do proper prototyping, and so instead of the HTD belts we ordered earlier, we had to make custom TPU timing belts that was one tooth bigger. And so these would occasionally stretch and skip teeth at high RPMs, and we also had a relatively lightweight flywheel. So whenever an artifact entered the shooter, the flywheel would lose a noticeable amount of speed. These two issues became a problem for us in the long run because it affected our consistency. So while we tried to use software to compensate for that speed drop, there was a limit to how much the control loop could actually do. The physical system simply didn't have enough rotational inertia to maintain its speed. So we went back to the drawing board. We replaced the TPU belts with actual GT2 belts and added more flywheel weight, with the additional rotational inertia helping the flywheel maintain its speed when an artifact passed through. Once the hardware was more consistent, we could actually get more out of the software.
Once we fixed the hardware problems with our shooter, we noticed that our software was now the limiting factor. We moved away from our custom PIDF loop and started using solver slip for velocity control, which gave us integrated feed forward as well. This helped the shooter respond more predictably and maintain its target RPM. We also added a low-pass filter to our velocity readings to reduce encoder noise. This made the RPM measurements more stable, which helped the controller avoid reading small fluctuations that weren't actually significant. Together, these changes gave us a much tighter and more predictable RPM range, which made our rapid-fire shots much more consistent throughout a match, even as battery voltage dropped. Once our odometry pods became reliable, we could use that information to automate our suiting system. Instead of making the drivers manually estimate the correct angle and speed, we built a 4-step pipeline. Step 1 was to locate, and we did this using our pinpoint system, which provides robots X and Y coordinates along with the heading. Step 2 was to measure the distance between the robot and the goal. Step 3 was to use the data. During practice, we tested the robot from different distances and recorded flywheel RPM and hood angle that gave us the best shots. We then plotted the data in Desmos and used regression equations to model the equation. Step 4 was to just take the shot. During a match, the robot uses its current distance to calculate the appropriate flywheel speed, and hood angle automatically. As the robot moves, those values update as well. We also built in a manual override because we didn't want the automatic system to become a single point of failure. If an odometry pod gets bumped or something goes wrong with the sensor data, the drivers can still switch to manual control. They also have preset controls for close and far shots. For us, the important part wasn't just making a system automatic, it was making sure the driver still had a way to take control in case something didn't go as planned.
Our final hardware and software integration example is our solution to the turret's encoder drift. Our turret was motor powered, and we wanted our turret to know its position accurately through the match. But the problem with relying on only the motor's encoder position was that drifted over time, which led to having to manually adjust the turret's angle mid-match. We opted for using an external analog encoder to tackle this, but mounting one directly to our turret wasn't straightforward because of our custom gear ratio. While thinking over the question, we noticed that there was an unused motor mounting hole on the opposite side of the turret plate. We used that space to design a small 3D printed planetary gearbox that could mount the absolute encoder and connect it to the turret ring at the ratio we needed. This gave us an absolute measurement, which is a 1-to-1 gear ratio, of the turret's position rather than relying on the motor's encoder. The biggest advantage was that the turret could still determine its position after losing power or restarting without having to go through a separate homing process. This basically meant that the turret acted as a servo with analog positions. It was a good example of how looking closely at our existing build helped us find a relatively simple solution to a hardware-software problem. To finish, we want to summarize the biggest lessons we took away from this season. First, CAD everything before executing and do proper prototyping. A complete CAD model lets you check fit, assembly, and clearances. Quick 3D printed prototypes let you test things like compression, geometry, and gear meshes without spending a lot of money. Second, choose materials based on the job. Not every part needs the same material. Some parts can use standard PLA, while structural components may require stronger materials, such as PA6CF. Small details like choosing the appropriate belt profile can also go a long way for high torque, high speed scenarios.
Third lesson we learned was aiming for consistency at the beginning. We learned that even replacing a small mechanical part can affect a system that has already been tuned. If something needs to be replaced, it needs to be tested and recalibrated afterward. It needs to be Automatic systems are useful, but drivers should always have a way to take control when something goes wrong. Finally, ask for feedback early. One of the biggest changes we made was becoming more comfortable asking mentors and other experienced teams for help during the design process. Sometimes another person can spot a problem that your team has been looking for at weeks. Overall, our biggest takeaway wasn't that we needed to build a perfect robot, but it was that we needed a better process for finding and fixing problems before they reach the competition. Thank you for listening, and thank you to Leviathan Robotics for hosting this summit. We'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Awesome. Also, W.
That W picture, that's so tough.
W Christmas picture. That's tough.
Is that hold
Thank
on? Is that actual snow?
Bro, oh my gosh, no, it's not snow.
It's
just
tougher
AI.
if it was.
Yeah, WAI. Okay. Very interesting. I will say. So on this robot right here, I see the number 19897, and that is the I looked up on FTC Scout, and that is Jasper Wolves White. So are you guys like both on the are you guys on both teams, or because I know you guys are associated with Free of Charge on our server and whatnot. So
Yeah,
I'm just curious on what the story is there.
Yeah, so we're part of a school team system where 19897 Jasper's White was the sophomore team. Now we're juniors, and so we joined part of the junior team, which is 14523. This is just a presentation on our experiences from the last season because we're juniors now. We're out of the sophomore team, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, nice. Okay, that's cool. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. We're on we don't function like that, but we are a community-based team with a couple community-based organization who has a couple different teams. So we understand with the graduation system kind of thing. Okay, very cool. Trying to think of any technical questions. The gearbox with the absolute encoder was low-key very tough.
Yeah,
that was cool.
That was cool.
So basically, from my understanding, that basically makes your motor that's powering your turret function kind of like a servo, obviously being able to track the ticks that it's traveling, so you have more accurate turret positioning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. No, you guys have a really cool robot.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of very important lessons learned. I think this season was also very hard for a lot of teams in the world. There is a bunch of very small, minute things, technical details, flight wheel velocity, compression, both for intake and shooter, calculating the hood angle and stuff like that. and I think you guys explained it really well. Like you're not going to be perfect on like the first time, right? It's always going to need constant iterations. And 3D printing is a very valuable tool, and I like how you guys went through your iterating process and using PETG and then switching to PLA and having to make on-the-fly decisions at competitions, because that's really what it's all about. It's like you're not going to enter a competition perfect. Things are going to break. So being able to be prepared, being able to adapt and continue on persevering, that is the most important thing. So I think you guys represented really, really well. I'm actually very excited. I'm definitely going to be paying attention to free of charge next season, because obviously you guys have learned a lot of lessons this year, and I'm curious to see how you're going to apply them and how well you guys are going to do. I think you guys are going to do amazing. Do you have any questions?
No, your robot looks great, by the way. Like I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very sleek design, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think there's going to be some things that transfer over with like the compression of, like intaking elements and stuff like that. So I think you guys learned some amazing lessons this year that a lot of teams had to learn the hard way, but I think you guys persevered through them really well. And I think you guys are going to be amazing next year. But I don't have any more questions. I think your presentation was awesome, and best of luck in the BioBuzz season, guys.
Thank you. You too, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So we're gonna have Spectre up here in a second.
36363.
They're at 7:45. All right, are you guys? Yeah, I'm assuming you guys are from Spectre, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So we'll give you guys some time to boot up your presentation. You should be able to have screen sharing access as well. Just let me know if that's not the case, and we'll get that fixed for you. Okay, sweet. I will do a little bit of a team introduction for you guys. I know you guys are technically classified as a rookie team in the system, so no previous events and stuff like that. But this is 36363 Spectre from Austin, Texas. They are a rookie team going into the BioBuzz season. We're very excited to see what they have to offer, and we'll go ahead and be quiet and let you guys take the show. Best of luck, guys.
All right.
Thank
you.
We're Spectre 36363, based in Austin, Texas. I'm Manesh.
I'm Shrihan.
And I'm Nikshida.
And today we're going to be talking about finite state machines and their FTC lib integration.
So today, first, we'll be talking about our team culture, team dynamics, and roles. And then for the FSMs, we'll talk about what they are, why we would use them in FTC, and how one works. Then we'll give you all some examples, resources, and time for questions. So for team culture, we're a rookie team made up of veteran members primarily from Tomahawk 17315. Our team emphasizes fostering innovation by giving members the space to shine while also making meaningful contributions to the season. For our team structure, we have a kind of leadership council with adult mentors, and I'm the captain. Then we have sub-team leads who each report to me, and then they each have their respective members who report to them.
So now for the actual FSM.
So at its simplest, a finite state machine is a model of computation where a system can only exist in one specific state at any given time. You can think of this like a traffic light. It can either be red, yellow, or green, but it can have multiple colors simultaneously. The FSM enforces rules by ensuring the system is exclusively in only one state at any given time. A system moves between these states through inputs. Inputs are the external events, signals, or conditions that trigger something called a transition. The transition changes to a different state depending on what the input was. The inputs can be anything: keyboards, controllers, timers, etc. When the system receives a valid input, it executes the correct transition and switches to the new state. The clearly defined states of an FSM mean the system cannot enter an unknown or undefined state. In poorly structured code, like a mess of if-else loops, unexpected inputs can cause the program to end up in an undefined state. The program in these states doesn't know what to do, so it can either freeze, crash, or just behave unexpectedly. Because every state in FSM is clearly defined, and the system always knows where it is and exactly what it's doing, it's impossible for the system to enter an undefined state using an FSM.
So here's some pros and cons of an FSM. The first pro is that it has non-blocking execution. This means that it allows the main loop to run continuously without freezing, which keeps the drive controls and also the sensor readings active at all times. The next pro is that it has 100% predictable behavior. An FSM prevents the robot from entering an undefined or ghost state during a match, as we described in the previous slides. The next pro that is really modular and very easy to debug. This is because in FSM, code is broken down into distinct states, making it really simple to isolate and fix issues instead of combing through thousands of lines of if-else statements. Finally, FSMs make the logic a lot cleaner. This is because they replace long, confusing chains of else statements with structured, readable code. While FSMs are really great, they also have some downsides. Some downsides can include higher initial setup because FSMs require more upfront planning, structural design, and state modeling before actually writing code. Another con can be code bloat for simple tasks. This is because FSMs can add unnecessary complexity if applied to extremely basic single action mechanisms. Because FSMs are so reliable, powerful, they're used everywhere in programming. In the next slides, we'll discover where they're used.
So here's some examples of FSMs. This is for a talking and walking and grasping robot. So it can talk, walk, and use its hands. So as you can see, there are a bunch of states like open, grasp, recharge, speak, and so on. So these are all the states. There's not necessarily actions going on in states, but that's just what the state machine, that's just where the state machine is at any given time. So as you can see, there's interconnected lines. Those are the inputs. So that allows one state to go to another state and an action would occur. As you can see, the actions are on the right side. Below it says each action needs to know what to do next. So that's how you know that the state machine needs an input to move to the next slide. So next we have traffic light control. So lights change from green to red based on timing and the positions of cars. Elevator operation. So elevators move between floors based on button presses and which floor it's on. Vending machine processes. So the machine dispenses a product after user key-ins and coin insertion. And lastly, in video game AI behavior, NPCs change actions based on player interaction and speech.
So now that you understand what an FSM is, let's talk about why this is powerful for an NPC robot. First, FSMs are the key to controlling the actions of the robot at any given time without using the code. This is the non-block execution we talked about earlier. In FEC, we even want the robot to do multiple things, such as driving and scoring at the same time. In traditional linear programming, we often use sleep commands, which can block the code and stop the robot from doing anything else, such as reading sensors or responding to the drive controller. By using an FSM, the robot never stops. It stays in a state, performs a small task, and then moves on to the next iteration of the loop. This keeps the robot responsive and the sensors active all of the time. Secondly, FSMs help simplify the base logic of handling different states and the transitions between them. Without a state machine, your code often turns into a mess of nested if-else statements that is a pain to debug. An FSM cleans up by using a switch case type structure. This makes your code much more modular. If your intake isn't working, you don't have to search through hundreds of lines of code, and instead you can just go straight to the intake state, find your bug, and then fix it. To see a theoretical example of this, we can look at the previous season, which was decode. We can design an FSM with 3 states. The first state, which would be intaking artifacts, would start the intake and enable artifacts to go into the robot. The second state, which would be scoring, would start the flywheel, turn on any auto tracking the bot might have, such as a turret, and then score into gold. This is how you mainly get points in the game. The last state, which would be endgame parking, would stop all the robust mechanisms and enter the parking zone to gain extra points and ranking points at the end of the match. All these states can be run using FTC lib commands, which we'll discuss in the next slides.
So yeah, our state machine treats every state as an FTC lib command, which is not necessarily traditional, but it's the way we best saw fit to encompass a finite state machine. So FTC lib commands are the same building block FTC lib already uses for individual robot actions. So instead of inventing a new system, intake is just a command that runs the intake motor. Score is just a command that runs a transfer mechanism and allows the balls to be scored, and so on. We store all of this in a hash map, mapping a state, usually an enum value like state.intake, to the command that runs while the robot is in that state. So transitions are stored separately. Each has a from state and a to state and a condition. As you can see on the table, there are from states on the top row and two states on the side, and the transitions between them are just a simple Boolean check. Every loop, about 50 times per second, state machine asks, is there a transition out of my current state? This condition is true right now. So it asks, is my current state and my final state and my input all valid? If yes, it switches. If not, it keeps running the command in the current state. That condition can be anything that fits into a Boolean supplier, a gamepad button, a sensor reading, or a timer, which is exactly the input concept from the last slide. So we also added global transitions, which get checked from any state before local ones. As you can see, there's 4 arrows coming from all states to one state. You can consider that an idle or panic state. So that one input is sort of like a panic button. So no matter what the robot is doing, pressing one button snaps it back to a safe state. All of this gets configured through a builder. You register your states, list your transitions, set the starting state and call .build, which allows the tangle of nested if statements to be one block of code, and also validates the configuration up front in compile time, not runtime, so a misconfigured state machine fails immediately during setup, rather than breaking mid-match. So let's ground this in the actual working op mode that we wrote. So you can see how everything from the last 2 slides fits together in FTC code. So right here, it's not really like supposed to run stuff. It's just an example. So as you can see, there's an enum with states ABCD and a method. That would be a hardware call or a hardware write, but we don't have anything in it right now. It's just to show you guys. So we'll start from init. So you reset your instance of state machine. State machine is a singleton, which means that only one instance of it is running at a time. So you don't get other instances from other op modes or autonomouses ruining this op mode. So you reset that instance to clear up any past configuration, and then you run your state machine. So as you can see, there's .state, which allows you to configure your states and like the state enum and the actual command beside it. Right here, it's not really an actual command, it's just an instant command, but you'd actually replace that with whatever command you want to run during the state. Then you have .initial, which is part of the mathematical definition of a state machine. You need to know where you're starting from. So right here, we say it's state.a. Then you can define any transitions. So state A, state B, you click the gamepad 1.a button to move from those 2 states. Then we have our global panic button, .any transition, which is you go from any state to state A if you press gamepad 1 back. So that can be an idle state. Then you have your on enter and on exit hooks. So every time you enter or exit state B, you can run a specific command. Here's just reset motor. Then we just extend our telemetry object to our builder. And then we have on state change, which is just a helper function to allow you to log every state change. So every from and to. And then we build and schedule and run it. So for resources, just contact us or the event organizers and they'll reach to us. So spectre.ftc@gmail.com is our email. You can ask any questions after the presentation or yeah. So any questions?
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot.
I know that me and him are both mechanical and strategy, mainly on our team. But that was a very interesting insight into the finite state machines. I know I remember watching you guys for Into the Deep because you guys said some of your members are from are veteran members from Tomahawk, which is 17315. I do remember watching your Into the Deep bot at Worlds. You guys are an awesome team. So it's cool to see you guys again in our what's it called the Global Unity Summit. I think they're obviously I like the real world comparisons thing with like the traffic lights and whatnot, just because it kind of gave a real world example of like how those are actually applied in maybe future engineering paths, especially like civil engineers will have to deal with stuff like that. So that was pretty interesting insight. Do you have any questions?
This is why I don't program.
Yeah.
That's some crazy stuff, guys.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what that finite state machine was even a thing. Like I know what state machines are, but like I don't know what a finite state.
I know a finite state machine was super important for Into the Deep. I know we used it for our telescopic box tubing arm and stuff like that. for our Into the Deep bot. So that was obviously super important. As a driver, it helps a lot. As well as for autonomous, just for all portions of the robot when you have a complex mechanism and whatnot, like you guys talked about. But I don't have any personal questions. I know we're live streaming this to YouTube, and so some people out there may have gotten that contact information there. So hopefully you guys get questions and stuff like that about that, and I think this is an awesome introduction to that because I know some people like Andrew haven't heard of a finite state machine before, so hopefully people are gonna get their feet wet in that and continue to learn about that and hopefully implement it into their own bots.
Yep. And for those who are watching the live stream right now, please ask questions in the chat.
Yeah, because we have the chat open right now, so we can recite questions if they need to. But other than that, I think you guys are a pretty awesome team. Obviously, the only thing rookie about you is your number, so you guys still are very well set off for your next season. Do you guys have any big plans or goals for BioBuzz performance wise? Anything like that?
Probably probably software wise to do more advanced stuff because we have a bigger software team now, so we're hoping to try something more special.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're planning to use the Limelight or any other camera to automatically go to clusters of pollen on the field.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's so peak.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the decode season, I was like, we should 100% use the Limelight to go and for whenever we sunk up autos.
Right.
If we could use the Limelight to go to those balls, especially in the far zone, right? Because sometimes they're not always in the corner where your autonomous path would go to, right? So having the Limelight automatically adjust and go to where a ball is, that would be really helpful. So.
Yeah, because the natural behavior of the artifacts is obviously a sphere, so they're very unpredictable with very small variables and robot movement and the gate opening and whatnot. And so I know a lot of the teams who were able to successfully implement that, or at least just control the flow of artifacts and autonomous on their side, being able to maximize their scoring was super important. So I wish you guys the best of luck in those goals. I hope you guys do amazing this season. I think you guys are very well set up for that, and I will be paying attention very closely to your team.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for participating. Hope you have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. All right, so we have an alumni from 10355 Project Peacock planning to present at 8:05.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten contact with him this morning just yet, so we're going
We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna wait. We're gonna have a 5-minute break. It's right now in Central Time. It is currently 8 flat. So we're gonna wait about 5 minutes and then we'll come back to you. We're gonna stretch our legs, grab your drink, and then we'll be back very shortly.
Yeah. Grab yourself some popcorn or something.
It's gonna be a long
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day.
All right, hey everyone. We have still not heard from our next presenter, so we're going to take a small break. We're going to introduce some of the resources that they otherwise fully not focus camera. It's all right. We're going to introduce some of the resources that they have available, and we'll do a little bit of a background on them. But we have not heard from them, so we're going to be right back. We're going to prepare that small, like 5-minute introduction with them, and then we're going to be continuing in just a couple minutes. So we're going to have to be right back, screen up in just a moment, and we'll see you guys soon. Yep.
Alrighty. So, presenter we're going to have is alumni from 10355 Project Peacock. He did programming, CAD, outreach, all of the above. One of the essential members of Project Peacock back in the day. Probably his last season was Power Play. That was his senior year. And he made a pretty good robot, that's for sure.
Right, yeah.
And that was that was our first season we went to Houston for Worlds. He also made he was the founder of the Looney Squad, which is a CAD comp team, and they made so many CAD resources for teams to use. I know I use them a lot, and they are very helpful in making easy configurable CAD models. So let me pull that up for you. So let's well, I can just do this since no one's in the call. Okay.
You're sharing.
I don't need to because I don't need to since there's no one in the call.
Well, you need to because we're okay. Are you streaming that entire interface?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You should. Let's almost get on here for hold on. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're good.
All right. So why is this not? This is being goofy. Okay. So the Lib has lots of things like screws, shafts, wheels, belts, chain, electronics, or servos, linear motion, miscellaneous, and all the other stuff. So there are, for example, belt calculator and belt generators, so you can easily put your belts and pulleys into your CAD. Very, very helpful. That's what I use to put my belts and pulleys into the CAD. Screws, they have lots of simplified versions. The simplified versions will increase your rendering speed for your CAD model and take less rendering power, so you're stayed up on speed. And shoulder bolts, pretty much everything you would need. Shafts, configurable shafts, so you can make custom lengths, all that fun stuff. Even some choke tubing, commonly used in FRC. They have Rev Extrusion and Go Rail, Go Tube, B Rail. So lots of customizable parts. So you can make anything to your specification, down to the millimeter. Wheels, you got Gecko wheels and traction wheels. So those are going to be good for swerve and butterfly and different Gecko wheels. Chain. Whenever you get back to the window, I'll say something quick. Okay. So some configurable chain and sprockets, sprocket generator, so you can generate your own custom size sprocket to fit your specification and gear ratio.
Right, and this is more than just like a parts library for, because obviously everyone who uses CAD has some sort of parts library system with the FTC parts catalog, like go build a rev parts and whatnot. This is more than just one of those. It also, like he was talking about with the pulleys and belts, are custom generators and calculators, so you actually know what belt sizes and pulleys you need. And there's a bunch of great resources on this. These have been used like thousands of times.
I guess has 18,000 links,
which means that it has been copied over 18,000 times. So this is something that's extremely reliable. So many teams in the world have used this, and you can easily customize how many teeth you want, your profile, your bore, whether you want to include like countersinks on your mounting holes, pattern spacers, and whatnot. So it's very customizable in terms of the actual being able to custom create parts, and this allows you to ultimately have the most customizable experience. You can change around your gear ratios using belts, obviously, as well as using chain and sprocket generators and whatnot. So this has been an extremely valuable resource for so many FTC teams. But some people are still using like rebuilding techniques, or they're just using like COTS parts, like commercial off the shelf. And this opens up a whole new world and makes it so much easier for teams to get started doing this, rather than having to create a belt or having to calculate all the belts and assume stuff. You can actually put it all together in the CAD with a belt generator to make sure that your tension itself is good and that you're calculating it correctly, so that whenever your build team is assembling it and your software team is programming it, that means that the final product actually functions as intended, rather than having too many teeth on your belt or whatnot. So
yeah, so I utilize this resource a lot. It's very, very helpful. You have also electronics. It's like a light, motors and servos, so configurable.
These guys also have as encoder caps for your yellow jacket motors, which is pretty nice. So you can make more low profile type of.
Yep.
Yeah, there they are right there. Low profile, very highly packaged, well packaged products.
So I believe if you use the low profile encoder cap, you will save in between 5 to 10 millimeters in width on your motor. So gives more room for your intake and other mechanisms, makes it nice and compact.
Right.
So, and as you can see, these were the back in the day standard. Back in center stage was the last year. So like my first year was power play, and so I still had those square and circle markers, but now we have the team signs.
And those low profile encoder caps are pretty useful really for any given year. But especially for the BioBus season, just because you're going to need as much space as you possibly can in the middle of your robot for probably some sort of hopper system is what a lot of people are assuming. And a lot of people are making drivetrains for that. So if you can save, 5 to 10, millimeters in total space here, you're multiplying that on for like the entire, all the axis, you're gaining space for more pollen, which can give you a competitive advantage. So there's so many resources right here that are that can be utilized, and some people don't know about them. And so we just want to make sure that this resource is available. Otherwise, he would be talking about his experiences on Project Peacock. A very accomplished member. It was very experienced in CAD and implementation and whatnot. So
and he also developed the Looney Claw, which Looney Claw was so beneficial back in power play. Over I think over 300 teams from around the globe used that model, and they whenever we went to Houston that first year, we saw so many different teams with it, even on the world stage. And it's a very simple claw design, very simple, very easy to put together, and widely spread. So if you need a simple claw design, here you go. And many different teams for like center stage even, for those hexagon pixels, they would make this round center part that was used for the cone, and they would make it for a hexagonal pixel.
Yeah.
And so heck, even FRC teams use this claw for their competition. So very widespread models here.
Yeah. I think we had someone from engineers join, I think, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, sweet. So we were kind of just, I don't know if you can hear us, but we had our first no-show of our event. It was an alumni from a very accomplished FTC team, 10355 Project Peacock, from Oklahoma, and we kind of just went over some of the resources that he was going to share. But I know it is, let's see. It is 5 minutes until your presentation time. You can start early if you want to, but we're obviously not no rush. We have a lot of technical buffers and timing. So if you don't want to start early, you don't have to. But if you're ready to go, you can share your screen if you need to. Or if you're waiting on any other team members, just let us know.
Yeah, I can start.
Okay, sweet.
It's okay.
You should be able to share your presentation. I think we allowed it to be screen sharing for everyone.
1 second.
I will do a little bit of a team introduction for you guys while you're pulling that up. So right here we have 24478 from Slatina, Romania. They had an OPR of 148 this season, which is very high. They were the Connect Award winner at the Southwest Romania League tournament. So a very accomplished team this season, and we're very excited to host them. Thank you guys so much for coming, and the floor is yours to present.
Okay, so I can start. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Mihai, and I'm part of team 24478 engineers from Slatina, Romania. Today I'm going to talk about something that, in my opinion, is just important as building a competitive robot, building a team that can actually survive and grow over time. Our presentation is called Where Innovation Meets Competition, and we'll be talking about outreach and sustainability. So when we hear the word sustainability, I think that most of us immediately think about money or sponsors. And yes, financial sustainability is very important. But for us, sustainability means more than that. It means having people who wants to stay involved, having a system for training new members, building relationship with sponsors in the industry, sharing knowledge with our teams, and creating projects that can continue even when the original students graduate. So that's what I want to focus today. So our history and human resources. So first, a little bit about who we are. We are Team 24478 is a self-founded FTC team established in 2023 at National College Radu Greceanu in Slatina, Romania. Being a relatively young team, we quickly realized that one of our biggest challenges wasn't necessarily the robot, it was building a structure around the robot. Because you can have an amazing robot one season, but if all the people who know how to build it graduate, what happens next year? This is what our approach to human resources become very important. We start thinking about our team almost like a small organization. We have students joining, students graduating, people becoming mentors, people volunteering, and knowledge that needs to be transferred from one generation to another. So one of the most important ideas for us is that graduation doesn't necessarily mean the end of someone involvement. A former member can become an alumni mentor, a volunteer, or simply someone who comes back when they have time. The experience they gain can be transferred from them to younger members, and that creates a cycle. You join a team, you learn, you gain experience, you eventually teach someone else, and that person can eventually do the same thing. The cycle is one of the foundation of our sustainability strategy. So, the recruitment process, one of our biggest problems for any student is recruitment. You need new people, but also need to make sure that people joining actually understand what being a part of a robotics team means. So for us, recruitment is not simply, here is our team, they want to join, it's not like that. We organize recruitment session twice a year for all departments. On average, we get more than 35 applicants, but we don't immediately turn all the members into official team members. Instead, a new student starts as a volunteer. They participate in workshops organized by our members, and they receive actual tasks connected to the workflow of our team. This is important because you don't want to evaluate someone, but only based off what they already know. Students might know nothing about programming or outreach when they join, and that doesn't mean that they won't become one of our best members. What matters is how quickly they learn, how dedicated they are, and how well they work with other people. So we have a trial period of around 2 to 4 months. During this period, we get to know them, not only their technical skills, but also their attitude, reliability, communication, and willingness to contribute. At the end, some volunteers become dedicated team members, and this system can help us identify future leaders. Because leadership isn't something we should start looking for when the current leaders are about to graduate. We need to build as people year in advance. So, about the financial sustainability, this is the second major part of our sustainability. A robotics team needs money, obviously, because parts cost money, travel, tools, events, all these things cost money. And if you want to grow, you need a financial strategy instead of simply asking companies for donations. For us, sponsorship is kind of like a relationship. Our process starts by contacting a potential sponsor. Then, whenever possible, we try to meet them in person. We introduce first, explain who we are, what we do, and most importantly, what impact their support can have. We also present our sponsorship brochure and our previous results, but the relationship doesn't stop when we receive the money. This is something I think that teams underestimate. A sponsor should know what happens with their support. So after the season, we follow up. We share the results, what we learned, what we achieved, and we thank them. And our goal isn't just to retain the sponsor for the next season. We also want to increase the engagement. Maybe they can provide engineers. Maybe they can host factory tours for us, help with our workshops, or even they can become mentors. So sponsorship can become much more than a financial support. It can become a real partnership. So about showing appreciation and fundraising. One thing we start doing is organizing sponsor application events. For example, on June 19, 2025, we hosted an event where we could showcase the impact of our sponsor support and youth innovation. And we were planning another sponsor appreciation event on August 22 this year. Why we do this? Because sponsor is our sponsors are not only money providers. There are real people behind the companies who could invest to us. We want to see where their support we want them to see where their support goes, and we also try to diversify our fundraising. So one example is our recycling initiative. We use money raised to recycling to purchase beads and handcrafted our own team bracelets. It might seem like a small thing, but that's actually the point. Sustainability isn't always about finding one huge sponsor. Sometimes it's about finding 10 small ways to support the team. Outreach to social media. Now let's move to outreach. Our social media platforms have reached millions of people worldwide. But for us, the important question isn't simply how many views did we get. The important question is what did those views actually achieve? So we use different platforms for different audiences. For example, LinkedIn is much more professional. We used to communicate with sponsors, mentors, companies, and industry professionals. Instagram and Facebook always allow us to share technical updates, milestones, and behind the scenes content. And then we have TikTok. TikTok is completely different. There we can use humor, trends, and short form content to reach younger people. The important thing is that we are not posting the exact same content everywhere. We are adapting our communication to the audience. So this is what we mean by a multi-tier distribution network. We are trying to reach different parts of the STEM ecosystem with different types of content. And this is another benefit. Social media doesn't only show people our robot, it shows them our culture, how we work, our mistakes, our events, and our members. And sometimes this is what makes someone wants to join. Our website. Our website it's another important part for our outreach strategy in our website. We see our website as a digital bridge between our team and the wider first community. It contains information about our team and our history, our awards, our achievement, and our projects, previous portfolios, notebooks, and links to our sponsors. But one of the most important thing we do is make our previous work available. We upload portfolios, engineering notebooks, and our poster from previous season. Why? Because we were younger and we also needed examples. As a rookie team, that shouldn't have to start completely from zero. If our work can save another team 10 hours or help them understand how to structure a portfolio, then that works continue to have value even after the season is over. And this is something I strongly believe in. Documentation is outreach. Sharing your code, your notebooks, your failures, and your solution can be just as valuable as going to a school and presenting your robot. Um, about our projects, outreach and projects, we have News FTC Hub, and Global Initiative. This idea eventually led us to create and support projects that go beyond our team. One of us is FTC Hub. FTC Hub is a media platform focused on Romania FTC teams. We interview teams about their robots, their design, and their ideas. The important part is that we don't want to showcase only the team that win. We want to showcase teams that have interesting things to share about their robot. Because a team doesn't need to win a championship to have a great engineering solution. Another project is News FTC. News FTC grew into a global independent Instagram network for First Tech Challenge coverage. The Romania page reached more than 4 million views in 6 months across 28 countries. The network now involves teams from multiple continents, and this taught us something interesting. Sometimes outreach doesn't mean talking about yourself. Sometimes the best outreach is giving someone else a platform. So, if you help another team to tell their story, you are strengthening the entire community. FTC Talks and Knowledge Exchange. We also developed FTC Talks as a way of facilitating knowledge exchange between the teams. Through online meetings, teams can talk about technical and non-technical subjects. We've supported teams with CAD, engineering, portfolio, outreach strategies, and other areas. We've also connected with teams from different countries. And again, the goal isn't simply as to say we help X teams. The real value is what happens afterwards. If someone learns CAD from us and later teaches it to 5 other students, the impact multiplies. And that's why we believe knowledge is one of the most sustainable resource a team can share. You don't lose knowledge by giving it away, you multiply it. For the mentoring, uh, this brings me to the mentoring. One of the things I strongly believe is that teaching other teams is always a way of training your own team. If you teach someone CAD, you have to understand CAD better myself. And if I explain our mechanical design to another team, I have to understand why we made each engineering decision. If I teach a younger student how our recruitment system works, I have to understand the system well enough to explain it. So mentoring creates a feedback loop. We currently support other teams through technical and non-technical mentoring, and we also have our sister team, Engineers Next Gen, which supports our outreach activities while we mentor them. This creates something very similar to what happens inside our own team. Older students help other younger students. Younger students eventually gain experience, and then they can help someone else, and that's how you build longevity. Connecting with industry. Another major part of our outreach strategy is connecting with industry. We don't want our students to learn engineering only from YouTube videos or robotic competitions. We want them to see how engineering actually works in and outside first. This is only connected with industrial engineers from different fields like Pirelli, Arrow, and different companies. We discussed industrial automation, tire manufacturing, mechanical engineering, metallurgy, civil engineering, and finance. We also visited factories and companies. For example, we had the opportunity to revisit the world's only motorsport tire facility that's in our town, Pirelli. We presented our FTC robot and our season goals to professional engineers, and their feedback actually influenced our engineering decision. This is important because industry connections are not just about putting a company logo on our presentation. A good industry relationship should create a value for both sides. Students get exposure to real engineering, and companies get to interact with motivated young people. And teams get access to knowledge that they simply cannot get from a competition field. Um, about organizing events. We also believe that being a part of FIRST means contributing to the regional community. This season, we organized 3 league meets. Organizing an event teaches completely different skills from building a robot. You learn logistic, communication, planning, and how to solve problems when something inevitably goes wrong, and you also create opportunities for other teams. For example, teams can compete, practice, meet each other, and exchange ideas. So even when we are not competing, we can contribute to the ecosystem. About local outreach, at the same time, we don't want to forget our local community. Global outreach is amazing, but sometimes we focus so much on global projects that we forget the people living 5 minutes away from our workshop. So local outreach is actually one of the easiest ways to create a long-term impact. We've practiced in school visits, open gates events, tech fest, Streamagia, Slatina, and other events where people from all over the world come together to share ideas, experiences, and connect. Slatina at a primary school with 6 other teams participating and around 1,000 spectators through the event. And we've also worked with younger students through hands-on activities. The goal isn't just to show them a robot, it's to make them think maybe I can build this. The moment they can be uh, that moment can be the beginning of someone's journey into STEM. Media and community visibility. Another important part of our local outreach is media. This season, we appeared on local televisions and other media platforms. For example, after our experience at the Chicago Robotics Invitational, we were featured on Alt TV, where we talked about the competition, the challenges we faced, and what the opportunities mean for our team. And we have a scheduled meeting Monday on 11th August. The media coverage might not look like traditional outreach, but it has a very important effect. It reaches people who might never come to an FTC competition, like parents, teachers, business owners, and people who don't even know what FIRST is. And when these people hear about the local robotics team, it increases awareness. The awareness can later turn into volunteers, sponsors, mentors, or future team members. It's like a snowball effect. So one interview can lead to another opportunity, which leads to another connection. And why local outreach matters? So after everything we've done, why do we still emphasize local outreach? Because your local community is the foundation of your team. So if people in your city know who we are, recruitment becomes easier. Finding sponsors becomes easier. Finding volunteers becomes easier, and finding opportunities for the future becomes easier. You don't necessarily need a huge event. Sometimes the smallest opportunity can create a connection that lasts for years. A school visit, a local TV interview, a factory tour, a workshop, a conversation with a teacher. You never know which one of these will become important later. So, if I had to summarize our approach to sustainability, I would say that it's built around one idea. Don't build a team that depends on a few people. Build a system that allows people to reach each other, teach each other, and continue improving. Financial sustainability gives us resources, recruitment gives us people, training gives us people skills, mentoring transfers knowledge, and outreach creates visibility. Industry connection give us real world experience, and documentation makes sure that everything we learn don't disappear when the season ends. And all of these things are connected. They're not separate projects. And finally, I want to leave you with one thought. I think it's very easy in FTC to measure success by trophies, rankings, awards, and how many points your robot scores. Those things matter. We all want to build a competitive robot, but the impact of a team can be much bigger than what happens on a competition field. If one of your members teaches another student CAD, that's impact. If the team helps a rookie team to solve a problem, that's impact. If a school student sees your robot and decided to study engineering, that's an impact. If sponsors decided to support STEM members and then they meet your team, that's also impact. And if your team continues to exist and grow after the current members graduate, that's sustainability. For us, that's what where innovation meets competition really means. Competition pushes us to innovate, but community, knowledge sharing, and sustainability make sure that involvement, that innovation doesn't stop when the match ends. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our experience. And if anyone wants to talk afterwards about our outreach, sustainability, recruitment, social media, or even just robotics in general, I'd be more than happy to talk. Thank you.
Awesome. That was an amazing
Yep.
presentation. I'm very, very impressed by the communication that you guys have. You guys are very well organized with your outreach. Um, Incredibly
Thank you.
impressive with the numbers of people that you've reached and really like the individual impact as well. I think that balance is really important. That's something that you hit right on was balancing out like the international impacts, kind of focusing on like the global side of it and also the local side, right? So you're influencing and impacting positively both of those scales. So
Yeah.
that was amazing. Definitely a lot of, inspiring words and inspiring messages, for my own team, and I'm sure the teams that are watching this. So yeah, I can definitely see why you
Yep.
guys won the Connect Award at your guys' league tournament. I think that is amazing. You guys have really connected so many people together, and yeah.
Yep, you got a shout out on the
Thank you.
YouTube live stream. Very nice. Love the presentation. So
Yeah.
100%. A lot of info. A lot of great impact to your community and around the globe. So
Absolutely. So thank you so much for
Yep.
taking the time to be a part of this.
Thank you.
We are really happy to host you guys, and we're looking forward to watching you guys for this upcoming season. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you. Good luck as well.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yo,
All right. What's up,
what's up,
Zach?
Hey,
How's it going? All right. I will do a very awesome personal introduction for you. Are you how you feeling? You ready to present? You're good?
I am.
Awesome. Sweet. All right. So we have Zach, who, if you don't know, is a Dean's List winner at Worlds. You were on team 24331 Caesar Circuitry. That's right, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome award to receive, Dean's List winner. I mean, we talk about, congratulating Dean's List finalists and whatnot, but this is the pinnacle of gracious professionalism and really the core values that First embodies. So if we had like a proper like crowd, I would definitely ask to give a round of applause because that is an amazing achievement. We're very excited to see what he has to say regarding that award and the steps that people need to take to achieve that and really what that even means. What does the award even mean? So we will, gladly let you take the floor, and we're very excited to hear it. Best of luck.
Awesome. Let's see. You're able to see the presentation?
See. Yes.
Yep. Perfect.
We are perfect.
Awesome. So yeah, is it Max?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, as Max introduced, my name's Zach, and I'm a 2025 First Leadership Award winner, or formerly known as Dean's List winner. I was an alumni of FTC 2431 and FRC 10101, and today I'm going to share my advice for preparing for your essay interview, as well as what is my journey in first and how do I think um, I put myself in a position to be able to get this award. Um, the first thing I would point out is, as I've spoken to a lot of the winners in the past, almost none of us actually expected to win. All of us were just like, oh my goodness, how did this happen? For me, as I walked into the room of the luncheon, or really before, when my mom and I were heading down there, I told her, I'm here to cheer people on. I don't expect anything. I'm here to cheer others on, to celebrate them. And this is just an amazing achievement of what I've gotten already. And when they called my number, I thought I had a different FTC number. I was thinking of my our sister team's number, and so I didn't even realize it was me. And it took me a while to figure that out, which is kind of funny. I kind of was just frozen from shock. But what is my journey? So I started in for the fourth grade, where I went to Rock City Regional, an FRC competition, and I was introduced to that world of robotics, the world of first, and the amazement and the crowds and the energy of every event. And as I left that event, I turned to my mom and said, I want to do this. And so over that, we started an FLL team called Cool Robots and Builders, or CRAB. And our very first year, somehow us fifth graders made it all the way to third place in our state and went to West Virginia to compete. And we kept on doing this. We won the state the next year. Took a little break in COVID, and then came back and won again. We were able to go to Worlds because our first time was stumped by COVID as well. But that got me into it. But as I was aging out from that point of eighth grade, where I can't do FLL anymore, I have to go to FEC or FRC. I was a little stumped on what to do. There was no team at my high school, and there weren't really any teams nearby that I could join. So I took a gap, I call it a gap year, where I didn't wasn't on a team, but I was volunteering. I'd say one of the biggest things to think about is even when you're not competing, what are the things you can do for your community? So for me, it was volunteering, helping wherever I can. It was also mentoring my brother's FLO team. Um, and so that was where I could help even when I could not be on a team. The next year, I worked with the PDP of Alabama, as well as our principal and I forgot who else, but we were able to start a team at my school and it ended up becoming two. From there, I really had no idea what I was doing. It was kind of a shocker, and um, I just started to work, and we did really well. We got inspired third place, think won our rookie season. Um, but that summer, I felt like I was missing something. I wanted to do more. I wanted to help in a different way, and so I started learning myself. But through that, as soon as I would learn it, I would give out the information. I love helping others, and so during that summer, I helped over 100 teams. I would get on calls with teams around the world. I think I had one team from Greece. One of the bigger ones I helped was a team from Brazil. I helped them get a Roadrunner working over a screen, a language barrier, and a time zone difference. And so that was just amazing things I could help with, and how can I help my like what contribution can I give to my community? And from there, I became captain of my team, and I really just focused on, while I was very much harder minded, I learned software so I could help, and I wanted to spread everything that we could learn to the state of Alabama and the globe. And I think that was one of the biggest reasons, was just a philosophy, a mindset of mine, that just naturally happened to want to help others. So, what is the First Leadership Award? If I had one line, I'd say it's being an ambassador for First. While it's also being a leader, and they say that, it's about being an ambassador for First and showing its core values. You're trying to make an impact on the globe. You're trying to create the new innovations of society. And while you're discovering all of those, you're also trying to share them. You're trying to make an impact on the people around you. So this is an excerpt, I think, from the Dean's List Guide. I just changed it to the First Leadership Award nomination guide. But I love this line here. It says, "It is the goal of First that these individuals will continue post-award as great leaders, student alumni, and advocates of First." Mainly focusing on the advocate word. They aren't looking for exactly everything you're doing already. They're looking at what is your they're also looking at what is your mindset for what you want to do in the future. For me, that was volunteering, coaching, mentoring. And I was able to share some examples of where I could plug in to help. So, but the award itself is the only award that celebrates individuals. It's the only award that for individuals that demonstrate great professionalism, leadership, mentorship, and advocacy for First. So, who's the award for? It's for students who are either on an FTC or FRC team, who are currently in 10th or 11th grade, or 2 or 3 years from college, and who are not already in like full time in university. And each team is allowed to nominate two students. So there's three awards, kind of like the um, NMA National Merit kind of system. There's semifinalists, finalists, and winner. Semifinalists are two per team. You automatically become a semifinalist. So what I say to teams is, if you have students you can nominate and you think they're a fit, nominate them, because it's not that they won't get a level. They're automatically a semifinalist, and that's an amazing thing you can put on any kind of application that you have, because even for your team to nominate you is a big thing. From there, I think it's actually grown per region. It used to be 2 to 4. It may have grown a little bit, and that's your regions of state. So for Alabama, we have two every year. I was applied twice. So in I think it was my rookie year, I was applied by my coaches. And I was semifinalist and did not become a finalist. But my second year, my junior year, I became a finalist, and that's where I ended up winning. And it's 10 per program, so 10 FTC and 10 FRC. So there's two parts of the application for Dean's List, the nomination essay and the interview. I'm going to start with the essay. So the essay is submitted by your coach. That means that it isn't something you write and can submit. You must have your coaches do it for you. It is only through the dashboard through their side. And while I've always been told essay and it kind of is said as a nomination essay, it is 6 prompts that are separated. So it's actually only 800 characters per prompt. It's not just like one 4,000 character essay. So definitely make that consideration. I know my coaches actually had me write a base essay that they could work off of because they didn't know everything I did. And so I wrote it as one 4,000 character essay. And I sent it to my coach, and I had no idea she had to do this, but she had to pick apart my entire essay and near fully rewrite it to be in those prompts. So whether your coach does it for you or you do it, definitely try to like read the nomination guide very thoroughly to understand some of the things that you're looking for because they say like name the core values, right? Some people will say, oh, you can, I think it's the very first prompt. I've seen a lot of essays where people were try to hint at a core value first, but they don't actually name it. And I'd say one of the biggest things is name it, make it up front that this is what you're trying to say. And I recommend that to anybody I read their essays for is like make sure you're not just trying to lead the judges and the volunteers that are trying to read it. Just tell them straight out. And there's also a last prompt of 500 characters that is, what do you do outside of first? For me, that was a few sports, being ambassador for my school, and just I also said my GPA and an award I won in my city. So I said, be specific as possible. Give real specific numbers and details. I remember talking to one of the winners from Florida my year. I think they used a very specific number that he his team was able to track for the number of people he had reached. And when I saw that number, my eyes were shocked. And just speak about what makes you unique. What sets you apart from every other student? While your story is unique, a lot of people like if you don't explain the way you did it, just saying I ran a camp can mean one thing, or for me, I ran a kickoff with my team. But instead of just saying I ran a kickoff, which a few people did, I said I ran a kickoff because of what I saw in my state. Because of these things, I wanted to run this event, and through that event, I made specific presentations before the kickoff to help teams better prepare themselves for the season. Whether that was an innovation project skit, so this was an FL kickoff, or how to analyze a game board. Those are things that I love to do while on my team, and I wanted to share those. So that the entirety of the state can just rise to a better competition level. And also tell stories. Stories, like I said, those are how you can really set apart from other students. Tell a story of how you're an ambassador, how do you go about giving credibility to what you're saying? And talk about what you have done both on a team and participant level. While what I did through mentoring and assisting other teams was mostly through me, whenever I had a teammate there, I'd also count it for my team. And so I made sure that I'm not just talking about like the things I've done on my team. What else have I done outside of my team that just show my passion for this for first? And then the interview. The interview is a 10-minute, 5 to 10 minutes, unless special accommodations, and it's either in person or online. Most FTC interviews are online, and that's just because of scheduling, and it's just a little bit easier. These are conversational interviews, so it's no presentation, videos, or handouts. I know I've heard of an FTC interview being in person, and somebody brought a kit they made for their team that they started like giving out at fairs and events they went to. And so that's awesome to show like something you've made. But it's not something you like bring your robot in for or something like that. It's just a conversational interview. So you're talking, answering their questions, they're talking back at you. I know in my FRC interview, I so I'm a FEC winner and an FRC semifinalist, and in my interview to for FRC, I just went in there to talk, and we got at the end we ended up talking just about I think it was how ciphers and cryptology was just a really cool subject, and these podcasts about it. And while it was really random, I just showed how my interest from first grew to other things and like what I want to do. And then this interview is about you. It's about what you have done, not what your team has done. I think the very first time I had my interview in 2024 when I was first nominated, my coach got on a call with me just before and said, "This is the only time that you really should use the word I. I did this, I did that." It's no longer, I think when we get into our presentations for FTC, we are so used to saying we did this, we did that, our team did whatever. But this is your time to kind of brag. This is your one time to brag and about yourself in an interview for first. This is kind of like the one time that you need to because that it's they don't want to hear what your team has done. They want to hear about what you have done. So I kind of walked in on these in the past, but be familiar with your nomination essay. You get your nomination essay emailed to you by first, when you first when they receive it, and I'd make sure you are very prepared to talk about it because you want to make like my second point, you make sure you can provide additional stories or demonstrate your leadership. You they know what's in your nomination essay. They've read it before, they've studied it, and this is your time to back those things up as well as share more. So I know for my FTC interview, I went in there and I had two screens open. I had the interview on my higher screen, and on a lower screen, I had a list of all the teams I helped with all their numbers and what I did with them. So I could just pinpoint and I could say, um, for Team 24180, I helped them develop a CAD training. I helped them do this. I helped them study the game board. It's all these things where like if you can provide specific examples of your help, your leadership, your being an ambassador for first, those are amazing things. And if you have things that like are big numbers, I know in my FTC or FRC essay, it wrote I had helped over 100, I had assisted over 100 teams. The very first question those judges asked me was, "You assisted 100 teams?" I was yes, and I was able to share where and how I did that, and not just say I had this big number. So make sure you have data to help prove it. And then approach this interview as if it was a job interview. Be confident, friendly, professional. This is not something you're going in to fool around, but it's also not something you need to be really straight shoulders and just like kind of frozen for. You can be confident, you can be friendly, and be relaxed with it, I'd say. You don't need to go in really stiff. Then also prepare a list of topics you want to share. Prioritize the topics that you want to make sure that are covered, because a lot of times you're like, okay, Mike, your coach wrote it. You may find that they missed something, or maybe you missed something and you realized you wanted to actually say something else. Have that time open, or have those topics written down so you can share those after. Also, answer the question that's given. There is no right or wrong answer. I would not try to sidestep questions because they're trying to get information out of you. And then the biggest question I'd say be prepared for is there anything you want to share with us? This is the most important question in my opinion, and make sure to respond to those. Address one of the topics that you hadn't talked about and reiterate the importance of one of the topics you had already mentioned. Because this is your time to share anything. It's not something that they are looking for specifically. They just want to know more about you in this. That is the end of my presentation. If anybody would be interested in this next season, if they wanted to get on an interview call to like prepare or for me to review their essay, this is a website I made, and feel free to contact me. I'm happy to help. And I know the Dean's List Alumni Organization or First Leadership Alumni Organization, we're still trying to figure that out, is also working on a system to bring aid to help calm those nerves because well, we can't say, oh, you're going to be able to do this. We can say, hey, calm down. You got this. Be confident in yourself. We know you're going to do great in this interview, no matter what happens, kind of thing. And we can help you prepare for questions and prepare for anything. So feel free to contact me if you're interested. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yes, that was great.
That was I just saved that in my phone right now. I know going through the Dean's List process, Andrew is a Dean's List two-time Dean's List finalist. He was won it for FRC, or was a finalist for FRC in Oklahoma, and then finalist for FTC in Oklahoma, 1 year apart, which was pretty cool to see. I know I was a semifinalist for my team twice. It's a very rigorous process, and I know that this presentation is an amazing resource. I kind of wish I had it before. Obviously, now I'm a senior.
Yeah.
But I know some a younger member on our team who would love to get more involved in this and really study what it means to even be a Dean's List finalist, let alone a winner. So this is a great presentation, very organized, very well thought out, and I can tell that you obviously care a lot about the topic and ultimately helping people as well.
Like, dude, helping over 100 teams, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah. Let alone organizing probably about like 44 presenters, not even teams, has been pretty wild for this. So I can't imagine helping over double that solo. So pretty amazing work. Obviously, hats off to you for your amazing career in the hats off, literally. But yeah, amazing presentation, very well organized. And I like how you dived into what's important, right? Because you need, in anything, you need to have goals and priorities, and having that experience is super valuable. And we're very thankful that you were willing to share that.
Like this is the time to brag,
Right? Yeah. It's being the Dean's List Leadership Award, it's all about you. So being able to share that is amazing. So
you got a shout out from the YouTube chat. Quote, what an incredible job. Your presentation was so well done, and the community outreach you're doing is truly inspiring. You're making such a meaningful impact in the community. 1000% agree with that. What you're doing is amazing. So you're what, freshman in college?
I am. I'm going to be a freshman in college this next year.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. We're both getting there.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're kind of becoming the unk level. So gotta enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. So.
But yeah. I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your day to share this, and we're live streaming it, but we'll make individual episodes of different teams and different individuals presenting, and we'll post it on our YouTube channel. Is that okay if we post like all the QR code and stuff like that on there as well?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Good. Cool. I just want to clarify that because some people, I don't know how many people are gonna watch that, so we'll see. Hopefully your inbox doesn't get too full, but best of luck in your first year of college. Thank you so much for taking the time again to share this. This is amazing information. Congratulations, of course, again on your Dean's List winner title. So
hopefully we can have you back next year.
Yeah. Thanks. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Zach.
Thank you. Alrighty.
I think it's load next, right?
Yep. Load.
All right, you guys. Let's see. You guys are perfectly on time. Zach finished up pretty well, so whenever you guys are ready, feel free to share your screen. It's like that. What's up, David?
Yo, bro, got the Inspire banners and the the Prusa Core 1 in there, bro. That's so aura farming.
This is what I expect from load anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Hello. Can you guys hear us all right?
Yep.
Perfect.
We'll give you guys like a very awesome like team presentation first, like just kind of introducing you guys to the stream and whatnot. All right, so here from is it Odessa, Delaware? Is that how it's pronounced? Or okay, Odessa, Delaware. It's 25609 Load Robotics, who are the Inspire Award winner, not only in Croft Division, but in the entire Michiana Premier event this season. They were the Inspire Award second place in the Good Old Division at the first World Championships, and of course the Inspire Award winner at the Delaware State Championship a couple times now. So awesome job, you guys. We are super excited to have you, and we would love to hear about your process. Obviously, an amazing robot as well. This season, very modular. And it was really, really cool to see that this season. But we will go ahead and shut up and let you guys take the stage. You guys are the stars. So we will go ahead and mute and let us know if you need any help getting anything up presenting wise.
All right, we do have one more person coming. She's coming in the door right now.
Okay.
We'll get started in just a second here. Thank you
Yeah, no
guys for.
problem. You're good.
And you may start when you would like.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, we ready?
Here's the script. Yep.
Hi, we're Team 25609 Load Robotics from Delaware, USA. We are a mostly homeschooled team with 6 out of our 9 members homeschooled and with team members from 3 different states. We are going into our 3rd year as an FTC team. Before FTC, Load Robotics was a first LEGO League team for 10 years. BioBuzz will be my 12th season participating on a first team.
In the Into the Deep season, our first year as FTC team, we won the Inspire Award for first place in Delaware at the state championship and moved to the world championship. Last year in the Decode season, our team won first place Inspire at our state championship and moved on to the Worlds, where we won second place Inspire in our division. We then went to the Michigan Premier event and won the overall Inspire Award. We also represented our state at the Governor's Cup.
Our team structure is very unique. We have flexible roles on our team so everyone can work on everything. To stay on track while using the flexible role system, we created what we call loaded potential, where each team member is assigned an award and core value. They lead monthly loaded potential discussions during our regular team meetings to ensure that we are following the award criteria and documenting what we could do better and set goals to continue working through the award categories throughout the season. For example, the sustained team member might note we need to have a plan for developing leadership, and they will lead the team in discussions about what we are currently doing and what other things we could do in this category. This has helped our team make sure we are addressing all of the award criteria.
Our team has a lot of fun, as you can see from our robot and team branding, such as our propeller hats and logo. We started with a colorful logo from our first LEGO League days and have continued to lean into adding colors to everything. We like that our team is easily recognized wherever we go.
Volunteering is another part of our team's culture. Besides community outreach, we are well-known volunteers in 4 different first regions, serving as referees, game announcers, cuers, robot inspectors, and field resetters. We supported 29 first competitions for over 920 student volunteer hours this season. We also recruited volunteers within Delaware and other regions. Our team created and maintained the new First Delaware website, adding articles, information about FIRST programs, and volunteer recruitment resources. We also recruit volunteers for competitions we run, including both FTC scrimmages and FLO tournaments in our region.
This season, we started teams in all levels of FIRST. We started an FLL Explore team, 2 FLL Challenge teams, an FTC team, and an FRC team. We also mentor many FTC teams, supporting 15 FIRST teams this season. Our team connected with 32 industry professionals, including a statistician and Chris Pileski from Prusa USA. He became a major sponsor after we toured their facility. They were behind our 3D printed robot this season.
Delaware is such a small region, and there aren't many active teams. But even though we do a lot to build up the Delaware community and support local teams, we wanted a way to connect with teams worldwide, which is why we started the Load Across the Globe initiative.
What is Load Across the Globe? Load Across the Globe is a global initiative that we started last year. We hold monthly virtual meetings and invite experienced teams to lead presentations on a variety of topics. We have over 350 teams from across every country competing in FTC, and teams from almost every U.S. state. We also created a Discord server where we now have over 470 members. This is a space where students can continue discussions between Load Across the Globe meetings, everything from portfolios to robot design in the off-season.
During our rookie year, we connected with a few teams globally, such as the Bluebot Builders from Australia, Kepler Go from the Czech Republic, and Hydra from Libya.
They inspired us to expand our outreach and connect with more teams from around the world. With these contacts made, last year we set the goal of connecting with a team from every continent except Antarctica. After achieving that goal in our rookie season, we wanted to expand on our outreach in our second season and set the ambitious goal of connecting with a team from every country competing in FTC. Our coaches thought this was very ambitious and cautioned it might not be possible, but to go ahead and try because they saw we were passionate about it. That's when we officially started our initiative, Load Across the Globe.
After connecting with teams from around the world, we realized there were a lot of teams from the US who were interested in connecting with other teams. We set another goal to connect with the teams from every state competing in FTC. To find teams to present, we started with teams we knew. Many we had met in person at competitions or through our volunteering efforts. We also connected with teams through Discord and Instagram. If we knew a team had valuable knowledge or experience to share, we would contact them to see if they'd be willing to present. Networking was also very important. As the program has become more widely known, we have had teams ask us if they can present.
The turnout for Load Across the Globe was amazing. Achieving our goal of connecting with a team from every country competing in FTC in almost every state. We're still missing a team from South Dakota. We started recording presentations and limited the recordings to only those who joined the Load Across the Globe Discord. We wanted to start slow and we wanted to add value to joining our server. Recently we decided that we wanted these helpful video presentations available to everyone. So we released them on YouTube to reach more teams. We also added what we call Team of the Week on our website, where we feature each week a different FTC team. We added Team of the Week as another way to engage with teams from around the world. And teams appreciate having us market their team.
We've had a lot of positive feedback from other teams, such as Zama Lloyd from the Chuckleheads said they wouldn't have made their semi-regional competition without our Load Across the Globe initiative. Also, Siddharth from the UK told us Load is one of the best, most powerful teams in the world. The best part is attending their Load Across the Globe meetings. We found that there are a lot of teams and students like us who want to connect with other FTC teams to learn, but also just to make personal connections. A number of students that are active in our Discord have become friends.
So how can your team create effective outreach like Load Across the Globe? When brainstorming, think about what your team is passionate about and how you can proceed with that going forward. The goal with Load Across the Globe is to teach ourselves and other teams by having experienced teams share their knowledge and help others. Maybe you want to have regular meetings with other teams in your region. Maybe you want to support rookie teams.
We also realized that people wanted to share their ideas and ask questions outside of meetings, which led to the next step in our initiative, creating a Discord server. People join our Discord server, get welcomed, see the discussions, and talk to other interested FTC students. We have a channel for CAD, programming, outreach, and just general chit chat. This has been successful and built an FTC community.
Choose something that interests your team. Don't just do something to do outreach, but do something you want to do and you'll be far more successful. Impactful FTC outreach takes a lot of time and commitment. It's best if there are several students or even better, the whole team who are dedicated towards making it happen. Before starting an outreach program, consider the time commitment. For example, to have a successful Discord group, it takes a lot of time. It takes time and creativity to build something meaningful. Another great example of impactful outreach is Team Terra Bridges. They presented at our March Load Across the Globe about assistive technology, and their presentation explained step by step how they developed the program to create something meaningful.
We really enjoy learning from other teams while also helping other teams learn too. Make sure you have a plan and keep reviewing your goals and progress, making changes as needed. Make sure your initiative is sustainable. As students graduate, make sure they share with returning students how to organize and keep track of everything.
Initiatives don't have to be large or even global to be successful. Think about impact and how you can help the others most. Rather than just trying to get a large number of teams or people, if you want to create a global initiative, be aware of the majority of FTC teams are based in the US. You would need a network to find teams. Think about teams you already know and Ask those teams to connect with other teams to invite more people.
When planning initiatives, think about what participating teams gain from your project and why they would want to join. Is your initiative aimed at rookie teams or experienced teams? Maybe you could impact both, like we did in our Load Across the Globe initiative. We use the established team's expertise to teach the rookie teams, while our own team could learn at the same time.
When starting your initiative, remember to have a plan from the beginning. Plan who will be presenting and begin making flyers and promoting it. Here are our Load Across the Globe goals that we set throughout the season. For example, create and sustain the Discord, keeping it active and promote engagement, and get 20 teams in a meeting. The sooner you start promoting your project, the more people will come because they have more notice. When creating the flyers, don't make them all look the same. The more different they are, the more they will stand out and people will notice them. But also still make it easy to see that it's from the same program. Here are a few examples of our Load Across the Globe flyers. Notice how they all look different and engaging.
Consider time zones if you start a global program. For a few of our meetings, we have offered multiple times so other teams could join. Expect some technical difficulties, so be sure to join early to sort out any problems, and just do your best. Consider what will help other teams to participate. During meetings, keep track of which teams attend and how many people there are, because teams presenting would like these details for tracking their outreach. You'll make friends, but also be ready for the haters. There's always someone who doesn't understand your goals and will have negative things to say. Don't give up or get discouraged by what they say.
We hope this information has helped your team with starting meaningful outreach initiatives with other teams, whether within your organization, your region, your country, or even the world. You can find our past Load Across the Globe videos plus new videos for rookie teams on our YouTube channel if you want to check them out. And thank you from Load Robotics. That was awesome. I like that. That was the sync.
Yeah.
The sync up. Thank you was awesome. That was amazing. I think we've on the planning side, like toward the second half of your presentation, we have learned so much about that with this Global Unity Summit. Oh my goodness,
Gosh.
time zones.
Time zones is the bane of my existence, bro.
So I wish there was. We gotta figure out a better way to do this next year. But it has been one heck of an experience. Both in good and then the frustrating. You're gonna have both, like you said, you're gonna have technical difficulties, you're gonna have planning issues, and I'm sure you guys have had a lot of different systems that haven't worked in the past, but then you just get better because the more you do them, the more that you learn and see what systems that are going to work and what no. But you guys have been a super big inspiration for us. Obviously the Inspire Award winners. Oh, inspiration!
Yeah.
But you guys have been a super big inspiration in terms of just getting out there, expanding outreach, and really just trying to make an impact everywhere that we can. And ultimately, you guys were one of the people that inspired the Global Unity Summit as a whole, as an entire event. So amazing job on your season this year. Amazing job on your presentation.
That's great.
It was great. It was super easy to understand. You guys spoke really, really well, and you guys obviously know what you're doing when it comes to outreach, and that is definitely something that is going to be valuable for many of the teams that are watching.
The hardest part for the Global Unity Summit is it's just Maxwell and I running it.
Right. Yeah.
And we're managing over 50 teams.
Yeah.
Trying to get
I don't know how many teams we have in the server, but it's quite a few.
Almost 100, bro.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah. So me and him have been managing that.
Yep.
And it's been a big learning experience, and it's been also a lot of fun. So
we should take note from the presentation and do some networking to them.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys for having us. I think really the overall goal of the initiative is just to inspire other teams through
that's great.
Our initiative. And I think that definitely has been working pretty well so far.
Good.
Just to inspire every other team to just work better and do really good outreach in the community. So yeah, thank you guys for hosting this and letting us.
And I think you're already accomplishing that goal. I mean, obviously with this summit and so many other people who are doing outreach and really just taking inspiration from you guys. So just keep it up. You guys are doing amazing, and best of luck on your BioBus season, guys.
And
thank you guys.
Do y'all still want us to present for you guys?
Yes, definitely. I have you guys down. That time, I think it was October or November.
October.
Forgive
Okay.
me. But yeah, I'll
We're
keep in
pretty
touch
much
with you
game
in
for
those
any of
couple
Yeah,
those.
real. So
Okay.
just let us know. We can fit in your schedule. So
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys very much.
All right,
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you guys. Have a great one.
Yep.
You too.
All
Nice to meet you.
right.
Road to D2.
Road to D2.
That's what I have.
Yeah, real.
Yeah, hi.
I have the. Don't
I
worry, I
entered
have the
quite
Road
third
to
year,
D2
didn't
hat.
realize. Oh my God. That's perfect.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Good. How
Pretty
are
good.
you?
How about you?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you. And I just want to say that you did such an amazing job with this conference. We're so glad that we
Thank
get
you.
to collaborate again for the fourth or fifth time. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah.
Max and Andrew did such an amazing job, and even with the little mishaps with the time zones, which are completely understandable, conference is amazing.
All right.
So
Yeah.
thank you so much
We
for inviting us.
apologize for the whole time zone.
No, absolutely no
thing.
need. It's completely understandable. We know how to organize international conferences. We know how it is, and time zones are hard
Yeah.
every time.
Thank you so much. Here, I'll give you a proper introduction real quick. Let's go.
All right, I'll just be sharing my screen if that's all right.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Let me know
I'm
if you
not.
can.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Yep. We see it.
Yeah, we see it. Awesome.
Perfect.
So how do you pronounce your actual like city? Is it Ploiești?
Ploiești.
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 Okay. From Ploiești, Romania, we have 17962 Road to D2. Extremely successful team this season.
Yep.
Inspire Award second place at the Michiana Premier event in the Croft division. Thank award winner at the Southeast Romania League tournament. And a very successful team at the Bucharest Twin Cup. We are very happy to have you.
Yep.
Very successful team, great legacy, and we're very excited to see what you guys have to offer.
Thank you so much. So before starting the presentation, I assume that I have to talk about my team. You know, it was very interesting for us that you were interested in team culture and everything that entails. So a bit about our team. Our team was founded in 2018. We are from Ploiești, Romania, from National College Mihai Viteazul. And ever since 2018, we managed to grow as a team and as individuals. I've been part of a team for around 5 years or so. I've been PR and marketing leader for 2 years now, and it's been such an amazing experience. And from 2018, as I said, we managed to grow, and every work that we have done, every event, every initiative that we have done helped us to become the team that we are today. And we're so thankful for the opportunities that we've had in the past, especially the Twin Inspires Nationals in 2023 and 2024, which enabled us to participate at the World Championship in Houston. And in the center stage, we also managed to be vice champions. And for that experience, we are extremely honored. And ever since then, we try to maintain our level. And with the beginning of premier events, of course, we're and in 2025, we participated at our first premier event, Michiana, where we met such great teams and where we were honored to be winning Alliance Captains. And of course, 2026, this season, with the words that you mentioned, of course, the experience is amazing. Now, of course, as any other team, we have these three main departments, social media and public relations, programming, and 3D and construction. And in these departments, we have overall 15 members. And these members are not necessarily restricted to one department. We really encourage developing yourself as a member of the team. So let's say if I'm from PR and marketing, that doesn't mean that I can't have contributions on construction, because it's always important to learn new things and to learn things that are outside of your department. And that really helps, especially at competitions. You know, when judges come to your stand and they ask questions, and let's say your drive team is, I don't know, a queuing or whatever, then you also have to know to answer those questions that they would ask the technical team. So this overall knowledge of technical and non-technical is very important for us as members. And we also have 16 volunteers and 3 mentors, which constantly help us and
help us become a better version of ourselves. Now, I know that we have a few questions from you. I thought whether we are competitive or not, how we work as a team, and so on. And I just wanted to say that FTC is different in every country. In Romania, especially, I think that FTC is like a whole phenomenon. It's now really competitive, and not in the sense that we always want to win or something, but we just always try to be our best. And yes, we are quite competitive, but that's because, and I think I might be generalizing here a bit, as Romanians are very competitive inherently. So I think that's what drives us to always be in top at different competitions and so on, because there are many great Romanian teams now. And it wasn't always that way. In 2016, when FTC was first brought to Romania by Nația pentru Educație Association, there were so few FTC teams. It wasn't really known then, and now it's a huge phenomenon, and there are many people that are now connected with the FTC environment, which is amazing. And now our main mission is to foster community development, is to inspire the younger generations, the younger kids, to be more interested in STEM. STEM, we want to make it very accessible to kids because it's such an important activity to do and develops you in so many ways. And this is what, of course, we do at community level and at regional level. And yeah, that's quite about our team. Now, the presentation is your competition toolkit. It's the most essential information about portfolio and also partnerships. You'll see further in the presentation that we put quite an accent on how to get financial support and how to connect with sponsors, because without them, it's really hard to get somewhere in competitions. So first, a bit about portfolio. Now, portfolio is the most important aspect about the competition. It's what makes you eligible for awards. It what describes you essentially as a team, and it's the evidence that you have of the impact that your team has in your community. And of course, no rookie team can learn how to make a good portfolio from the start. It's absolutely impossible. And this is why we want to accentuate some aspects, which are, of course, common mistakes that we did when we were younger too. So now I have the portfolio from last year. I'm not sure if you can really see it. Okay, you can. So of course, most of the common mistakes is that you put too much text. And when you put too much text, then you can't really see the information clearly. The judges have to read it, and it doesn't really help them. They have to also visualize it. They also have to understand it and not just read it. Another mistake that we've seen when we mentored quite a few teams, rookie teams, was that they had no measurable impact in their portfolios. So they would say, for example, that we organized let's say 3 events, or we organized that X number of events, and they didn't really show the impact. And that is really important for us to show the impact, to show what we have done and what we have achieved at the community level. And also there's per organization and generic statements, and I'm going to get to them further in the presentation. Now, by no any means can I enforce a structure of the portfolio, but this is something we've seen that it works. This is what we have been using for quite some time, ever since the championship in 2024. And we saw that works. So first we start with a team overview, a bit about our history, but about our mission, members, and roles. Some teams I've seen, they put branding, so some branding elements and the visual identity of the team, which is perfect and which is really original to do. And then we get to technical. the technical part, where we detail everything about robot design, CAD, programming iterations, and we always include photos, diagrams, development timeline, and let me see if we have some here, and diagrams with what worked and what didn't. So diagrams such as this one, these ones, not sure if you can see it, that help judges visualize exactly what you do. And these are very easy on the eyes, which is important. Now, then we get to outreach and community impact. So we detail everything from STEM workshops to events that we've done in the community to collaborations that we've done with teams or partners or technical firms and so on. And what is really important is that we measure them. We show exactly how many people we've impacted, how many teams we've collaborated with, how many events we have organized and what those entailed, because it's important for judges to see exactly what you have done. And then we get to sponsorship and sustainability, where we show correct sponsors, financial growth, resource management, and so on. And an important aspect that we have seen that quite brought quite appreciation to our portfolio was that we included future plans. So our plans for the future, so that judges can see that we have a long-term sustainability plan, not just technical and within the team, but with goals that transcend the FTC community. So not just organizing events or I don't know, making robots for the season, but our vision for the long term. And what I want to emphasize on is that the portfolio has to be made with the FTC competition manual in front of you, because then you can see exactly what criteria you have ticked off, what you have done, and you can see exactly that you have put that in the portfolio. So you can rest your mind that you know exactly that you wrote everything that you needed in order to have the best portfolio ever. There's actually, I think last year, we didn't do the portfolio with the FTC competition in mind. We just saw the criteria, saw the awards, and we're like, okay, we're going to do that. And right before we had to print the portfolio, we discovered that we didn't put a financial sustainability plan. So we had to modify in 20 minutes absolutely everything to reorganize the portfolio and to implement that too, because of course we have to tick everything off. So just advice from me, just look at the FTC portfolio whenever you're doing it, FTC competition manual whenever you're doing the portfolio, because it's extremely important and it can really make the difference between, just participating and an award. Now, this is the structure that we use when we make our portfolio. As I said, impact is extremely important and you have to show it, because if you just say we inspired students, then it doesn't have an equally measurable impact, such as we organized 12 workshops reaching 480 students, blah, 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 blah. You have to show your exact impact so judges can see exactly what you have done. Now, what about design? Because design is also important. I know some people sometimes overlook it. Teams sometimes overlook it because what's important is the information. That's right. That's completely true. But design helps it make more uniform, helps it make more easier to read and easier to understand, to comprehend. So whenever you're doing the design to the portfolio, always try to use consistent colors that are within your brand identity, high quality images, clear headings, and easy visualization. So implement as many diagrams as you can, as many drawings as you can of whatever you can do to not have as much text as possible. And just try to make it easier for judges. And of course, here's a QR code to a resource that we have found extremely helpful. I'm sure most teams know it. It's Portfolio Labs. It's on a platform where you can see different portfolios of different teams, which have participated to World Championships or to premier events and have won Think Award or Inspire Award or whatever. And there you can get inspiration from how other teams structure their portfolio and how they design them. And it's extremely helpful because then you aren't just working on a blank canvas. You get inspiration from other teams that you know have achieved something based on that portfolio. Now, let's get into sponsorships. So, budgeting is extremely important. It's what's at the core of the team, if I may say that. And of course, depending on the season and the resources that you have that season, you have to plan your budget differently. Let's say you suffered a generational change in your constructions or programming department. Then you have to invest more in events and in outreach so you can get them equilibrated, quite equilibrated, let's say. So if you are struggling on one side, then you have to focus on that side, but then also try to make sure that you are still how can I say this, going on further with the different departments. And this is how we structure our budget when everything is all right, when everything is pink and rainbows. So the road parts are what makes up most of our budget, 60%. So everything, including filaments, aluminum, and whatever the robot needs. Then 10% competition costs, so travel and housing, and the 50% on technical, so promotional materials or roll-ups or spiders, promotional materials per se, and emergency reserve. I know that most teams don't have that, and for us it was very important to have that emergency reserve for unexpected purchases, for unexpected things that we had to do. So, for example, it was one competition, and I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, I'm not sure exactly, where all of our batteries failed. So they they were broken. They were and don't know exactly what happened, but we had to buy like immediately at the competition new batteries, and we got them from that emergency reserve that we have in our budget, because it was something that we have never expected to do, and it wasn't in our financial planning of the robot, and so we have that in case of anything, and it was really helpful for us. Now, in order to get sponsors, there are a few main methods how to do that, and some are more efficient than others. So we all heard about the cold emails, to just email companies and so on, which aren't really that effective. I know I've personally emailed from the team's email around 60 companies and so on. Most of them no response. So that isn't really quite effective. Then we also have pitches, and pitches are extremely important. Let's say you get to collaborate with a TV media platform or a media platform per se from your city. And with the help of the media platform, you say that you organize a pitch for sponsors at a venue in your city. And that media platform helps you gain visibility and recognition so that more sponsors come to that respective pitch. And little by little, you can organize pitches that are very impactful. And that's what we've seen was extremely efficient and way more efficient than just cold emails. But it was also helpful for us to understand what sponsors want from us. So if you just go to them with a pitch that, oh, you can help a robotics team, it doesn't phase them in any way. They don't really care about that. You have to show them what a robotics team entails and how exactly that helps them. So you can say that you're going to give them community visibility. You can give them STEM workforce development or a positive public image, because of course, us as robotics team always have to be gracious, and then they can be sure that we're not going to have any problems regarding, I know, publicity stunts or whatever. And last but not least, employee engagement, especially if you're collaborating with a tech firm. Most of the tech firms will later want to collaborate with the team further in order to develop their workforce. So we developed last year something that we call a sponsorship package, which we've seen isn't really that popular within FTC teams, but was extremely helpful for us at high-level events where there were a ton of tech firms present. So we have a venue in Bucharest, in Romania's capital, where they organize a lot of events with tech firms, with firms in general, and we there managed to get an educational stand. And to get more sponsors to us and to make it easier for them and for us to maintain the connections and to have that first trust made, we developed this sponsorship proposal, which includes, and let me know if you can see if I turn the pages. Okay, so it includes something about your team, because of course that sponsor doesn't know your team, isn't going to look up your team if you give them a flyer or a business card. So you have to write about your team there, about your achievements, about what your team has done. Then we have team members, because I saw personally that sponsors are more inclined to give to a robotics team or to a team in general if they see exactly who is on the team. Not necessarily because of connections. We didn't really have any connections at those events, but they see that there are real kids that are in that team, and it was really important for them to see that, see who exactly is contributing to what. And so we wrote about each member's contributions, then awards and distinctions, because it's really important for them to see that you have something that makes you not necessarily an important candidate, but needing candidate, a candidate that is worth investing in. And then it's very important to put something about FTC, about your robot, and about the Citizens team. I guarantee you, no sponsor, no potential sponsor that isn't active in the FTC community, that isn't active in First Overall, knows anything about the competition. So it's always important to detail exactly what FTC is, how your robot looks, and what is the scope of the game, basically. And you have to detail that. Now, you can also add impact of the activity that you have done, so they can see that you're worth investing in. So here, they could see the impact that we've had at the community level, the events that we've organized, what exactly we do with the money that we receive, and what we are affiliated with. So they can see exactly that our mission is empowering young people to be more interested in STEM. Of course, they need to see something about the budget. So what other firms invest in the budget, so they know how to who you are affiliated with, and how you get most of your income, and who you collaborate with. And this is what we've added at the end to make this transaction, basically this partnership between sponsor and team, more accessible. So depending on how much they donate to us, how much they sponsor us, they can see exactly how much visibility and how much they're going to get from us, basically. So, for example, if they invest €100 in us, they get recognition on social media and mention on website and portfolio. And if they invest even more, then they get their visibility even on our robot, which kind of enforces them to sponsor a bit more, so they get more visibility. And that visualization really helped us and helped them see exactly what that partnership will be about. Okay, so that was about the sponsorship package. Of course, you have to include contacts. Now, we talked a bit about how to find sponsors and with cold emails or with pitches, but it's really important to make research about the firms that you have in your community, especially if you're a rookie team. So first you have to go to local businesses or to engineering firms, tech firms that are more inclined to give you something because you are affiliated with STEM. And after you see a few companies and after you manage to get in contact with them, either through emails or cold calling or pitches or just organizing a visit there, you can send that sponsorship package. And it's very important to schedule a meeting with them because when you talk one-on-one with that respective person, or when it's that interaction between team and sponsor face-to-face, then the partnership is more inclined to last more. And this is what we try to do with most of our sponsors, Be Defender, Team Can, and many more. We always occasionally visit them, of course, programmed visits, so they can see exactly what we have done, what we have accomplished so far, and what other needs we have. And this is the retention framework that is very important when you get access to a sponsor. So before they give you the money, they have to make sure that you are worthy of them giving you the money. So this is why you have to build trust with them. You have to show them why you're a worthy candidate of receiving that respective money. And while they're sponsoring you, you have to show them what you have done with that respective money. So how that sponsorship has helped you as a team. So they can show that they can see that you're thankful for that. And after you win something at a competition with the help of that respective firm, have to, of course, share the results with them and give them visibility on the media platforms if they want to, and make them see that you're thankful for that. And of course, during off season, it's very important to maintain contact. We as a team have newsletter that we give to our sponsors. It's a bi-monthly newsletter. So they receive emails about what we have done so far, what our plans for the future, and whether we need something or not. So if we want to schedule an appointment with them or we want to talk about something else with them. And that was really important to maintain that contact and to maintain that relationship, because that's what makes the difference between a one-time sponsor and a partner. And we always try to value partners more because that trust is extremely important for us. Now, this was my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for inviting us again to present here. Of course, I'm not sure if you have any questions or if someone from the chat has any questions, but if you have any questions, feel free to contact us anytime on Instagram, Facebook, email, whatever. Even you can contact me directly. I have no problem answering any kind of question. So we are so thankful for this conference, and thank you so much for inviting us.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for participating. That was a lot of information, a lot of useful information that we're definitely gonna try and do.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing that stood out was the actual flyer that you can send out with like all of the information about your team, the individual members. I think highlighting that, that team is ultimately composed of so many young, future engineers, super important to give some more like humanization to the team, because it can seem a little bit weird. I'm sure so many different companies get emails from teams constantly. It's just like you just kind of think of this as like a label of a team, but then there's like so many individuals working inside of that, and being able to show that is a lot more humanizing and can build a stronger connection between a company and then a group like that. So a lot of great information. I was really happy to meet with you guys. Obviously, go Road 2D2. It was a great time competing with and against you guys. And you guys are an amazing team. We're really excited to see where you guys continue to grow and strive to be great. So,
and we're excited to continue connecting with you guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
Y'all
of
guys
course,
are
anytime.
A great team to connect with, and definitely a really good role model for the first community.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you so much. That means a lot for us. And thank you again for collaborating with us for so many times. And we're so glad to have you. Who knows, in future conferences, we'd be more than glad to have you there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. Likewise.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much.
Best of
Enjoy the
luck
rest of your day.
this season.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
You as well. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
All
right.
righty.
Hey there, Golden Dragons. I think. Let's see. You guys. She ended a little bit late, but that's all right. Let me see. Let's do some preparations. Can you guys hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Absolutely.
Yes, I
Okay.
can.
Sweet. All right. So I'll do like a small team introduction for you guys for the stream, and then you guys feel free to start preparing for your presentation. Get up your slideshow. You should we enabled screen sharing for all participants. So
And once again, for the viewers on YouTube, please ask questions in the chat or comments, whatever, and we would be happy to relay them to the presenting team.
absolutely. All right. So here we have 772, the Golden Dragons from Hartsville, South Carolina. They had a 210 non-penalty OPR, which is good for 24th in the world.
That's crazy.
They were the Winning Alliance first pick and the Control Award winner at the Canadian Rockies Premier event in late July. They were participated at the Multinational Tech Invitational, or MTI, which is the most competitive event in the world. They had a good performance there as well. And they made the playoffs and were a very successful team in the good old division Worlds. So we are very excited to have you guys. We're glad that you guys can make it, and we're very excited to listen to your presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, like you said, we're from Hartsville, South Carolina, and we attend a 2-year junior senior boarding school, which means that in our freshman and sophomore year of high school, we attend a local school, and then we come from all over South Carolina in our junior year to attend the Governor School for Science and Math in Hartsville. So we have members across the state. Like some people drive 40 minutes to school while others drive 3 hours. And like you said, we have a lot of events that we won. We went to Worlds 3 times in a row since center stage to now, and we won the first Control Award at the Canadian Rockies Premier event. And this is our team for Decode. We have 5 co-captains and sub-team leads, and we have 9 team members. And going into BioBuzz, we have 6 rolling over team members that turned from juniors to seniors, and we have 6 co-captains with 4 sub-team leads. So I'm Shuri, the Outreach and Portfolio Captain for this season. I'm a senior in high school, and my goal for this season is to expand our outreach initiatives to have a large global impact.
Hi guys, I'm Marie. I'm going to be one of the mechanical co-captains for BioBuzz, and I'm also a senior in high school. And my goal this season is to have V1 of the robot completed and functioning before winter break. So we're going to be talking about how to finance and build sustainable practices on a team. So one of the main general tips that we have is number 1 is to obviously spend wisely. Don't waste money on random things that your team probably doesn't actually need. And ensure that you're always in a net positive rather than loss. So make sure you're not going into debt, which is kind of hard as a robotics team anyway, but that's very difficult to get out of. And try to save almost $1,000 for the next year if rollover is possible. But as some schools or institutions do not allow that, make sure you use that money for resources. So this could mean investing in things like tools or robotics parts, like machinery, things like that. And make sure you also keep updated and organized records, because it doesn't really matter if your spreadsheets have all the information if you can't really understand them anyway. And a little bit about sponsors. Small sponsorships add up. So make sure you're not just applying for large sum sponsorships or grants, because even asking people in your community who will only give you maybe $100 per business, that still adds up and can be very beneficial for later. And obviously another thing you can do is to look for grants and other programs or scholarships. And some of those things you can just look for by getting in touch with people in your community or in the first community. They will definitely know what kind of opportunities are out there.
And it's also very important to form connections with people in your community. We actually have a lot of connections to our local businesses and like local government, like our mayor. That's a great way to go out and like meet new people that would be willing to support robotics and like kids getting educated in STEM and things like that. And a big thing you can do to do this is also to use your network because you definitely know a lot more people than you think you do, especially like your parents will know someone who would be willing to help your team out. A lot of people are willing to support robotics as long as you just get out there. And yeah, a lot of companies will see like the impact that your team has on their community or like just in general and will be more willing to sponsor you. So now we're going to talk about some general sustainability practices. When these are some of like the overview stuff we're going to be talking about is we're going to allow rookies to shadow experienced members to give them firsthand opportunities to everything a veteran member does. This allows them to be able to have all the knowledge they need before they have to become the leaders next season when their veterans leave. And to pass down knowledge on every small things. Even if you think it doesn't matter or this isn't something they need to know, they do need to know it because one day you're not going to be there and they need to know every single detail that you know in order to be able to lead in the team and for the team to function. And keep your handbooks updated. Whenever your leadership's passed down, the new leaders need this as a good guidance on how to run their season. And if it's not updated, they're going to left with information that's not complete and not really updated to how the team functions now. Some key points that we're going to hit on for general non-tech and technical sustainability practices is to allow rookies to have an independent project and kind of see one, do one, and teach one mentality, and to make sure you are always trusting your rookie members. So, as we were saying, allowing rookies to have an independent project is a very important step in them learning how to do robotics in general. So, some examples include like having the mechanical team build a robot in 3 days or a week, and like make sure that they're doing all of this like independently and like you're just kind of giving them guidance. This allows them to learn like the different parts and different resources that they can use. And software, they can learn how to code a subsystem. This could be for their own robot or on like the main robot. Just like learning how to code like a basic subsystem at first, especially if they're new to coding, or those more experienced members can try to do something like more difficult. But having them do this by themselves and like critically think is very important. And then outreach, this is going to be talked about a little more later, but like making like a mini portfolio for maybe like the robot in 3 days or like something of that kind of sort to just allow them to get their hands on things and just try to figure out like what they're supposed to be doing is really important. And then using the see one, do one, teach one kind of teaching method is pretty helpful, especially in robotics, because there is a lot of complex skills that they'll have to learn. And it's good to make sure that they understand it fully. So what you want to do is basically just show the rookies like how to do a task or skill. This is very applicable to things like learning how to use different machinery, which we'll also talk about a bit later, or just like more complex like tasks in general. And then after you show them, you want to make sure that they can do it independently, but you also want to make sure that they're doing it correctly. So you just want to like supervise them as they like try to maybe like do their first like cut on the CNC machine alone or something like that. And then you want to make sure that they can teach it back to you, that they understand it fully, that they can troubleshoot by themselves and be able to pass on that information to their own rookies. But obviously, this teaching method isn't always applicable to everything. It's more just for like those 7-step tasks that they really need to get down. And another big point is to make sure you're trusting your rookie members. It's easy to try and micromanage everything they do or not give them very complex tasks due to fear that they won't be able to handle it or it's going to slow down progress with the robot. But to create a whole team, you need to allow them to grow and become their own leaders.
because they will have to take your shoes one day and you have to trust them to take on your workload. If you're in a state with your rookies where you can't trust them to take over every aspect of what you do, that might be an issue, and it might need you need to give them more trust and teach them more so you're able to trust them to give them all your positions, because it's going to be very important to create a big sustainable team.
So some of the specific sub-team sustainable practices include, like for technical, especially for mechanical, is teaching machinery, and for non-technical, we have outreach in portfolio. So like I was saying, with machinery, it's very, very important for them to be able to do things from start to finish. And if something is going to go wrong, to make sure that they can troubleshoot and like understand the concepts well enough to be able to do that and teach it. And it's also very important that at least 2 rookies know how to use each machine or know each critical skill, so that if one isn't there, there's another person that can teach their own rookies or to just do it by themselves. And so this can include things like using the 3D printers, using a glow forge, which is like a laser cutter, an X tool, Omeo, or like soldering.
For some non-technical sustainability practices, especially for outreach, I'd say to let your rookies have their a very active role in some of your initiatives, and whether that's just helping out and being by your side or having a more active role in planning and actively doing things to create your outreach. Allow them to hold meetings with other teams by themselves to be comfortable talking to people and just building connections to other teams, because it's also important to have personal connections with them so they're able to have those like relationships later on after you leave the team, and support and guide them through starting their own initiatives, which is a good place where they could learn all the like micro issues that come with starting and planning events. It's important for them to learn through those like challenges now before it becomes a problem later and things end disastrously. And for portfolio, guide your rookies throughout the way your team does port. Every team does it differently, so it's important they learn the specifics of how you do it and how you want the port to be done. You guys could work together to create a page and give them direct feedback on their work. And then you could allow them to work on a page entirely on their own, and then you look over it to see if there's any details that need to be switched, or if something isn't too right, because they are still learning and they do need these feedback to be comfortable with their work. But remember, don't hinder their own creative process just because it isn't the exact way that you'll do it. It's important for rookies to be able to explore what they like and how they like to do things, especially something important, which is very creative, because you're not going to agree every single time on every decision, but it's important to work through those differences and compromise, because that's how you create a team where everyone is able to have fun and also enjoy what they're doing. And that's all that we have. Thank you guys so much for having us and listening to us. If you're interested in anything about our team or have any more questions, feel free to reach out to us on any of our socials. And thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a lot of great information about sustainability, right?
Yeah.
I feel like so many great teams have gone away because the lack of sustainability in place, like cookie bots and brainstormers and the clueless. Yeah. A lot of like us. We're a 4-man team right now, and 3 of us are seniors. So we're gonna be down to 1 member. So we gotta recruit too, and pass on all of our knowledge to our younger members.
And I think that sustainability is honestly like exemplified through your team. So you said that you went to the World Championships 3 years in a row. That only happens because your team is sustainable, right? Because there's only like 4 years of high school, obviously, and then it dips down into a little bit into middle school and whatnot. But appearing at the World Championships 3 years in a row just goes to show that you guys know what you're doing in terms of sustainability and passing on the knowledge that needs to for future success in terms of technical skill or anything like that. But yeah, I think that was an amazing presentation.
Yeah, that was
I think
great.
there's a lot of valuable skills and systems and lessons that can be implemented into other team seasons that are going to be very helpful. So again, we appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to come present. And thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I
guys.
bet.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
We'll love to connect in the future again. So
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
I hope you have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
okay, who's up next? We got
It's Mechanical Masterminds from Maryland.
Yep.
oh,
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
anytime. They're the building Brighton, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll be right
okay.
No, you're good.
Are we still on time?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
It is 10:07. I think we're starting at 10:05.
I think we're a little early. That's all right, though.
I'm perfectly fine with being ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Here, check the.
So you don't have to come this early. We have you scheduled 11:35 your local time, which is 10:35 our local time. We have a team going before you. Um, that is cephalobots at 10:15. So they should be coming in the room in just a couple minutes. So I don't. You can technically you feel free to stick around for this presentation. Um, you can also go into the stream if you want to. If you don't have to be in the meeting. Um, but we're glad that you're here. Just want to let you know that you're a little bit early, and we'll have a team go before you.
Okay, no worries. We might just stick around.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. Do you know if the person named Jenna in the Zoom meeting is that with Mechanical Masterminds or is that with Cephalobots?
She's with us.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Alrighty. So now we can just kind of hang around until
Step
Cephalobots.
break. Maybe we get something to eat.
Yeah, in fact, we haven't eaten all day.
Eating breakfast yet? Okay, where are mechanical masterminds from?
They're from Columbia,
Iowa?
Maryland.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we can go on mute until Cephalobots shows up.
All right.
All right. Hi, Lucas. Are you from 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 cephalobots? Awesome. Sweet. We are we'll do a little introduction on you guys. So, like we said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 cephalobots from Laredo, Texas. They were the Connect Award winner at the South Curie League tournament this year, and we are excited to have you guys. And whenever you feel comfortable, you are clear to go ahead and start your presentation.
You should have access to share your screen and to like present there. And once again, for those who are tuning in on the live stream via YouTube, please feel free to comment and ask questions.
Right. Yeah.
We'd be happy to answer them. So.
And we'd be happy to relay it to any
Yep.
teams. If you have any technical questions, any outreach type of questions, if you ask them here, then we can relay it to the team in real time as soon as we get them. So don't be shy.
Right. So I'm just, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, let me just, let me just share my screen.
W Legos in the background.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Okay, there we go.
Those guys. Really?
Really? Can y'all see my presentation all right?
Yep. Looks good.
Looks good.
The floor
Alright.
is yours.
Hello, my name is Lucas, and I represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 cephalopods as the outreach manager. And with that, I manage like all outreach presentations and all that kind of stuff. In the introduction, my introductions is today for the Unity Summit. I'm going to be presenting on 1, the culture that me and my team come from. 2, how our team is structured and our team dynamics. And 3, how my main point is like on outreach opportunities and how it works and how we do it at least. Starting off with our culture, with like our team and our culture and all that kind of stuff. We as a team are based in a town called Laredo, Texas, which is a border town between both Mexico and America. This means that our whole culture is kind of a melting pot of both Hispanic and American cultures. Along with that, we are a part of, and along with that, we are a part of or that we are a part of Hector J. Garcia Early College, which is an early college program. That means that a majority of our classes are college classes, along with our regular high school classes and any extracurriculars that we are taking, including robotics, which means that it's a very it's a high workload on us, but we enjoy it. We find the ways to work around it. We use apps and we use certain applications that help us communicate better and organize ourselves in a much more orderly way. And now I'm going to move on to team dynamics, team structures, team plan. Here at Hector de Garcia Early College and our robotics team, we're structured into a decent common structure with president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, and club sponsor, which is basically the team captain. That's just the basic things. We are at our high school. We are separated into two teams: us, the cephalobots, and our sister team, the Robatis. But 1 2 3 1 2 3 0 5, the Robatis. But for us, we our main structure is the programming, outreach, art, and mechanics, which is more the actual aspects of robotics that itself. And for main the team structure, we use a system called CWAT, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Like basically our strengths and weaknesses of how our team is structured right now. Our main strengths are that we do have a lot of experience. We've been doing FTC for a very long time, like 10 years plus, or I think like 15 years plus at this point. We have incredible team spirit. We treat all of our competitions that we go to as sporting events. We come out, we are usually our team usually is the highest turnout out of any teams at the competitions, especially even usually locally. We stand in the bleachers, we yell, we cheer, we bring food. We treat it kind of like a sporting event. We have like a distinct identity. We are cephalobots, is an easy marker, an easy icon that we can just put on anything. It's really easy to make merch with. It's really easy to make costumes with, as you can see in this slide. We are very distinct and we are very loud, which is what I like to say. Some of the weaknesses that come in our team are one, minimal programmers. We have a running gag that we have like one programmer max ever at one given point in time, even though we have dozens of people for every other aspect of robotics. We sometimes have unbalanced workload and uninvolved members, which kind of happens because we do have a large team. But usually we find a way to deal with it. We usually cut people off after a while of being uninvolved. Moving on to how our CWAT is continuing. We as I mentioned, we have a dual enrollment program at TMU, which means that we have to deal with a large workload. But it means that we participate in college classes, which means that we can do almost we can connect with people in the college and we can take those opportunities. We can take those opportunities to help our robotics team. We have gotten multiple financial aids from the college that we are at through its different departments and areas that we are part of. And that has helped us fund our robot. We can see many of the funding right here, that listed right here. And you can see how our team is structured right here. Social media, portfolio makers, designers. This portfolio isn't actually made by me. It's made by our art team who makes the portfolios and structures it for this exact reason. In case we ever need to present on any given topic. Moving on to our main topic of national outreach. Outreach. Our team is very talented in national and local outreach, and we have started branching out into more international outreach with other teams from other countries. But starting with national outreach, we we helped with the technology climate education research at TEMU, which is the college that we attend. So, like I was saying, going to the college gives us opportunities that we would not have if we did not go to the college. We also helped with the quizzes, which is now known as like I think like new something. Wayground is called Wayground now, but we helped with the STEM outreach programs at the quiz educational technology STEM and community outreach, which is what we do best. Um, this is the main. We tend to lean towards we tend to lean towards. We've hosted lots of community outreach, which include we participate in our own Laredo Public Library. We help with the humanitarian outreach, like the Mother's Day initiative. At the Laredo Public Library, we went in there and taught kids how to code with little robots called Sparky. You can see the little picture up here. And for the Mother's Day initiative, we helped with student council to organize in our school to organize a lot of stuff to spread that out locally. We also hold mentorships programs with a lot of other schools. We mentor elementary schools and middle schools on their own problems that they struggle with. And we help with Cigarroa Lucky Duckies and the Milton Elementary First Lego team to help work out their kinks and their problems and to give them a mentoring that would be needed when they carried on to their later high school careers, whether they joined us or not. It was very like helping the next generation, if I could say it. And we very much enjoy like that. We do a lot of international outreach. As I said, we are barely starting to get into it. We usually do more local and national outreach, but we have been doing other things like this main one of these ones, which is our chaos meeting with 484 Chaos, a Kazakhstanian team. And another one that's not on here, 26075 Vampire Robotics, which is actually the robotics team that invited us to the Unity Summit. Which is a Romanian robotics team, which we have recently done video calls with, participated in, and which allowed us to get a more dip into the international scene and learn how like the other teams communicate across borders and like thousands of miles. My main topic for my outreach and how I'm going to explain it is on local outreach because that's what me personally I've participated in. The way we go about getting local outreach is mainly about like I take it more personally as like keep it simple. Like it's like you're a person who knows people who end up knowing more people. Like the library outreach that we recently did that we've been doing, that only was able to help happen because me personally I volunteer at the library and I have a lot of connections there and I was able to organize that between us. And a lot of the mentor outreach that we've done with the elementary middle schools only happened because some of our members were a part of those teams and still had the contact information for some of those teams. It's mainly a networking kind of. You have to know people who know people, and most teams leave it at just that, or like they only go through the level one. But to get like the larger opportunities, you have to like kind of branch out and ask around to who knows this and who knows that, which is one of the main ways we get our outreach opportunities, and it kind of relies on the individual, which is on the individual, like more personally on how we get our outreach. This was my main topic. This is our art. We were very out of art in our, and I did edit this a little bit just to like help us on, but that was like the main point of my presentation. And I thank you for like listening. I think I was probably a little bit short, but I don't know.
It works out.
Yeah,
Great.
no, that was great.
That's awesome. I love your
Thank
branding.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're kind of
you.
like twinning a little bit because
Mhm.
you guys are like
I got,
Robotics, and then we're Leviathan. So
Yeah.
we kind of
I got
do
my shirt here.
nice.
Yo,
So
peak.
I got
we
my
kind of
shirt
we
here.
before every match we yell release the Kraken. So yeah, we're
Um,
definitely on
we
that.
have
It's like
we
kind
have
of
a like a call like kind of like that. We like what's our call again? I actually forgot, but it's something like that where we just like yell at the top of our lungs.
yes,
Yes.
And
yeah, because the
So
team
peak.
spirit. Yeah,
So peak.
we have gotten in trouble a couple of times because the organizers yell at us for not like yelling too loud or something, or because we're just in the
What?
stands just the yelling stuff. I don't know. It's
that's
but we
wild.
enjoy
That's
it.
crazy.
It's like a full
We've never
sporting event.
got
Yeah.
Yeah, we enjoy it very much.
yeah.
Yeah.
You guys have a really awesome team.
Thank you.
I like your formatting, like your team branding. You have a lot of interesting lessons that I'm sure a lot of teams here will
Mhm.
be, interested in learning about. Again, taking those steps into international outreach is kind of what we're doing with this event as well. Um, so trying to, organize teams together and stuff like that. Like the Global Unity Summit and then, load across the globe and stuff like that. So yeah, we definitely understand getting those stepping into the
Yeah,
global sphere in terms of outreach is a big step, but it's a very fun one as well.
Yeah.
You learn so many lessons.
Yep.
So
And again, with the reaching out to international teams, it's a whole different realm of
yeah.
outreach, right?
It is
Like,
very much whole different realm. I've seen
like
it's very hard, though I do kind of like I've been starting to grasp how to do it, and I
good.
think once the FTC season starts, I think I'm gonna start with holding like trying to branch out with multiple different teams.
Okay.
yeah, absolutely, yeah,
If y'all need help with that, let us know.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Well, we learned a lot of lessons through this
Yeah.
organization of this event, so
Yeah.
we'd be happy to share what
Yep.
we've learned. And another good resource, have you joined the Load Robotics Load Across the Globe Discord server yet?
No, I have not. Do you
Okay,
have my Discord? You can just send it to me, please. I'd
gotcha. Yeah, I
appreciate
will.
it.
Here, are you let's see, are you Balder in?
Yeah, that's me. That's
Okay,
me.
cool.
Okay.
I will send the invite link to that in your team's channel. That has a great resource that you can get involved in with our meetings, but also like learn ways to actually do your own outreach and see how they've organized it because they've had a lot of successful events, and we learned a lot from
Hmm.
them as well. So
Okay.
Along with the
Yeah, it's
international outreach, it's it's really cool to learn how teams operate, right? Like that's kind of the thing that I wanted to make sure most teams present at this event is how they operate, what they're like, because like our teams in the United States are far gonna be way different than uh, the teams in Russia and Kazakhstan, right? So
yeah.
it's really cool. And I love connecting with people. It's really fun to um, connect with people that like, oh, I was talking with you on Discord. Oh, that's who you are.
right,
So,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
all right, yeah. Good luck on your continuing to further
mhm.
your outreach internationally. Good luck with your BioBuzz season, and we hope that you have not only a good day but a good season as well.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely.
I can leave now. I'm good.
Yeah, yeah, you're good to
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
There will be a copy if you ever want to look at your presentation again, like later in the future. We
Oh,
have
thank
a live stream going on that's recording all of this, so
you. I
you'll be able
did
to
know
go
that.
back. I'll probably give like timestamps, and then I'll individually record episodes for each team, so they can go back and watch your presentations. Or if like a spectator wants to see what a certain team presented on, they can go back and they can watch
Yep.
what those guys talked
And
about. So
we will definitely post those to our YouTube channel. So,
yeah, YouTube channel,
yeah.
and then
All right.
we'll send out links to those in the actual Global Unity Summit as well. So.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I think
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
absolutely.
say that.
Okay. All right. For the mechanical mastermind, are you guys a-okay to present?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. I'll here,
Hey,
Lucas.
would you be okay with like stopping your screen share? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
My bad. I forgot.
No, you're good.
You're
You're good.
All right. So we have the next team. While they're getting prepared, I'll go and introduce them. It is 3329, the mechanical masterminds from Columbia, Maryland. Um, their rookie year was this year, and they have a bright future ahead of them. And we're very excited to see maybe the lessons that they learned and hear their story that they have to offer. So, without further ado, let us know if you need any help setting up your presentation with the screen sharing. But if not, the floor is yours, and take it away.
Thank you guys for the great introduction. I'm Shreya.
I'm Adi.
And Jenna.
Jenna, sorry.
And we're Team 3329 Mechanical Masterminds. Okay. And this is Build in Brighton. We are from Howard County, and we are made of 9th and 10th graders, and this is our second year as an FTC team. We are trying to inspire students and of all ages to pursue STEM while fostering an environment of inclusion and diversity while trying to improve in any way we can, whether that's our mechanical or software or outreach or CAD. Those are our 4 sub teams. I don't know why it says 3, but that's okay. Build in Brighton was made in September 2025. It is a hospital outreach initiative, and our boxes teach children in hospitals about different STEM principles. And we spent a lot of time researching and designing each model so they are fun and yet teach children something new. And hopefully, everyone who's watching this live stream right now hope to join our Discord and learn a little more about our team and our initiatives.
So about our team culture, our team is fully student-led, which means that meetings are scheduled and ran by our team leaders. We have a team lead and a deputy that oversees the agenda, as well as individual leads for different departments. So like our outreach, our hardware and software and CAD. Our coaches are there to teach us things we may not know, make sure we get to competitions and communicate to the parents. We have sub-team leaders who prioritize tasks for the team and manage their schedule. During this robotic season, we had people lead different things in their sub-teams while helping to contribute to every aspect of our team.
So Build in Brighton is where we build boxes for kids in hospitals to help brighten their day. We're currently trying to start designing STEM boxes that children around the world in hospitals can build. Think of them as Crunch Lab boxes or Kiwi Co. They're easy to build yet fun. We want to make sure that the boxes won't make a mess, have something flying somewhere, or have anything dangerous since these kids are in the hospital. We are also having people advertise to help spread the word about this initiative so we can start getting more things done and hopefully have boxes ready to be sent out soon. Hopefully your team can join and make this worldwide.
So, first example of one of our boxes is a catapult. So basically, it teaches kids how to assemble, shoot green and purple pom-poms. So like going back to the decode season, the artifacts, that's kind of what we're trying to represent in that. And the catapult's made out of PLA. We use wood sticks to hold the like shooter with the base, and then rubber bands to hold the shooter and be able to launch it, and the pom-poms, which they're obviously going to be shooting. Um, the age group that can use the catapult is from 3 to 8. It takes about 5 to 15 minutes to make, and the STEM principle we want to teach is projectile motion, which is something we learned from the decode season.
This one is still a work in progress. As you can see, like the CAD design isn't fully done for this, but it's a robotic hand with like cardboard ligaments with strings that you can pull, and it kind of works like an actual hand. If you can see that one thing in the corner, it's a picture of like a prototype for it. The age group is around 6 to 10, but these can vary. This would probably take 10 to 25 minutes, and we're just trying to make it more efficient to get it to be building together. And that's why we want you to help us and design more efficient boxes and cooler boxes for every age group. This STEM principle is structure and framework because we build with different materials and not necessarily it's going to be 3D printed.
So our third example is a spring shooter. So it's a 3D printed spring shooter that's inspired by pinball. It's made out of PLA. We have a spring and also a wooden dowel. We also use green and purple pom-poms as well. The age group it can differ, but we have for us we think ages 7 through 12 would be best. The estimated time is around 5 to 15 minutes for it. And what we want to teach them is energy transfer. So like the spring shooting the balls and transferring the kinetic energy. That's what we're trying to show.
So this is our about like this is basically all of the information that we have so far on Build and Brighton from our portfolio last year in Decode. So we have a bunch of different places of teams that are helping us, and we only have one successful box fully right now. And then we have a bunch of other information that you can figure out. And here's a poster that can help you join if you want to join. You can check out our website, team339.org, to join.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome, guys. I love that concept of the boxes. Since this is going to be live streamed, or since it actually is being live streamed right now, for anyone who's interested in helping you with those boxes, maybe helping you with like improving the design or just giving feedback, is there any contact information that you want some people to have, maybe like a Discord username or anything like that?
Yeah, you can contact me if you go to the Discord for the Unity Summit. I can like send a quick text in the general, and yeah, you can DM me from there.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure if a team, wants the opportunity or had, obviously has the opportunity now to help, that they actually can go through with that and give you guys some assistance. We'd be happy to as well. I just want to make sure that that is something that's available, but that plan sounds perfect. I think that is an
Yeah,
amazing
that's
goal as well.
very thoughtful. Like I know I've been in a hospital before, right? I feel like most of us have at one point, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's kind of boring, you know. So giving them something to do and some play around with. I know. I was talking to you, Shira, about it. The fidget spinner idea. Like that's a really simple thing, but what other types of designs or what other kind of um, things are y'all looking for in those boxes? So, example, like if I wanted to help contribute to giving you guys designs to spread, like what could I like, for example, like what could I design for you guys?
Um, so one of the designs that we had a member of BNB do, he was coming up with an electric car. So he was using he was using a Raspberry Pi, and he wanted to make like some sort of moving device that older kids could play with. Um, Anything that is somewhat STEM related and teaches kids principles of STEM and is something that they can put together in approximately 5 to 20 minutes, or for older kids, maybe longer. We want this
Okay.
for like, maybe from youngest 5 to oldest anything.
Okay.
And reach out to us with any ideas because we're glad to take your suggestions.
Yeah, we have some experience kind of in that realm, at least, of creating things, custom-made things to help people. So we actually partnered with Wings Aloft, which is a local nonprofit organization who actually supplies wheelchairs to disabled children in Uganda and Kenya. And they challenged us to help make them a prototype for an electric wheelchair that they can be used in those countries. Um, the terrain is pretty rough in some of those towns, and so creating a wheelchair that can be motorized, that's reliable, that can handle the rugged terrain, was a goal for us, and we were able to make a working prototype. And so we're familiar with that type of goal of making something custom in CAD and then developing it into a prototype that can be used to help people. And obviously, this is for younger children, maybe some sort of like activity or toy, rather than like a direct maybe like transportation assistance. But we'd be happy to help with that, and I'm sure a lot of people out there on like the live stream right now would love to help them that as well. So yeah, best of luck in your pursuits, and I think that's a very honorable pursuit as well. And we wish you the best of luck, and we'd be happy to help in the future. So we're looking forward to staying connected.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Absolutely.
Anytime.
Thank you guys for participating. We appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys for hosting.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys.
All
Let's see.
right. Who am we got next?
It'll be Hawk. From
Canada?
From
Nice.
Ontario.
Oh, nice.
Yep. All right. Yep, that's me.
Hey, how's it going?
By myself today. Hey, how are you guys?
Doing pretty good.
Yep.
I'll do a little team introduction. The previous team did finish a little early, but we can go ahead and get you started if you want to.
Sure. Let's get it started.
Okay. All right, so I'll do a little introduction for the live stream. We have team 19836 Hawk from Richmond Hill, Ontario, Canada. They finished the season with a 130 OPR. They were the Winning Alliance first pick and Division Alliance first pick at the Canada Cup, the Niagara Premier event. They were also the Sustain Award winner at that event. They participated in the FTC World Championship in the Jackson Division, where they finished 7-3, and they were the second pick in the playoffs. Very nice. And then they were also the Control Award winner at the Central Toronto Qualifier. So very accomplished season. Very happy to have you guys, or rather guy, but representing the other people. Yeah. But yeah, whenever you're ready, just feel free to share your presentation. If you have any issues, just let us know. But we'll give you the floor to do your thing.
Yeah. Okay, of course. Can I see my screen? That's working.
Yes.
Yep. There we go.
We're good.
Perfect.
Good. All right. So, hey folks, I'm Kevin, and I'll be representing Team 1926 Hawk, and I'll be talking a little bit about our early season planning and some of our designing process, as well as how we just get the season started in a way that's positive for the rest of the year. So, a little bit introduction about our team. So we are a team based in Richmond Hill, Ontario, part of Dr. X Academy of Culinary Robotics. And our entire team's goal has always been just to aim to spread the culture of first around the world, while also challenge ourselves through the different challenges and just trying to improving our engineering skills throughout. And a basic like summary of our team. So we are a very pretty much competitive team within our region. We have, I believe, uh, since before last year, every single time the Ontario Provincial Championship has always been won by us or our sister team. So we interchange members a lot. So yeah, we're very close with each other. We were the center stage world finalists. You can see on the picture right there. That's Row 2 and RKA. Row 2 D2 is here today, right? Yeah, I remember the form earlier. Yeah, I mean, you can see there's pictures of that's me right there. Yay. And then a little bit of a introduction of team setup. So every year around like the beginning of the new season, we get around 50% brand new rookies as well as previous members. Many of us just graduate after grade 12, and we just get a lot of new members coming from our previous basically our sponsor helps us get a lot of our members from the FIL programs before, and after they finish with the FIL, just move up to the FTC to basically challenge themselves more through a little bit more difficult competition. And every single year, our members are split up based off their interest in specific things. Like for example, some prefer mechanical, some prefer coding, and then some prefer like the outreach and stuff. And we make it very flexible for everybody. So if you want to just like work on something else, we make sure that like everybody gets a chance to do whatever they want to do, but also at the same time maintaining still having the more senior members helping the rookies to teach them about stuff and helping them to get caught up with all those the things. So next year they could become the senior member, support the new rookies next year. And as I mentioned before, we work very closely with our sister team, who we share a workshop with, and they're gonna present right after me, so you guys can hear a little bit about them afterwards. Yeah. Uh, Okay, so now move on to the actual stuff. So before the years, basically we get into anything, the first most important thing that we always do is we make sure we understand the game rules very well. So every single year, right after the kickoff, we just get every single member here and we just like make them sit in front of a computer and read the rule book. Like I know it's very boring, but it actually helped us a lot from a lot of this stuff within our design and strategy within everything. So some of the important stuff we look for is the niche strategies, like stuff that might not be thought of before, or like different play on like the specific rules. I have a bunch of examples later, as well as the other most important part being understanding the fouls. A lot of the years, including this year, and I think another good example is 2 years ago at Center Stage, the fouls actually plays a really huge role in the early season games and the qualifiers. Uh, which I think for our region, specifically in Ontario, that has become a big thing, but I'll delve more into that later. And then the third thing that we specifically look for was to the theoretical highest scoring strategy that helps, like if you do everything perfect, this is the way that we could score the most. And we want to aim for that nearing like the end of season, maybe later like provincials or worlds. We want to be able to compete at the highest level, being to score as much as we could. So here's an example of how those stuff could actually be helpful at play. So the first picture here is a picture of our clip ball from Into the Deep, and we were I think the only team in the world that had the basically we score from inside the submersible instead of the usual specimen scoring zone. We in the beginning of the season we already came up with this idea as we read the rules. Like it doesn't specifically say you have to score this specimen in front of the thing. You could go inside the submersible as well as scoring at the same time. The reason we thought for that was because it actually negates defense pretty well. As if another team just parked in front of your scoring zone, you can't really score. And a lot of the teams in our region plays a lot of defense. So we thought maybe if we could score from another location, we could override that issue. But however, like later on to the season, we had the clipbot. We basically implemented this into the clipbot, so we could grab from the far zone while scoring in the far zone at the same time, making the tally up cycles a lot faster. And here's an example of the about the penalties I was talking about earlier. The first picture here is a picture from the first qualifier in our region, which this is one of the later playoff matches, and you can see it was completely won off by 60 points of penalty, which plays a huge role in the beginning because a lot of teams are a little bit lower scoring at the early season because it's hard to get everything going already. And the other picture right now, that one's just funny. I just added for because as you see, the alliance playing this got 90-point foul because our human player decided to reach his hand into the ball because he didn't read the rule properly. So that's another reason why you should definitely read the rules properly so you don't actually commit that. And then here the third thing is here's a picture of our center stage robot. And one of the after we read the rules, as we realized one of the most high scoring things about that game was the end game specifically. As if you have the hang and if you have a perfect zone one drone, that's 50 points already. And if your alliance partner also gets 50, but that's 100 points. That like even at like the later levels at like the world like record levels at like the later are like 300 something, like that already takes up one third of the points, which is like still so it basically plays a huge role into the scoring of that year's game. So at the first qualifier, before we even get started with the pixel scoring, we already had all of the end game mechanisms to make sure we secured those that 50 points, as it was really crucial to getting a high score that year. Okay, and then right after we decide upon the rules, we give it like a couple days to think about it, like rethink about all the stuff that we have learned. One of the first thing we do is deciding on what we want to achieve this year. So what if so some of the years, for example, last year we had more than 50% rookie. We had a lot of rookie members. I think we had like two senior members left on the team. So our goal that year was not like go for like we don't want to like not go for like this number one OPR. Like that was not the goal. But we just want to like help our rookies to get a little bit stronger as well as developing their skills. So in fact, we just focus on qualifying to Worlds as the most important goal for that year. And so your seasons, you should always work all your progress towards like what your final goal is, and this goal is actually really important as it defines a lot of the steps that you are going to take part in as moving forward. For example, like what robot design you might decide to go for, as well as like what specific outreach strategies and how should you manage your team to split all the efforts into making sure all of the efforts counts towards what you actually want to achieve this year. And to make sure that this goal is actually a solid and good goal that you can follow through the entire season and not just like change over the days to not make it messy, make sure that the entire team brainstorms together and make sure everybody have a around like a same similar angle of view towards what they want to achieve throughout the season to ensure minimum direction change throughout the year and that you don't have to like make a lot of change that's like just gets really messy. Yeah, so after you decide on your goal, talking about the robot, so one of the things that really important for us is selecting the correct robot archetype, as you preferably don't want to switch it out too much throughout the season. And we would suggest like for us usually don't switch it out at least like 2.5 months prior to the competition. And about the robot archetype, it doesn't always has to be the highest scoring robot. For example, this year, in the beginning, we had a triple catapult robot. As even though we found it to not be the theoretically high scoring, we thought the far zone could, if you had the perfect accuracy, you could score even more. As well as the flywheel robot, moving as fast as could actually score far more than the like a normal catapult, which actually is proven to be true in the later seasons, we can see. But however, the catapult it had like minimal backspin, so the ball does not bounce out, as well as having three independent scores. So we could do the motif patterns perfectly, securing the pattern RP, and that makes it really easy for us to having a higher rank within the qualifiers, which will qualify us to provincials. So. And another example of that is the robot from last year Into the Deep. We decided to always go for specimen scoring, even though we thought sample scoring would be slightly faster as they required less complications throughout the way. And 8 points versus 10 points, the 2 point difference was very minimal. However, we still decided to go with specimen scoring as we found in most of our regions, most of the teams will be rather going for samples. And this prediction, as looking at for our first qualifiers, you can see in his image here, only two teams in the first qualifier that we attend can only do specimen, while 10 teams can only do samples. So this helps us make sure our partners could match up with us a lot better than how we would do if we just decide to go for samples as teams will like collide with each other and just like have a less efficiency on the scoring. So next up, after you have a little bit more deciding on your robot, the most next important thing is selecting the right qualifiers for your team or regional event. For us, as qualifiers, and it is in Ontario. So every single year, ideally, your team wants to go to as much qualifiers as you possibly could, but I know there's like a limit on it. And sometimes it's tricky for some school teams and teams with less flexibility upon travel. So of course, don't like you shouldn't sweat that. It's not like the end of the world. It's not that important. But and then when selecting the qualifiers, you should always try to maximize your chance of qualifying to the next step of your tournament, rather it'll be national or that'll be like provincials for us. And a couple of things that I could talk about is, for example, here, one of the tips that I would give is definitely decide off the amount of slots as given, specifically with this year. So here's a pretty good example of how it is, based off us and our sister team Rock, which we act the both the there so there was two qualifiers that was very near each other, being Mississauga and Waterloo. So the difference between the two was Mississauga qualifier had three slots of qualification with a much bigger event, while Waterloo only had two. And uh, our team was a little bit more confident with our robot performance compared to our sister team, who was a little bit more confident within their outreach performance. So comparing the two, as you know, Inspire first place is pretty much guaranteed. You move on to the next part. While when it's having only two slots, Winning Alliance captain is not 100% guaranteed, as there's a chance Winning Alliance partner with Inspire second could qualify over Winning Alliance partner captain. if Inspire was first place. So since it was and then as well as the finalist captain and also having a good chance with robot performance to qualify as if there was 3 slots. So both our team decided that since Rock was more confident with their outreach and getting the Inspire award, they decided to go to the qualifier with less amount of slots, as the Inspire awards were guaranteed to qualify anyways. While we were more confident about our robot, and we decided to go for the Mississauga qualifier with 3 different slots, as even if we finish as winning alliance partners, there's still a great chance that we could qualify. And it played out exactly as how we predicted before, with Rock winning both the Inspire award and the winning last captain at that qualifier. So they qualified with the first slot. And well, we had a very unlucky qual schedule with that 90-point foul game. So what ended up happening was we finished second. However, we still got first pick and we finished as the winning lines partner. That still got us to qualify, even though it was a little bit of a gamble. But however, with the third slot, actually helped us a lot to qualify. Uh, and then here's just like another thing is predicting based off what teams will be attending each qualifier. So here's like a good basically our prediction. We thought the Mississauga qualifiers robot will be a little bit tougher compared to the Waterloos. And the performance you can see, the pink outline here are from Mississauga and the blue one are from Waterloo. As you can see, out of the top 8, a majority of them are still covered by the Mississauga qualifier. So that was a lot more challenging on the robot performance side. So our team, which was more confident, that decided to go there and actually help support both teams qualify. And moving on to the next thing, ignore that. If you're not like too sure about the teams within your region, some other thing that I was talking about is go to the first qualifier. The first qualifier and the second qualifier often makes a huge difference. So, for example, this is from this year, these 2 images. The first qualifier, this is the final match. The final match was won 85 to 80 points. And as comparing, that's not very high score if you compare to like the later season games. But at that time, that was within our region, that was a pretty good score. And then if you compare to the second qualifier, which was a week later, the winning score increased from 85 to 172, which is a huge jump within the margins you have to in order to win the qualifier and qualify. And so we figured it's a pretty common case throughout all the season in our region, at least. As here's 2 examples from 2 previous seasons. This one was from center stage. We won the qualifier with 173 points to 40 points in the first qualifier, and the other one from Into the Deep, we won 339 to 88. So in the first qualifier, always make sure your robot is ready, as that is when a majority of teams are still trying to develop the robot. It's like a really easy chance for you to qualify. Uh, and then moving on, the next thing I will say is go really far. So in our region, in Ontario, some of the stuff are more spread out. For example, the Windsor qualifier, which our team and our sister team went there for 3 years in a row, and then we were able to win the we were able to win all 3 events all 3 years in a row. So as you can see, we have captain, first wave, blah, blah, for 3 years, basically. And the reason we decided to go there was because the teams that's usually really far, like nobody wants to go there. So the amount of teams is usually really small, so it's easier to win the event. And a lot of teams some of the teams there are like traditional strong teams, so you could be able to like predict a little bit better with how they're gonna play out. As well as since the teams are really far, the local teams there, if you go there a bunch of times, you already like know like their people there. Like you guys could like it's good for like scouting as well. Maybe like they become your alliance partner next time. And here's just some stats from previous season and this year. And the next thing I would say is go really late in the year. As a lot of the strong teams has already qualified for the next step of the region or whatever. So you don't even have to win the event to qualify. As here's the example from Central Toronto qualifier where uh you can see that out of the 8 teams that was mentioned in the qualification part, 5 of them already qualified. So the other 3 teams got the chance to qualify, which they normally wouldn't have if the other teams have not already qualified. So it increases your chance. So you basically don't have to win the Inspire. You don't have to win the entire event in order to qualify. And then after all of that, I feel like the most important thing is still advancing your team. Get your team split up in subgroups, allow all the rookies to develop, and start prototyping throughout all of the designs and getting making more progress on the robot other than just like straight up playing it. Another important thing is you should develop a sustainability plan and a model to ensure the team has enough resources for the team at the future. For example, like the money and like a sponsorship, make sure everything is sustainable and make sure all the subgroups have somebody in charge as well as somebody supporting everybody else. Finally, for us, I feel like the most important thing is at the end of the day, first is the competition about basically about like the community and supporting everybody as well as learning about engineering. At the heart of the competition, a healthy learning environment is still very important. So what we like to do is, of course, bond with your team, and we just like doing like some stuff, sometimes a little bit stupid during like lunch breaks and like just like doing other stuff, learning about strategy. For example, we have calls at night about what we want to do tomorrow, what we want to do about this competition. And yeah, so at the end of the day, just make sure your team bonds correctly with each other, as that actually leads a long way, as you guys will be together for an entire season, and maybe even more if you come back next year. So I feel like that's really important, other than just getting just like winning the event or qualifying and moving on to the next part of the competition. And I believe that's it.
Awesome.
That was great.
That was awesome. I loved how you delved into like more than just like game to game strategy with like just your alliance like relationship and who's gonna be focusing on what. You're talking about like event strategy, right? And focusing on the relationship between sister teams was awesome as well. Just kind of like coordinating that because we're a part of a community-based organization, and so we have 4 FTC teams. So we do a lot of that at, like state. So he was actually on one of our sister teams, 10355 Project Peacock, and then he moved over to Leviathan over this off season. But we actually won the state championship together, and then we're able to both advance to Worlds because they won Inspire, and then it was a pretty cool duo. And so we get that a lot. It's like being able to practice together in private and working out all those strategies where maybe another alliance partner at an event at random you don't have as much time to work with
Like
them.
we put up like a 400
Yeah, and in
duo.
practice,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think our highest score we got together at state was like 311.
Yeah.
Something like
Yeah.
that. But
Wait, were both Project Peacocks and Leviathan in Franklin
yes,
Yeah.
this year?
yes.
Yeah, yeah. I went with Rock, and then they were also in Franklin. I remember playing one of you. I forgot. I think it was
Oh,
Project
and
Peacock. Yeah.
Yeah.
let's see.
Probably.
Probably.
And I really like how you emphasize the early season stuff, like reading the rule book, at the beginning of this season, funny enough, I thought that the meta would be sitting at the gate with like a gate bar, and like the gate is open with our shooter constantly going. So the artifacts are just throwing in. It's a constant loop, right?
Yeah.
But then I read the rulebook. I'm like, oh wait, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So definitely reading the rulebook is 100% important. And then of course then that's how you find out all your constraints and stuff. So
Right, yeah. And then like going back to like extension was almost completely
yeah,
like removed from the
Yeah,
game except
yeah.
vertically.
yeah,
And that is like I can't imagine how different the realm of FTC would be this season if they had extension.
Yeah.
And I know we had like the idea of like a human player rolling the artifact out of the human player zone to the robot. I know then reading through the rule book is out, that's not possible.
Yeah.
So it's basically letting your mind run wild, but in like a certain like box, basically. So you just need to
Yeah.
identify what that box is and then just go to the very limits of that box and see how far you can go. I think like the outside of the box thinking was most exemplified by your robot last year. The clipbot was actually so
Yes.
fire. Oh my gosh.
Oh
I
my gosh,
remember
it didn't work at Worlds. That was the
I
worst
know.
part.
In practice, it was so good though. Oh my gosh. It was really good. I understand like the reason why Upper Creek won Worlds is not only because they had a clipbot, but because they had like an incredibly reliable
Yep.
clipbot.
Mhm.
Like, and that took months of iteration, and the robot was never like that reliable all season. Like
Yeah,
they had to
no.
work so hard to get that. But I think like that robot design for the clipbot was incredibly unique. Like it not only was a clipbot, which there were very, very few of
Very.
last season. But it also was able to score from, like you said, inside the submersible to the specimen bar, which was really awesome. Um, so yeah, I like it whenever teams like say things, but they also live it out. It's like, like research everything you can and push the limits of the rule book, and then they actually do, and then it's like, yeah, you guys know what you're talking about because you've lived through that. So that's always something I can appreciate that. So
Okay.
absolutely, yeah, you guys, you did great. This was a very insightful,
very stellar presentation. That's for sure.
absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's. I don't have any questions. I think
Yeah.
your presentation answered basically all of them. So.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
All right. We'll take it from there with my what? Oh. All right. So I believe our rock presenters. He's at my house right now, but then his
Okay.
computer just broke.
That makes
So
more sense now.
he'll
Oh.
be using my computer for this as well. So
Okay.
what? No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. All right. All right. Take it
perfect.
away.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll give you a couple minutes to like settle in.
Well, I don't have yours. I don't have yours. You gotta tell.
I shared it with you.
What?
I shared it with you.
I don't have it. I don't
It's
have it here yet.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, you're
Here,
good.
let me do it. Let me do it. It's yeah, Austin's there, right? All right, take it away.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go here. I'll do a little team introduction for you guys. I have pulled up. All right, so we have 16417 ROC or Rock from Richmond Hill, Ontario, Canada. They were the Control Award second place. They earned the Control Award second place at the Canada Cup, the Niagara Premier event in the technology division. They were also the Design Award winner at the Central Toronto qualifier, as well as a Winning Alliance first pick and Control Award winner at the Windsor qualifier this season. They've had a pretty decorated year, and we're excited to hear what they have to say for their presentation. So, yeah, you guys are good to go.
Great. Austin, do you start? Yeah, you start.
All right, so I mean, you already kind of said a few things about us. We are team 16417 ROC. I'm Austin, that is Nicholas, and our presentation is on rookie development. So, actually, you've already said a few things about us, so you might know a few of these things. So, we are a four-time Ontario champion based at Dr. X Academy of Robotics and Coding in Richmond Hill, Ontario. So, we have a strong reputation for innovation, collaboration, and resilience. We take in a lot of people every season, and this season we welcomed over 8 new members, introducing fresh ideas and perspectives. Our team is composed of students from various schools and age groups, some new to FTC in grade 6, some in their last year in grade 12. Uh, although we are all different by age, we are all united by passion for STEM and commitment to learning through collaboration.
So once rookies learn the basics of mechanics, they start the CADing process, helping the team build a custom chassis, while experienced members guide the overall robot design and the coding teammates handle the autonomous strategy and code for matches. Our team uses FTC Sim to help rookies learn the basics of coding in a simple and hands-on way. For mechanical training, we have new members build quick U-channel prototypes so they could practice assembling parts, and they could also learn how to understand the system, the robot system.
So for new rookies who want to learn mechanical, once they finish building their prototype, we let them let them drive it on the field to simulate real match conditions, showing everything that can go wrong and let them get a feel for the like field. Our coding rookies also get hands-on experience by programming teleop for prototypes and working on small parts of the autonomous routines, also using the field. So not only do we encourage our rookies to create and inspire for our robot, we also encourage them to create and lead their own outreach events to learn how to contact and communicate with nonprofits and members of our community. For example, one of our rookies, Olivia, contacted and partnered with the Yellow Brick House and led a fundraising event selling cookies to raise money for women experiencing domestic violence.
So every single year, our team hosts public outreach events, which gives people a chance to see what we could do. And it also gives an opportunity to people who are robot enthusiasts but have no STEM experience. Some members are invited by other members, but they mostly have no STEM experience, but is ready to get ready in the span of 3 months. Over half of our members come from our organization's previous programs, going from classes to FLL to FTC. Our members, which came from this, all have previous STEM experience and are ready to compete.
All right, so we have a pie chart in the middle showing where all of our members come from. So as you can see, over half of them come from previous programs like our coding classes or FLL. Uh, 1/3 of them come from word of mouth or reputation, and 13.3% come from the public open house. So, uh, in our team, we ensure that our team culture is inviting rather than frightening. By working together and supporting each other both technically and personally, we ensure that no one is left alone. We also achieve this by treating failure as an opportunity to learn and improve instead of rather than just punishing the person. Teaching our rookies that rather than punishing them for mistakes, we want to learn and we want them to grow and become better. Yeah, oh yeah. Our team values innovation, creativity, and perseverance, inviting rookies to always share every bit of information so that our team can work together and power through tournaments and matches and sustain that over the long term. And when we do succeed and win, we not only measure it based on results or a placement, we measure it based on how far that person has grew in the team and how much they affected the community around them.
How our mentors teach our rookies. Our mentors play a big role in the development of our rookies. When rookies first enter the FTC workshop, they are often confused about their task. Our mentors guide them and use a 3-tier rookie training system where they choose whether their desire is to model, code, or work on mechanical systems. Then we expand in that direction they choose, building experience for next season prototypes and by training rookies based on interests, it helps them be ready for competitions and prototyping. Our senior members get involved with teaching our rookies by using their previous experience to understand the troubles. Like our mentors, they guide the younger rookies through their time at our workshop, using their experience to ensure that they are involved throughout the term and contribute. Team. This leadership is shown throughout our team and at other events with newer rookies. An example of this is Olivia and Angus, who are here, and they helped out in the 2026 FLL season.
So one thing we always teach our rookies when they first arrive at our workshop is how to build something for a robot that it can work well without faults. So we made a 5-step design process which can help with this. So the first step is to discover a problem. With every game-changing invention, it always starts off with a big problem. For example, the light bulb was made for easy access to light. The computer was made to solve repetitive tasks quickly. So, our team encourages our new members to discover these problems and analyze them by adding them all into a list of what needs to be achieved. Then after that, they brainstorm solutions. So they choose one of the things on the list and then they think about how to solve it. In our team, there's no such thing as a bad idea. We always encourage our teammates to create in the wildest sense possible. Oftentimes, the optimal solution is one so crazy that it gets looked over. So after we brainstorm a lot of ideas to our problem, we have to make the most difficult choice of choosing the one that is optimal. Ensuring that our design is the most efficient is a major part of being an engineer. So before we move on to the next step, we always choose the best solution in order to not waste any time doing reiterations or new prototypes. The next step is to sorry. The next step is to finally bring our idea into a physical form. Our teammates use a variety of tools to make 3D design parts, whether it's metal, whether it's PLA, or any material. Uh, um, the designs are put into work throughout many iterations to ensure their quality. Finally, a step looked past by many, we look upon our prototypes and find any faults. If so, we always tweak our designs and learn from our mistakes to do better on future iterations that are waiting to come. All these steps ensure that our final product that is ready to put on our robot does not have any bugs, weak spots, or anything like that, ensuring both quality and performance.
Awesome.
So this is yeah.
Sweet. Wow, that was really well
Yep.
lined out. I think obviously I don't know if you've watched any part of the stream yet, but I know we mentioned a couple times that we are a 4-person team, and 3 of us are seniors. So we're gonna be all graduating and stuff like that. So sustainability is a huge part of FTC. That's why we see a lot of teams, like great teams of all time, just suddenly lose, performance, or they don't go as far as sometimes they previously have in certain competitions. And it's unfortunate to see because you see teams like Clueless who are still making it to Worlds, but their individual performance is not as high as they once were. And then like DeSoto Technics, which was the third OPR team in the world this year, were very competitive. They unfortunately, have been forced to disband because they, all their seniors have graduated. So it's
Same
interesting.
thing. Same thing with like Cookie Bots and Brainstormers and
Yep.
few other teams.
Yeah, but to see that process and kind of fighting against that, fighting against time, basically.
Yeah, real.
To try to
In the camera.
assist teams in continuing to be successful for years to come is pretty awesome. So you guys did a great job.
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
you.
definitely. Sustainability is definitely a very key part, right? You can't have a team without sustainability, right? Because that's funding and mentor learning people, right? So teaching your members how to do things properly and passing along that information that you have learned and all of your knowledge is the goal. So that's what we're trying to do right now. Is I'm teaching CAD classes. Like
I'm doing one-on-one CAD sessions and teaching people certifications and what they need to be, moving toward to take the next step in FTC. So you guys have an amazing plan, very well organized and very well laid out. So good job, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you.
And thank you guys so much for participating.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Okay. So I think we have a block at least for a little bit, because we have like 20 minutes.
What?
Yeah, I think so, because the United Kingdom here, let's go United Kingdom local time. United Kingdom local time is 5:19 right now, and they present at 5:40 in their local time. So
how are we that ahead?
I think some teams have shorter presentations.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so it just
And
kind of
it's just-
up.
okay.
Yeah. And we actually ahead of schedule like quite a while ago, but then teams kept coming early, and we had them go early. So since Volcanics is going to be on time, we have some extra time. So I think we're going to do. We have not eaten like any food this morning. We're probably going to take a little bit of break. We'll taking a short break. We'll be back soon. We'll stay in contact with our teams, but other than that, we're going to be gone for probably about 15 minutes, probably.
Yeah.
We're
trying to eat as fast as possible. So.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. We will see you guys.
We'll be
here.
back.
Yeah, we'll be back here in just a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, hello. Five 31. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you. The sun is not uh,
All right, hey there. I'm gonna do a little team introduction for you, and then feel free to go ahead and start setting up your um,
oh yeah,
presentation itself.
yeah, sorry, is it alright if you just let some of my other teammates join
Oh
since
yeah, oh absolutely,
yeah.
yeah. Do you know how many are coming in? Is it just one other one?
Quite a few at least, I think.
Okay.
I think
All right,
3 to 4.
I admitted one of them. I will get a notification when there's some other ones requesting to join.
Yeah, they should be joining now
Okay.
in
Sounds
the
good.
next few minutes.
I will admit them as I see them. Thank you.
What's up?
3290. 3290.
All right, will we have any more members joining us?
Yes. Okay, they will.
So
Just give them a couple minutes. Yeah.
Cool. We can do that. All right.
All right, looks like we have 3 members in here. Is that as many as you guys were have? Or are you guys still having them roll in?
I think in total we are expecting 5 people from our team.
Okay.
I think we should have at least 3 more people. They might be
Okay,
having
cool.
issues with joining.
So you got another one.
So that's up to 4. Nice. Sounds good.
Our first team for the United Kingdom today.
I think we have one more after this one, like one more right after
Yeah,
that.
X Factor.
Nice.
Mm.
Oh, what's Cuba?
Oh, Cuba.
Not to be.
Okay. Do we want to go ahead and get started?
Yeah, I mean we're at 11 or 5:40 for you guys right now. We can, if you guys at least want to. I don't know who has the presentation on your guys' team, but feel free, if one of you has access to that, you can start sharing, and then as we're waiting for other people to roll in.
Can everybody see it?
Yep. All right. The floor is yours when you guys are ready.
I think we're just waiting for one more person.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, we can start. Okay, so hi everyone. We are Volcanics, team 32981, and today we're going to be presenting on some of the important lessons we took from our rookie year. And some of what we will be going over is how to efficiently structure a team, and how we improved workflow and branding over the year. And we believe that even if you're an experienced team, there's still a lot to learn in the entire process of robotics. So we hope that you can take something away from this presentation to help achieve your team's full potential. So a quick intro to us. We are a London-based team created by students in King's College London Mathematics School, which is a high school with close ties to a local university here in London. And we're a group of students united by a shared passion for engineering and robotics. And our rookie season was last year. It was the Decode season. And we initially found it very difficult as a rookie team to adjust to the first landscape. But we managed to turn this weakness into a sort of strength of ours. And despite the fact that we had no mentors and very little funding initially, it meant that we discovered and learned a lot on our own independently as a team. And I think it encouraged proactiveness within the group. And that's something we definitely want to carry forward into the new season. And we also made sure to document our progress very well throughout the year and especially towards the end so we could work on our portfolio. And in the end, that won us the Think Award at our regionals. And yeah, this is a recent team picture. So recently we've been reforming our team and adding new team members. So yeah, that's basically it for the intro.
Yep, so a bit on like what exactly kind of went wrong last year. Mm, Our main things were like we've listed them here, but firstly, like having a sort of vague plan because it was our rookie year and we weren't really sure what to expect or how we should plan accordingly. So we would just like have ideas of what to do, but not have strict schedules. Then sponsorship. Sponsorship and iterations are all like heavily linked to the like fourth issue we had, which was an overall like problem with starting late because we had to wait a long time for the club to actually be approved of by the school, and then that delayed recruiting members, and it affected things like finding like building iterations and getting sponsorships in time. Like lots of the grants were closed by the time we were able to actually start taking action. And then finally was sort of lack of accountability because we were a rookie team and lots of people did not know what FTC were. So they came in with like expectations that this was just like quite a relaxed activity and that they wouldn't have like to put that much in terms of time and like effort. So how like already we were already trying to sort of overcome that by finding members who really care and understand what FTC is about. So like the biggest problems as mentioned were just time and sort of uneven workload distribution caused by like certain people having no accountability at all and then other people shouldering that responsibility.
Yeah, so about like our comeback, we're gonna prioritize this season like organization, communication, and gracious professionalism. So to achieve this, we've created like several documents, one of which being our team handbook, which we aim to help the accountability issues because we clearly outline like what we expect from them, what we expect from the parents, and just like yeah, the time commitment. We've also introduced work logs for each member, which we expected to be updated weekly. Uh, and yeah, clearer announcements and just clearer communication overall through our Discord. So a bit about our leadership. So last year it was just two of us. I'm in the middle, and Kavan on the right. So this year we decided to add two more team leads because we felt that having more team leads uh, included more perspectives and yeah. So for our vision, yeah, we wanted more team leads because we felt that more voices could be heard, and we really want to prioritize this year also that we encourage honesty about mistakes and stuff because I think a lot about last year was that people didn't feel like they could contribute because they weren't skilled enough or they're making too much mistakes. But this year we really want to cultivate like actually like failing fast and like failing early. So yeah, and in terms of clear communication, I touched upon that, and sustainable leadership. We want to pass on this legacy, so we're trying to find because we're only a 2-year school, so we're trying to find incoming students that would be potential good team leads as well.
So this is a breakdown of our different sub teams, and these are currently how our members are distributed. And in fact, for mechanicals, due to the high design and time demands, we're planning to recruit about 4 more people from the incoming cohort of students into our school. And for programming, we're planning to recruit another person because we found that um, mechanical had a much greater role in our rookie season. So we wanted to dedicate more time and energy into that specific section. And for finance and outreach, we have a lead, which is Aiden. And we found that it's effective to have a secondary role for every team member, whether that be managing outreach initiatives, finding mentors, or looking into grants and stuff like that. And we found this was much more effective than just having one person dedicated to that specific branch because it's quite broad. So yeah.
So this is the list of the main software that we use in our team, and we mainly stick to Discord for our communication, and we use SharePoint for storage of files and stuff. Onshape is what we use for CAD, as it's much easier to collaborate when compared to things like Fusion. And for everything programming, we keep that all get on GitHub and we keep it all open source, mainly because it makes it easy to collaborate, but it also makes it easier to share our work. And we are managing our finances this season on Hack Club rather than through our school. And we also keep our work public on our website to have a really simple way to show other teams what we've done.
Yeah, and another thing we tried to focus on this year was a bit of art and identity. I think coming back from last year, we really focused on the engineering aspect, but we really wanted to add a new layer. We thought that art was a good thing to have in our team because it just gives our team a bit more personality. I think one thing we learned from our last competition was that we went to the competition and we really didn't show ourselves. It was more just our robot, which we think next year we really benefit from. So by doing this, we thought that using art and having our own designs on our shirt would just show us some creativity outside of just building our robot. I also like to credit our amazing artist Sophie, and here you can just see some of our designs and our upcoming mascot. And yeah, branding as well. I think last year our branding was only limited towards just one logo, which was like a robot. But I think now you can see in we have a whole entire branding document and it shows us what font we want to use and everything we need to know when making a volcanics document or something related to volcanics. I think this is important because I think it adds another level of professionalism in our work. Not only this, but also gives us a unique design that people are willing to remember. I think having a cohesive design really just enabled us to um, create a brand that judges and not only judges other teams will remember us as and leave a lasting impact. Yeah, you can see our mascots, our new logo, and yeah, that's it.
So more on the CAD, Joel previously mentioned that we switched from Fusion to Onshape, and a big part of that was, like he said, the ease of collaboration, but also how much easier it is to do things like importing and the different tools offered, like feature scripts. We've already been trying to utilize that by making our own feature scripts so that we can have more parametric designs. But our main way of first testing that was like the test benches you see here. This was sort of an introduction for us to Fusion, I'm sorry, Onshape as an entire team, but also introducing new mechanical members to CAD workflow in general. We've really enjoyed like file organization and better performance because we also found that on Fusion it was often a bit more laggier than we have experienced with Onshape since it's easier to optimize things like the actual parts through the different like libraries and things other people have made. So as you can see in the bottom right, that is sort of like our bot so far. I think we have definitely like sort of developed on this more since we've taken this screenshot. But our overall idea for the summer was to CAD an entire drivetrain and intake that we can get started on as soon as we get back to school. And we've just been going with like sort of something similar to last year so that we can sort of reuse our experience and parts, which is, as you can see, like the Mecanum parallel plates with parallel plates, and then sort of intake with rollers.
All of the code which we use is available on GitHub. There's branches for each individual team member as well as who does programming, as well as hopefully well commented and sound code. One reason why we are not afraid to make it open source is that if somebody reads through it, such as on the FTC's UK Discord server, and notices an issue, then they can tell us about it. And we do find with some aspects of programming, such as having constants it is less well documented, and that's something which we receive lots of help from the UK's FTC server on Discord. Furthermore, we try to use we try to make the most out of GitHub. We try to have we try to have each person commit their code as they work, and not just doing it all at once. But it is going to be very instrumental in ensuring that we can continue to collaborate on the code in the future.
And more on the programming side, this is our new public-facing website that we've programmed for the next season. The domain and a QR code is there if you want to scan it and actually try it for yourself. But you can see that we really went for a more homemade feel this season, as we've done with our branding. And we also have our sponsorships and our progress last season on the website, just so we have a good way to document what we've done, and also a good way to show potential companies who want to invest what we've done, what we actually have, and what they can get out of a sponsorship of us to potentially make better sponsorships and get more mentors. And we also have a sticker hunt there if you'd want to try that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be speaking a bit about our finances are hosted on Hack Club. I think somebody mentioned it before, but yeah, we moved to Hack Club Bank, and been it's been pretty good because I think we didn't touch on this a lot, but our finances were like heavily like hindered by the school because their finance team was like very late to respond to things. Like they basically like had held our money for hostage. So yeah, moving was like definitely the right choice. And we found that it's pretty nice, except that there's like a small fee that you have to pay, like every time you get money and stuff. So yeah, and everything's public. We set everything public, so you can go check out our account as well.
Yeah, I think one issue we also faced last season was that all our information was spread on like different locations, meaning that new people and also us found it really difficult to navigate. So I think one thing we focused on this season was creating a centralized system in which we can find things, we name things correctly, and it made collaboration way easier, meaning that we were able to work together easier and also just get things done quicker but more effectively.
Yeah, and just to sort of test trial planning as well, we made sort of a Gantt chart for next season, but also this summer. So as you can see here, we sort of planned out what we wanted to do in terms of design and things. So I mentioned before for mechanical, that was CADing the basic drivetrain and intake, but for programming, they've been testing around with the programming test bench and also trying to pre-code like more common functions like for the drivetrain itself. And so that as soon as we get back to school, we can start building and testing. So we also have separated out like proper time for applying for grants and sponsorships, as well as like upskilling in terms of CAD and programming. Thank you.
All right, sweet. Sorry, we're just unmuting and stuff. That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know rookie years can be very demotivating. I think they can be just because naturally, you guys started from scratch, right? You started with no mentors. You had to build all of those skills yourself. You had to do all the research, and you guys have really done all of the hard work so far in terms of persevering through that. It's a really incredible journey. I know that um, challenges can be tough to deal with. So, being able to fight through those is like a really strong characteristic of an FTC team. And so I think you guys have an amazingly bright future ahead of you. I think you guys are taking the right steps in order to be successful, and you guys seem extremely motivated, very well coordinated, obviously have great communication, and are very organized. So I'm very excited to see where you guys go. I know this guy is one of your mentors up here, Anthony. So I'm sure he'll keep us all updated on how well you guys are doing. He's really happy with the steps that you've been taking. He can speak on that if he wants to.
Yeah,
But
and if y'all want another opinion, let us know. We'd be happy
Yep.
to collaborate. So
Absolutely. We'd be happy to interact and continue connecting on any sort of conferences or meetings or anything like that if you ever have any questions or anything like that. But you guys have a really good set of heads on each of your shoulders, and I think you
For
guys are
sure,
going to be doing amazing things next year.
Yep. Yeah. Amazing work,
Thank you so
guys.
much.
Super proud of you guys.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you for hosting this as well. It's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm glad we can make it work for you guys, and your presentation was awesome. So I don't have personally any questions, but I do have congratulations. So
Yeah. Thank you.
right. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yep.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you.
Yep. Look at Big Benjamin, bro.
Uncle Ben.
What's up, dude?
Little Fro is muted.
I can't hear you. You're muted.
Muted, bro.
My bad. So do I spectate until my time, or do I just stay in the Zoom call?
I would rather do spectate, just
Okay.
because it is, I don't know, it's a little more isolating for teams who
Yeah.
are participating and stuff like that. But
Okay, I'll spectate until.
sounds good. I think I need to figure out my next team. Hold on.
Should be expected, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the spectate.
All right.
YouTube.
Sounds good, Benjamin.
Cool.
Thank you for checking in.
We'll talk to you later.
All right, we can go ahead. I mean, we're just gonna be waiting on a team to come in. It's gonna be X Factor Robotics from the United Kingdom. So we'll see if they respond.
We'll give it a few minutes. Alrighty. Howdy, are you with X Factor Robotics?
Yes, indeed. Hello, good afternoon.
Perfect. Glad to have you here.
Right, thank you very much. Give me a moment.
Oh yeah, you're
Yep,
good.
no, take your time. You should have access to share your screen to show your presentation. And whenever you are ready, you can start. So if you have any
Okay.
questions, let us know.
Okay, great.
I will give your team like a formal introduction because we're streaming the Zoom meeting to YouTube channel. So I will go ahead and
Right,
get
okay.
booted up.
Okay, no worries. Right.
You guys are the second team to represent the United Kingdom
Yep.
today. Glad to have you guys here.
All right, so
Thank you very
next
much.
up, I will go ahead and introduce our next team. We have 28575. We have X Factor Robotics from Birmingham, England, in the United Kingdom. They participated at the Istanbul Premier event in the Rumeli division, where they had 100 OPR, and they made it to the semifinals. They were the finalist Alliance Captain and Division Winning Alliance Captain at the United Kingdom Championship. They were also the Winning Alliance Captain and Design Award winner at the West Midlands qualifier. So they've had a pretty decorated season. We're really excited to see what they have to offer for their presentation. And I will let you take the stage.
Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, guys. So, let me just get straight into it then. Right, hello teams. I'm Adil. Alternatively, you may call me Aaron if you feel like it. And I'm from 28575 X Factor Robotics. Now, we've already been pretty properly introduced by the hosts. Thank you very much for that. So I won't have to say too much for our introduction. We've been running as a team for 3 years, first under the team number 25141 and then 28575. with our most recent achievement being the Finalist Alliance Award at the UK Championships, which enabled us to qualify for the Istanbul Premier events, which was an achievement we're very proud of. As you can see, you've included a little photo of ourselves there at the no, that's not Istanbul, that's the UK Championship, sorry. So today I wanted to briefly touch on our team's culture and how we run things from day to day, and then I'll go into a little bit deeper of a dive into what I've learned in my first year of captaining X Factor Robotics and how I believe they'll help you improve as a team and as individual leaders, whether in the future or right now. So if you're if you're a rookie team and if you're a captain and you've just become the captain of a team now, I think this will be really helpful for you. If you're experienced with leading your team, then feel free to leave me some advice. I would appreciate it. But I think you could learn a few things from this presentation. So let's get right into it. So, culture. In initial years, our first and second years mainly, teams' internal culture was fairly relaxed. I think a lot of teams do tend to suffer from this, where they were relaxed to the point of being detrimental to our own progress as a team. We don't understand it's an actual competition. We think it's just people just think it's a relaxed robotics club. So this season we wanted to change that completely. We had a complete shift in our culture to a more hardworking, to a more dedicated and hardworking team. A shift in culture which was initially led by our head coach. All thanks to him, he's been a huge help this season. And before being passed down to or more specifically myself. So it's my job from day to day to make sure the team's in order, make sure we're getting stuff done across the team, and generally to represent the team in interactions, whether that be on the stage in alliance selections or just generally communicating with other teams. So let's talk a little about that a little more. So point one, I wanted to talk about a little bit about respect, as respect is pretty important in terms of leadership. And it can be pretty hard to get the hang of from my experience. You have to command the confidence of the people you're leading, and it can feel pretty impossible, as it was. Try guess what it was for me at the beginning of the season. It felt really difficult. As X Factor held X Factor was handling people from various age ranges. I think our youngest member was 9 years old at one point from initial seasons, when the youngest member was 9 years old. So it can be pretty hard to manage. But just as long as sorry. Overall, though, this doesn't tend to be too hard to get the hang of as long as you are confident. Now, confidence is a pretty big thing in this challenge. You have to be confident in your decisions across the season, whether that comes to engineering, whether that comes to programming, or whether that comes to even down to the very alliance you select. You have to be confident in your decisions, and especially as a captain, you have to reflect that quality. As that inspires your team as a whole. If you're confident, the rest of your team is sure to be confident on that stage to perform well during driving, to perform well in building the robot, and all of the stages of the tournament. You need to be, just to reiterate one more time, you need to be confident as a captain, and that will inspire your whole team to be confident. Now, second point, you cannot do all the work yourself. This is a mistake I tend to make. This is the mistake I tend to make a lot. What I end up doing is I don't micromanage. I end up if I think things are moving at too slow a pace, I tend to just take over. I've noticed that can be detrimental to the team as a whole. It lets people think can be relaxed. They can say, "Oh, this is being handled by this going handled by Idle, it's being handled by the captain. I can sit back and relax, do whatever." You don't want that. You want your whole team to be focused 100%. And plus, you need to know when to offload work to others, to your other teammates, to effectively free up time for doing other tasks. As remember, you're probably going to be the one presenting your team when asking questions to other team. When during the judging stages, you're probably going to be the one talking to the judges the most, or during alliance selection during the playoffs, you're going to be up there on the stage asking other people to alliance with you, or accepting an invitation to be an alliance partner. You also have to make sure the team isn't completely dependent on you to make decisions. They have to be able to independently make decisions. Whether that can be as simple as whether to make the robot slightly faster during the teleop stage, or or moving to a big partnership. Okay, not that big of a deal where you're moving into a big partnership with a company. I'd say you can handle that to a degree, but you have to be able to make decisions like for the outreach team to say the outreach team has to be able to independently reach out to others on their own. The programming team has to be able to have the confidence to communicate with the drivers to make the robot slightly faster, to adjust the pathing during an autonomous stage. The construction team has to be confident in what they're building, whether that be on Fusion, whether it be on Onshape, whether it be on SolidWorks. They have to be confident in what they have to be confident in the decisions they're making when they're building their design process. So you can't do all the work yourself. You have to know when to delegate it downwards. But that doesn't entirely mean don't do anything. That doesn't mean be lazy, don't do anything at all. That you obviously have to work. You're a member of this team as much as you are in a leadership position. You are part of the team. You still have to be working. Just you have to know when it's time for you to take a step back and let your own team members take the lead in terms of it. I guess it's sort of a what's the word? A cyclical structure leadership. You have to you have to lead others to make sure they know how to lead themselves in their own individual things, and to lead you into lead you for decisions that you'll not experience with yourself. So, third point. Okay, yes, I already talked about this, but I'll just recap it again. You need to know when it's time for you to step in. Times you'll need to step in, enter an example, show a new member how to get a specific task done, or take the initiative in planning outreach to your team, along other things. Just because you're leading, that doesn't mean you should get afraid to be involved. I already talked about this a lot in the previous slide, so I'm not going to dilly-dally on it too much. Now for the fourth point, accountability. Everyone in the team needs to accept some degree of accountability. It's a competition, and everyone is a member of the team. They have their own parts to play, and they have to accept accountability. Whether that be if a driver's messed up during the driving stage, if one individual member isn't being graciously professional, they have to own up to that mistake and say, "Yes, I did that." But as a leader, you will naturally accept most of the burden. There's this quote I heard once. It went along the lines of when the team wins, you all share the win together, and when the team loses, the burden is on the captain. Now, I'm not saying that exactly applies to FTC. It is a different sport as compared to say something like football or basketball. But you will naturally accept most of the burden, and you will have to come up there and own it and say, yes, I was leading this team and I kind of messed up in some regard, and that's why we're not doing as well. That's why we didn't qualify for this tournament. That's why we didn't get this sponsorship, etc., etc. You will carry on most of the burden. You will carry most of the burden, but that comes with a promise to the other team members that you will, as a team, do better. That can be pretty hard to face, and been I've been a bit frustrated over it because I see the team not performing well, and I think, oh, this member X could be doing better, or Y could be doing this, that. But then naturally, at the end of the day, I accept, as previously mentioned, I have to be the one to motivate them and lead them towards their direction. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You have to be able to accept the failings of the whole. They have to be able to accept the failings of the whole team. Not the whole team, but you have to be willing to accept a lot more burden of failure than anyone else in the team as a captain naturally.
Absolutely. I think like oh sorry, are you done with the presentation yet?
No, 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 no.
Okay, okay,
But
sorry, sorry.
please,
I
but no,
didn't.
please, no, please, 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 no worries.
Okay.
Please go
All right.
ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
So I just want to say, I thought you were concluding. This is incredibly wise words for a rookie captain.
Literally.
Because like I remember when because I was the team captain 2 years for Leviathan Robotics. When I started, I was nowhere near as aware of like the team dynamics and really what the role of a captain was. But it seems that you've already found what the true meaning of a captain is, which is like you don't have to do all the work yourself. You're a person who delegates and guides the team along and ultimately is pioneering the success. But pioneering doesn't mean lifting everything up with you. It just means lifting everyone else who can lift a certain task up for themselves and continue to contribute to the success of the team. We'll go ahead and mute again, but I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So to get on to I believe that's my final point. Yes, that's my final point. You it is a good idea to split leadership down the line. In, say, a real engineering business or just any kind of business generally, often you won't have one specific person leading the entire company. Rather, you'll have several subdivisions, and each subdivision has its own individual lead, a line manager. Is what if you've done if you've done business at basic levels, you'll probably have heard of this. You'll have their own individual line managers. Depending on the size of your team, this can be highly effective and, in fact, very necessary to not completely paralyze your team, or less needed, but still a nice thing to have. In our case, we created this structure with sustainability in mind, preparing for future seasons where we may have a far bigger team in which subdivisions become a lot more necessary. So as you can see, I've got myself there as team captain. I've got a few of my other team members. Mohammed as the programming lead. Ruik as the construction lead. He did a very good job this season, I will add. And of course, Zaid is the maintenance lead, who led himself exceptionally well during the Istanbul tournament, I think. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have. I did write this presentation with questions in mind, but
Okay.
if there is none, I'd be more than happy. I'd be more than happy to conclude now.
That's fair. I'm trying to think any questions I have. No, I mean, I don't have any like big outstanding questions. I think the big thing is I only have like congratulations
Yeah,
because not only on an amazing season, right, but also like an amazing learning experience for your team. I love that culture shift, right? It's not just a robotics club casually anymore. It is like a true competition. We're here to win. We're here to make a difference. And that is like
Exactly,
a
yeah.
culture shift that really every robotics team has at some point, right? Because I know when we were founded in 2018, I wasn't around for that. I wasn't around that early. I joined in 2023, but I remember hearing stories of like we were not super serious as a team, and in fact, the Leviathan on our shirt was actually purposefully reversed because it symbolized imperfection because our team was so casual about things that we would often like
See,
mess stuff up or not have like a very organized robot or an organized team. And so we've kind of evolved from that, but I mean, it's how many seasons have you guys been participating?
yeah, this is
This is
our
just
Decode is our third season. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're already like so many steps ahead of so many
Yeah.
teams out there, and obviously as captain, they have a great captain moving into the next season as well. They have someone who has a good head on their shoulders. They understand the not only just like their team's perspective, but just like a bird's eye view of really what they want to accomplish as a group, and that is a very admirable characteristic for any team. So I think you guys need to just continue moving in that direction. You guys have a great sense of direction for your future, and so just keep it up. And hopefully you'll be raising the United Kingdom Championship trophy next
Yep.
season as a winning
hopefully,
alliance.
hopefully,
That would be
absolutely,
awesome
hopefully,
because
that is the
this is
dream.
also a very tough season to become good in
Yeah,
because I've actually seen a lot of teams regress in their performance because it is such a difficult and mechanically complex season with like the shooter and the turret and people like that. So we're very proud of that performance. That is awesome, and so I can't wait to see that continue to evolve and improve. And yeah, just keep it up. And we'd love to stay in contact, get any more future meetings together, or really just if you have any questions, just feel free to ask us. We're always a available resource for you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, guys. That's very kind of you, and
Yeah.
I'd like to also just thank you guys as the Leviathan as a whole for hosting this Unity Summit. It's been absolutely great seeing teams from all over the world come here and present their own experiences as teams, as individuals. It's done its job well. It's called the Global Unity Summit, and I think it really has united teams in this sense. So I'd like to just thank you guys for hosting this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're very happy to. It's been a greater success than we could possibly imagine, and it's only because of teams like yours. So, being a great representative for the United Kingdom, and so very good job again, and we hope to stay in touch with you. So I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Right. Thank you very much, guys. That's a wrap.
Yeah,
Thanks for
absolutely.
attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Let's see. Peppers.
Oh, is that okay? All right. Are you guys ready to present? How are we doing?
Hi guys, is everything all right? Can we begin?
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of a team introduction, but while I'm doing that, you can go ahead and pull up your presentation. So here we have team 19044 Peppers from, is that EAC, Romania? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
They finished the season with a 168 OPR. They participated in the Bucharest Twin Cup. They were the Sustain Award winner at the Istanbul Premier event in the Rumelia division. Let's see what else. They've had a pretty decorated season this year, being a top 100 team in the world. So we're excited to see them present, and we'd love to hear what you guys have to offer.
All right, thank you so much. Let's wait for the screen share to work. So firstly, all right. Some introductions. Well, I'm Alex, and this year I've worked on the fundraising department. So everything that's from contacting sponsors to sponsorship relations and so on. And this will be my second year in Peppers.
Hi, I'm Sofia from team Peppers 19044. Biobuzz will be my third year in FTC. I'm actually a former alumna of Team Silis 19043. In the code, I was the person in charge of the non-technical side of the portfolio, for which we actually won Inspire third place. I have mostly experience on all the non-technical departments.
All right, so if we could get this show on the road. Today, we wanted to shortly present our sustainability strategies, so both in terms of fundraising, but also our members. And the reason why we chose this topic is because it was just a very, very important and dedication for us throughout the season, since we began the code with only 7 members that had 1 year of experience. And this year we will be rounding up to 25 old members. So I want to begin by looking at the Sustain Award. I feel like understanding the criteria and where it applies is very, very important. You guys might, most of you, be familiar with it, but just to summarize, we have the project planning for the season, team sustainability goals, financial sustainability goals, and we also have how the team tracks those goals, as well as clear member roles, a process for developing leadership, and risks and mitigation of constraints. Something that we wanted to point out here that we noticed and we found very useful is that these risks, mitigation strategies, and constraints, and so on, they can be used in different places so long as they are strictly organizational. So don't refrain from using them in stuff such as events or other projects such as mentoring, because this can actually help you with fulfilling the criteria. Also, another very important aspect of Sustain is you have to think ahead. Obviously, the next season is very important, but the main focus of Sustain is very long term. So you have to think out in the long term and also ensure that your team functions until then. Now, what we did this season with its ups and downs is we used a global organization system, so a bunch of lists, and we used these to basically monitor how our rookie members developed and how they slotted into our team and basically fulfilled a certain role. Now, this comes with the strength of this whole monitoring and organization aspect, falls into the criteria of tracking quite well. And it also allows you to stay nice and clear and see where work is being done and when work is being done. However, a weakness that we noticed with the system, which you may have in mind, is that it's not being fully transparent. And we are working towards a remedy in this season. But all of these human inputs and this risk for human error is dangerous, and you should consider it when working with risk mitigation. Also, our rookies had their own events. And what we tried out to do is we planned the timeline of these events, making them progressively more complex throughout the season. So from a simple online initiative, which, as you may know, isn't that complicated, to one of our most successful, memorable, and fun events later in the spring. Also, on the technical department, our rookies constructed their own robot from scratch. This was mostly to train mechanically, but also helped with programming knowledge and Fusion, Autodesk, CAD, all of those things. And also, the newsletter initiative for sponsors, which you may have heard about, was actually founded by a rookie member in our team and is still being continued. And we plan to renew it with the rookie member working into fundraising as well. Now, on the topic of our team structure, we found that the classic whole leader and co-captain and all of that system didn't quite work because, well, workloads, burnout, all of those things are really bad, and you do not develop leadership for as many members as you could. So what we did is we tried splitting responsibility, but also ensuring team continuity by switching out these captains and leaders for representatives, which we have a total of 8. And 4 of them are ex-rookies, so people with only 1 year of experience in the team. Also, another tip in terms of our team that we discovered throughout the season and wanted to share is the inherent need for documentation, documenting your engineering journey, but also your outreach planning. It's so important to start working on your portfolio as early as possible and try taking note and monitoring everything that you do, even the little things, because in the end, it adds up. Now, onto the financial sustainability side of things. Some important mentions that I will stand by with my whole life. Budgeting is incredibly, incredibly important. You can save so much money, but also be a lot more organized with your spendings by simply having a good budget. Buy in bulks, try alternate sources, and keep your lab tools safe. Maintain your servos, your printers, and so on. And by the end of a season, you'll see just how much you made up for that and how much you mitigated the risk of not getting new funds throughout the season. Obviously, having a backup fund is incredibly important, but minimizing expenses from the very beginning is just as crucial towards ensuring your continuity as a team. Onto the side of maintaining relationships with your sponsors, something that we found to be very useful is asking for services, or in this case, spaces for organizing events, collaborations, and also pieces from your sponsors. This is useful not only because you get such direct help, you efficientize the process for sponsorships, but also against the advantage of maintaining longer term connections with your partners and getting physically more aid from them. According to our sponsorship database from this year, 60% of sponsorships, so we're talking about money donations, are actually a one-time thing. And when we tried the services approach, we noticed that not only were we maintaining relationships with the companies for much longer, but we also get a repeated help from them, which in turn pays out in more value. Also, on the topic of your old sponsors, whether from services or financial, it's really important to keep them for as long as possible. They are that 40% that will help you be as sustainable as possible and continue your journey. You can do this with the classic sponsorship packages, but try to add as many things as possible. As a robotics team, you can definitely offer them little gifts or trinkets. It doesn't hurt you to do that. And also messages and visits help with kind of continuing your communication, which is very, very useful. And also something that we've adopted this season and found quite practical is asking for feedback. This is not only good for improving as a team and, again, connecting with your sponsors, but also for improving your fundraising strategy along the way. Now, I did mention the newsletter earlier, and I would like to kind of spin back to it a little bit because I found this to be one of the most effective ways of communication with your sponsors. According to a study done by Canva, um, newsletters have an opening rate of about 40%, which you might say, oh, that's like below half. It's not that important. But if you look at it, this is actually the highest opening rate out of any standardized mail form. So newsletters are very effective at catching attention, and this is your opportunity to talk to your partners. Besides from what they should include, which is obvious, your progress and so on, we found that keeping a consistent design philosophy, asking for feedback, future help, and also mentioning your future goals and successes, these things do really make a difference because that's what your sponsors are looking forward to. Also, keep in mind that your competitional performance, as well as your local impact through outreach, are effectively the two most important things that your sponsors are looking for. Now, on the topic of our team culture and our whole work ethic, I don't have a lot to say. But what I will point out is that we sort of try to reinvent the peer-to-peer learning mechanism. We call it pep to pep. And well, what we did is we took this and we really focused on personalized one-to-one feedback, but also on prototyping, even besides the engineering process. So looking at design, looking at outreach objectives, and even just your process for learning, fundraising, mentoring, and all of these things on non-technical departments as well. We've tried going through more prototypes for our rookie members because we found that this is a lot more effective and also helps them stick around with the knowledge that is actually needed. Now, in case you have any questions, that was our presentation, and we thank you very much.
Alrighty. First of all, thank you for presenting. That was great. Lots of great info. I agree that sustainability in that fundraising part is definitely really key, right? We especially need a lot of money for our next season.
Yeah.
We want to go to a lot of places, but that all requires money. So we got to fundraise.
Right. Yeah, I think another thing is like maintaining that sponsor relationship, right? For years to come is a huge part of sustainability because obviously you said like 60% ish of those sponsors were like one time of like a select group. And so just like trying to research and really spend a lot of time in researching those sponsors who are going to stick with the program and kind of become a part of the program itself for extended period of time will really help the team succeed. Beyond when members are graduating out of the program and moving on to college, that will continue to sponsor the team despite that. So it was really well organized information. I think there's a lot to learn from these guys and all the teams out there that are watching right now. Definitely should be taking some notes on this because there's a lot of really important information. Staying organized is so key.
Yep. We can't wait to collaborate with y'all in your pep talks again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm not sure we'll have these ever again, but we're super glad that you're looking forward to it. We're also looking forward to collaborating with you guys again, and we wish you the best here. This was such a fun conference.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you guys for participating. We really appreciate it, guys.
Of course. Thanks a lot. And best of luck moving forward. May we meet again.
You as well. Yep.
Have
Bye,
a
guys.
good one.
Yep.
Bye.
Good luck.
That's me. Yes, mirror tag.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, that's all right. How much
Can you
time
hear
do you
me?
think you need?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the room a bit and then change my name to so that I have my team number on it. Is
Okay,
that
That's
if
fine.
that's okay?
Yep. Take your time.
You can go ahead and mute if you want to, might as well.
All right.
Awesome. Okay.
Yep.
I will give your team a quick introduction real quick. Let me set 1-6.
Okay.
All right. Next up we have 16382 Casimir Tech from the Netherlands. At the Belenu Championship, they earned the Sustain Award second place. They were also the Design Award winner at the qualifier Hasselt this season. So we're looking forward to a very relevant topic for many students out there in the
Yeah.
FTC world. We're all in high school and
Yep.
middle school, so managing the balance between FTC and school is a huge deal. And we're excited to see how your team and how you personally have accomplished this.
I'm like I'm on Leviathan and also the team captain of our FRC team in our program. So and the school. So
Oh,
that's
that's a
definitely a lot
lot.
to balance. So your topic is gonna be 100% relatable and
Absolutely.
really important
Yeah.
and for all FTC people really. So
We are
Thank you.
we're gonna give you the stage,
Yep.
and we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. I'm a bit nervous.
no,
Sorry.
you're good,
All
dude.
right. So, hello everybody. This presentation is about balancing FTC and school. Um, a quick introduction of myself and my team. I'm Fred. I'm an alumnus from 16382 Casimir Tech, competing in the Benelux region. This is what I believe I'm the fourth generation of Casimir Tech, and I've participated for 3 years. This is me. In these 3 years, I've learned a lot. I've learned engineering. I've learned the social aspect of FTC, but there's a thing that I've been struggling with, and you might guess it. It's balancing school with FTC. So that's why and today I just want to talk about a few strategies that have helped me, my team, and some strategies that we might implement for the coming seasons. So in this presentation, we're going to cover why having a balance is important. And then we're gonna talk about a few strategies that you yourself can use. Up next is strategies that your team as a whole can implement. After which we have a few planning tips and tricks, how to put everything we just talked about together, and then conclusion where you can ask questions. So why is it important? I want to share a little story. A story. So after our hustled qualifier in the decode season, we noticed that our robot was getting a bit beat up. Our axles were getting bent. Uh, prints were breaking from the inside, and we decided, hey, let's improve them to make it a bit more stress-free. This was a big task, and knew we needed a lot of time. But unfortunately, we did not account for PBS, which is a mandatory mandatory research project that every single final high school person, is a mandatory research project that only that the students from the final year of high school need to do. Unfortunately for us, all of us, pretty much all of us, were final high school year students. This meant that we had to lay plan still for 2 to 3 weeks. This is me working on my project in the middle, and yeah, we spent 3 weeks doing nothing, and this cost us a lot of time and development, and software was rushed, draft practice was skipped over. So that's why it is had we prepared for this, we could have prevented this from happening. So a few personal strategies. First, learn how to prioritize. I like using a simple system called the must, should, and could, where you divide every task into must, should, and could category. Where in must you put in the most urgent and most important tasks, where the deadline is within a week, for example. In should, and you place in urgent, not important work, but work that's not so urgent. For example, maybe next month you have something important, or that. And then could you place something that is not that important and it's not that urgent, but it's good to do. This could look like you have a chemistry test tomorrow. You want to fix your intake for next week, and you have to write in your portfolio, right? Writing your portfolio, you can do that later. That it could. A must should be studying for a chemistry test tomorrow, and a should is fixing your intake for next week. Secondly, learn to say no. Sometimes you're gonna miss a week, right? You're gonna because you're busy. And it's okay if you say that. It's okay if you say, hey, I'm too busy. Please don't give me more work, or please don't let me do this. That's totally fine. The most important thing is that you tell your team beforehand, because being reliable does not mean that you're always present, but it means that people know what to expect from you. Next up are focus blocks. Work smarter, not longer. A lot of us are balancing high school and FTC. We spend around 5-6 hours in school, and then we spend another 3 to 6 hours on FTC. And that's not including like other hobbies and activities, right? You cannot focus for so long. Therefore, take breaks. Take breaks so you can become more productive. You could do something like Pomodoro, or have another set of system of taking breaks. Work 90 minutes, rest 15, work another 90 minutes, etc. Right? In this way, in a similar amount of time, you accomplish far more things, and will be much better for you and your team. Fourth one is protect your energy. I know a lot of teams that like to spend time late in night CADing, programming, tuning autonomous. There's a saying in Into the Deep, I forgot which team, but they said at 1 a.m. our autonomous has one specimen. At 2 a.m. our autonomous has two specimen. 3 a.m. three, you get the gist of it. Maybe one time, or when it's urgent, it can be justified, but in general, it's much better if if you spend your night sleeping and then have a productive morning afterwards than stay up to 3 a.m. CADing, and the next day you feel like you cannot do anything. And lastly, do not chase perfection. If you have a subsystem that is reliable, is not broken, then don't change it. It's much better to spend that time on other places, and for example, driver practice or other things, right? It is you're never gonna. Sorry to break your bubble, but for a lot of teams, you're not gonna reach perfection. When you reach a reliable part, start driver practicing. So let's talk about the few strategies that your team can implement. First is communication. As said before, there's not by other teams, there cannot be more than enough communication within your team. If you communicate within your team, within your mentor, if you have a group chat where your team can gather together, a lot of plans and a lot of ideas can be quickly transmitted. And if you need to time free, a lot of people will know. Next up is cross-train people. By cross-training has a lot of positive sides. For example, a lot of departments can understand each other better and understand why people make certain decisions. But the biggest benefit of cross-training is that you don't have to worry that a certain skill, that only one person has a certain skill. In our case, only one person could work on chains, could change the length of chains, and when he had a dentist appointment, we could not really fix chains. So had we cross-trained, we would have been more productive that day. Thirdly, assign ownership. Instead of saying, "Hey, finish intake, do this," you say, "Person A is responsible for fixing the intake." This way, if the intake is not fixed, you can point to someone and say, "Hey, he did not do this," and you can take measures to fix it, right? Always assign ownership to one person because shared responsibility is no responsibility. Up next, we got documentation. Document everything. Future you will thank present you. Because when you write down your thought process, it's not only for when you take a break and you come back that you know where you are, but also a lot of other people who, if you're busy, for example, you're away, and another person takes over your task, they know, hey, this is the line of thought, this is what he had in mind, let me continue on that. Then we got milestones. Wait, it's not milestone. Set priorities every meeting or milestones for next meeting. Say, after this meeting, before the next meeting, let's get A, B, C, and D done. That way everybody knows what's coming next, and we can maximize the talent. You can maximize the talent within your team. And lastly, celebrate the small wins, because FTC seasons are long, school is long, and you need the small wins to keep you motivated. Otherwise, you can get burnout very quick, and we do not want that to happen. So a few planning tips. These are pretty general. I'll show you a pretty general example afterwards this. So first is plan backwards. Instead of saying looking to the future, you say we're on competition day. What needs to happen before? What needs to happen a week before competition? What needs to happen before that? This way you get a much more clearer image of what needs to be done. Second, plan around school. This seems pretty straightforward, pretty intuitive, but a lot of teams still plan despite school. They don't care about school, or they yeah. How do you say this? They don't really plan around. They don't really care about school, and they just leave it as is. But if you plan around school, this will make your life a ton easier. Next, do milestone-based planning. So instead of having a big goal to work around, a big vague goal, you make a clear goal and then say, hey, these are the steps that we need to take to achieve that. And of these steps, we can divide them in smaller steps. This way, progress is much more visible, and your team will know how far they are along the way. Next up is adding buffer time. Buffer time is extremely important. Even in this event, our gracious host 14906 have included technical buffer times, because in FTC, for example, tolerances can go wrong, prints can fail, shipment arrives late, there are bugs in the code, right? Having a buffer time allows you to be prepared for when this happens. And lastly, have a stop improving date. A lot of teams tend to really like to work until the end, until competition day. But at some point, it's much better to say, hey, the robot works as is. Let's start driver practicing instead of fixing hardware. So what this could look like, this was similar to our preparation for our qualifier in Hasselt. We had a competition on the 29th of November, and we had a school trip from the 20th to the 21st of October. So we set up a bunch of deadlines. 28th is the drive practice deadline, 17th would be the software, and Sunday the 2nd would be hardware deadline. But because we had this school trip, we set another hardware deadline right before that. so that we split hardware task into two and take the school trip as a break. And then 10th, we finish CAD. And then we had the buffer time of how we expect things to go, if they are not according to plan. Sort of a realistic way, when do they actually finish? Right. And on 24th would be our stop improving date. So putting this all together, what does this mean? First, you look ahead to what's coming, know what assignments you have, know what deadlines you have for FTC and school. And then you prioritize everything. This is the most important for this week, for the next week, etc., etc. Once you prioritize everything, you can communicate clearly to your team. Say that, for example, hey, I got a lot of extra time this week. Can I do more? Or I'm actually quite busy this week. Could you please give me less work? And then number 4 is trusting your team, because you've implemented a lot of strategies of documentation, cross-training, and assigning ownership. These strategies are in place so that if one person is busy during a week, the whole team doesn't fall apart. Excuse me. And lastly, take care of yourself. It's a very important step because again, FTC seasons are very, very long, and taking care of yourself allows you to keep burnouts away. So thank you for listening. This was our picture during the winning our sustain award second place. We're very Also, as a team, we were very proud of our result. We were 7 of us were in our final year of high school. All 7 of us graduated with remarkable grades, a robot we're proud of, and a team we'll certainly miss. If you have any questions, please ask.
Awesome, yeah.
That was
Round of applause.
amazing.
That was one of the
Like,
best presentations like so far.
that's
Like in terms of content and
bar after
usability,
bar.
like very, very
Thank
excellent
you.
presentation.
Everyone should
Thank
be
you.
genuinely learning from this, bro. Like,
Yeah, like I think this is if anyone has any concerns about balancing, robotics in school, I'm definitely gonna point them,
yeah,
clip this presentation and hand it over because there's a lot of valuable tools. I think it's also a mindset thing. It's like you need to have a lot of motivation and care for both of those, both
Yeah, yeah.
FTC and school. So obviously school is incredibly important. It's
right.
maintaining good grades is going to help get you scholarships. It's going to help take you to the next level on the college. Um, or future career path. And then robotics is obviously a fantastic extracurricular that you can learn more information in, something you can have fun in, as well as just benefit your resume as well. So they're both incredibly important. I think you showcased how they can be. They don't have to be two distinct things. You can care for
Yeah, yeah.
both and put a lot of effort into both of them and have positive results on both sides. So
Yeah, yeah.
Someone in the chat was like, "Yo, that's me." Like the general idea of like staying up really late and doing the things. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that's a lot of people.
Yeah, I've also done it, and there was one time I was up late. It was 2 a.m. and my SolidWorks crashed,
oh,
and I did not save. So
No.
yeah, yeah, but I decided to go to bed and then work on it the next morning because
yeah,
I knew that whatever I did at that point, it would not get better. So like
Yeah, that's fair.
at some point, just go
Mhm.
to bed and be
right.
more productive in the morning.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, that's 100% true. And there's so many like memes out there online where it's just like, oh yeah, here I am programming the robot at like 4 in the morning, right before the competition, right? So it's like it's a very commonly shared thing, and it's balancing your time as well. I think that's something that you talked about really well is not managing your time just for school, but just managing your time in general very well so that your team is staying on track while being able to like perform in a timely manner, right? You don't want to be staying up until 2 a.m.,
Yeah,
because that's
yeah,
bad for your
Yeah.
personal health. It's not really going to help your team succeed because when competition day rolls around, you're going to need like 2 monster energy
Yeah.
drinks
Yeah.
just to stay awake. So,
yeah.
um,
I remember there's this team. I'm not gonna say which team, but they stayed until 4 a.m. to fix their turret
wow.
problems. and on competition day, their turrets stop working. So
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
that's
so
unfortunate.
key, just make sure that you're healthy and that you're not putting your body at risk and everything is fine.
100%.
Right.
100%.
100%. Yeah.
Like the night before comp, you should ideally be getting some good rest, and
Right. Yeah.
especially the driver and the pit
Especially
crew.
drivers,
And
yeah.
yeah, like usually like everyone needs to be getting like good rest and
Right.
make sure they're ready for tomorrow. But that comes with planning, right? You gotta have your deadlines set, so you're done with programming, done with mechanical, so you're just have to worry about driving and maybe practicing presentation.
Absolutely.
So
It isn't, and those things don't come naturally. You're not just going to be able to operate like that on a whim. Like you're
no,
going to need a structured plan
right.
to do so. And you talked about that very well with like the calendar, and I think more teams need to be implementing that. Another good resource is like project management software like Trello or
Oh
Monday.com.
yeah.
Yeah, that's another good point. That I would personally add to that. But like time management on even on a calendar is like perfect for making sure that all of those things happen in time. But there's also like you kind of talked about our technical buffer with the Global Unity Summit as a whole. We obviously put that there because of our experience in FTC. We know things aren't going to be perfect. Like 15 minutes and then 5 extra minutes of presentation aren't going to be consistent through every single team. So we need to make sure that there's buffer for people to join, people struggling to share their screen, struggling with Wi-Fi, whatever it may be. So I think you captured that really well, and very excellent presentation.
Thank
And
you for having me.
congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining and being so communicative in the
That was great.
Discord server and taking the time out of your day to come present for us and all of these teams. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. All right.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. Awesome.
Bar after bar.
Yeah, spitting facts. Yeah. I feel like I wish I realized all of that way sooner in my
Dude,
FTC career.
real. Like,
Let's see. I think we have Skeleton Army from Israel next. Yeah.
yep.
They are 9:05 Israel time. So we
We
have
got like 10 minutes.
Yeah, we have about like almost we have 11 minutes exactly. So we're probably going to go on a little bit of break, stretch our legs a little bit. They'll be here probably within the next 5 minutes, just because I really told them to get here a little bit early. But we'll take care of that, and then we'll be right back after that. But yeah, we'll catch you guys in a little minute. We can go ahead and mute and put the banner up. Alrighty. All right. Hey there. How's it going? Army. Still cooked.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Wait a sec.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm not the one presenting. My team is supposed to come here.
Okay. How many members of your team do you have coming?
You're probably gonna see, I think it's 4, but my team, I'm now in Greece, but my team is all, yeah, but my team is all grouped up in the workshop.
Okay,
We
sounds
came
good.
together.
Nice. That's a great idea.
Okay. Yeah, just whoever has your presentation, whenever they eventually join the meeting, then just let us know, and we'll be happy to give you guys an introduction. Then you guys can start presenting as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, it's supposed to be now, like the skeleton army that just joined. That's supposed to be my team. I'm just checking.
Okay. They have they're muted and they don't have the camera on, so hopefully they're
Yeah, they're probably just booting up the presentation.
good. Waiting room.
Show skin.
Oh, there they are.
Hello.
Hi.
That's definitely them.
Yep.
All right.
All right. While you guys are pulling up your presentation, I'll give you guys a formal introduction to the live stream as well, and the Global Unity Summit as a whole. All right. Next up, we have 23644 Skeleton Army from Israel. They had a 163 OPR, which is top 120 in the world. They were the winning alliance captain, the division winning alliance captain, and the Think Award winner at the Israel Championship. They were also the winning alliance first pick at the Relic League qualifier back in January. So they've had a pretty awesome season this year. And so
they've also been featured on Fun for their, I think, Behind the Bot as well.
Awesome. Yeah, sweet. So we're excited to see what they have to offer. Whenever you guys are ready to present, feel free to share your presentation and just let us know.
Wait, by the way, we were at CRI too.
Yeah,
We got second.
I feel like I definitely knew that on the FTC Scout, you guys weren't listed as like in any of the matches, but I know you guys were at CRI because I know we were contacting you to about the conference while you guys were at CRI. But yeah, you guys did pretty well in there as well. So.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great.
Yeah. Well,
the floor is yours.
Can you see my screen? Good.
Yep. Yeah.
Great.
Let's.
How do I move the slides?
Tell now. I'll press.
Hello.
The font is so tough.
Hi. I thought the camera was there.
Yeah.
So we are a Skeleton Army 23644, and we will be talking about like our team and about our code library, Mero. So yes. So we come from Kfar Saba in Israel. It's a city. There are about 100,000 people here. It's in central Israel, and those you can see like us in the city.
Mayor's office.
Mayor's office, yes. Thank you. So since our rookie season was the center stage, and we finished our first competition 17th, and we are really proud of the the progress we made since then. So you might know us from Mero, like I said earlier, or from being Israeli champions, or from competing at CRI. And so
big part of our team's culture is our values that we picked together. We voted on them, so we chose courage and determination, excellence, creativity and curiosity, and investment. And you can see like also a big part of our team's culture is helping the first community. We are really encouraged to share everything we do, to volunteer as much as possible. We volunteered I counted earlier, about 16 of our team members volunteered the competitions this year. Also, we share, just like I said earlier, Marrow and our smart battery pack and our gear adapter. It's just a really big part of who we are, helping other people in the first community. And also a really big part of who we are is how the team brings us together. We come from different schools in the city and we met here. Some students have a more technical background. Some students, such as myself, don't really have a technical background and came to this team to learn and meet new people. You can see photos from our like team bonding evening where we had like pizza and decorating safety glasses. We had like seniors evening. We had 10th and 11th graders evening. It's just robotics really brings us together as friends, not just as teammates. Yes, and now.
Okay. So about our team's rules and dynamics, we have a team lead, which is made up from our captain, the vice captain, the sub-team leader, like software, hardware, strategy, and outreach. And we have a product manager that is responsible for the robot to connect between hardware and software mainly. And to see, he comes from the strategy team to see how do we want the robot to be and look for the next season according to the challenge. We have additional rules in our team that aren't in the lead team, which is the people who are responsible for equipment, portfolio, our scouting up, our cleaning the workshop, everything like that. And we have different roles in the competition. We have the driving team, which is the coach, the driver, the human player, and we use the spare place for a human player's coach. We have scouters and alliance selection team. We have pit managers who are responsible to everything that's going on in the pit. And we have additional rules like photographers, ghost of the driving team, which are the people who are responsible that the driving team is in queue in time, and with schedule manager that sends everyone our qualifiers and everything, and that's it over dynamics and rules.
The following slides will be on our software library called Marrow, which is what you'll see. Marrow is an open source library we developed to help teams develop better. It's written way more nicely in our presentation. On some of Marrow's features, I'm not good at talking. I'm not outreach. I'm software only. So yeah, sorry. So prompter is something that can really help customize op modes and to help developers develop quickly, and the driving team use those op modes in a more easy way. So you wouldn't have to mess with multiple depending on your strategy. You just have one and you say to it what you need to do. And then we have settings, which helps you keep certain presets between op modes, so you wouldn't need to redeploy code if you made small changes, but it needs to be across many different op modes. We have the zones, which can really help your robot understand where it is on the field much nicer than using manual checking. and the Op Mode Manager, a more technical thing to help developers get better access to more hidden parts of development for the robot. We developed Marrow to help, first of all, ourselves with things we found easier that we found made development easier, but just didn't exist anywhere else. Then we released it to other teams this season. In addition, we added more features that we found were useful and also didn't exist anywhere else. The community has received Marrow very nicely. It is not written here. It crossed our mind when we made the presentation, but the developers of Solversly, one of the biggest software libraries, reached out to adopt one of our original features from Marrow as one of their own, of course, with credits and such. We also showed it at competitions and received good reactions, good feedback, both locally and also internationally when we presented at CRI and promoted it on the Discord and so on. If you want, you can scan the QR here to learn more about Marrow. That's the end of our presentation.
Yes. Do you have questions?
I just want to say I love the name of your of the system. Marrow is an awesome name. That is really cool. It's also obviously on Team Spirit, team branding wise, and I love how on the driver station, whenever you were driving the chassis around the field, it would be able to signify the driver whether it was fully inside of the close zone or partially inside the close zone. I thought that was pretty awesome as well.
Because then you can't physically like you can I bet you can make it to where like if you're not in the zone, you physically cannot shoot, and then that would avoid lots of penalties,
That's exactly what we do.
Nice,
So,
very nice.
Yeah.
That is our main use of zones in our robot. We use it so you can't shoot outside the launch zone. Even kind of the opposite, where the robot automatically shoots when it's and it has the artifacts.
Absolutely, yeah. Because that's major penalties if you make those artifacts in the goal whenever you're outside that zone. So huge on avoiding penalties. That's also great whenever on autonomous or driver optimization. As soon as you're in those shooting zones, you can immediately fire those, and so you're ensuring that you're quickly cycling as fast as you can, which is awesome. So
great work, guys.
Yeah.
Love to connect with you guys. We were definitely looking for a team for your area, and we are glad that you guys were here to present. So thank you.
Absolutely. A lot of a very premier team from your area as well, being
100%.
the finalist alliance at CRI, winning the Israel Championship is pretty awesome. And you guys have done your research and you've done a lot of hard work to get to where you are. And so congratulations to you guys on an awesome season, as well as awesome software implementations.
100%.
Some of the best that I've seen, especially applied for this year, which is really cool. And you guys have a very, good current present, but you also have a great future as well. So we're really excited to see where you guys go, and we're looking forward to connecting in the future once more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out of your day to present as well.
Thank you for hosting us.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Hopefully we can have you guys back next year.
Time.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
All right. Bye.
Same here.
Yep.
Bye.
Phoenix LBSU next. Here's a key for hold on. Hi. 28. 40. Okay. Here, let's see. I'll check this out real quick. It's okay. We'll just keep it as is. All right, can you hear us okay, guys?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, awesome. Sweet. I'll give your team a short interview. As you're preparing your slideshow, you should have availability to share your screen for your presentation whenever you're ready. But next up, we have 28420 Phoenix LBSU from Minsk, Belarus. They are a second-year team, and we're very happy to have team representation from Belarus. This is hopefully going to be a pretty interesting presentation, and we're looking forward to what you guys have to offer. The floor is yours. So whenever you're ready to present, we are ready to listen, and so is the stream. So we are.
So we can start even right now, before our time.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you guys are ready, then you can start before. That's okay.
By the way, can I ask something? If it's okay for you, can you speak a little slower because it's kind of hard for us to get it so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can speak a little bit slower. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to be the one showing you our presentation. Do you see it right now?
Yes.
Yep. So, hello guys again. My name is Bogdan and I am one of the members of our team. And as you can see, today is also on this meeting, there is also my teammate Anastasia, who plays the role of outreach leader. But before we get to our main topic, let's talk a little about our culture and about our team. We are from Belarus. This country located in Eastern Europe, and we are a Slavic nation, and our culture is very rich and beautiful. There is a popular but wrong opinion that our culture is the same one as the Russian one, but that's a complete lie. Our culture is a unique combination of deep European roots and rich Baltic and Slavic traditions. You can see this in our unique architecture like the Mir and Nesvich castles, and in our beautiful language. But what truly defines Belarus is its nature and its people. Our unique landscape has shaped our national character. Belarusians are known for being peaceful, friendly, and hardworking. Belarusian unique mindset is exactly what helps us build a strong, supportive environment in our team. By the way, we are the only team from Belarus, and this fact changes the way we move from stage to stage completely. We prefer a clear division of roles, so we are divided into three departments: media, also known as outreach, engineering, and programming department. This strict structure helps us avoid chaos and ensures that everyone knows exactly what their goals are. We have 12 people on our team in overall, but 6 of them graduated last May and are leaving at the end of the off-season. For us, this isn't a crisis, it's just our regular, predictable yearly schedule. Right now, we don't have enough teammates, so we are going to find and hire new ones. We are based at the Belarusian State University Lyceum, as our name suggests, and our Lyceum only has 10th and 11th grades. So the situation will repeat itself next year. Therefore, we were forced to learn how to effectively, meaning quickly and efficiently, train new participants. And today we will share our methods. We have developed a special system of intensive trainings and direct mentorship to turn newbies into professionals in just a few weeks. When training new participants, it's important to remember that the first-year students themselves must be highly motivated to immerse themselves in robotics. Some of the main criteria when selecting new people for our team are hard work and desire to learn new things. We believe that a person's desire to do something is very important, so new participants choose their own department in which to study based on their skills and knowledge. It's important to note that they have the opportunity to say to their department leaders at any time if they wish to transfer to another department and begin training there again. It's never too late to change your mind. Even the most talented programmer is useless if they don't want to be a programmer. Now let's move on to the training system itself. First, we will give a general overview and then we will cover each department. Right now, I'm passing next part of presentation to my teammate Anastasia.
Hello, I'm Anastasia. I'm a part of our media department, so I will tell you about our training system. We prefer to divide it into two stages. The first one is basic skills. This phase lasts 1 to 2 weeks. During this period, the new participant learns about previous year's experience in their department, becomes familiar with previous year's work, and begins to explore the most important applications and tools in their department. This prepares them for the second phase. In the second phase, we use job shadowing, but with some modifications. Job shadowing is one of the most common training methods. It involves the trainee continuously observing a specialist at work, thereby learning nuances. The original concept of this method does not include practical tasks, which we decided to change because we think that in robotics there also always should be practical tasks. So during the second phase, which lasts 3 to 5 weeks, the newcomer is assigned to a department representative, observing their work and also completing tasks assigned by their superior. Now we'll discuss the training in each department in more detail. Let's start with media or outreach. In the first stage, the student studies portfolios from previous years and other teams, looking for the advantages or disadvantages of different design styles and information delivery. They also learn the theory behind the Figma graphics editor, which we use to create posters and portfolios. Also planned for this year a new introduction, reading Robin Williams' book, The Non-Designer's Design Book, and reading the entire reglement. In the second stage, training tasks include writing posts and other various tasks in the team. The second department is the programming department. During the first stage, we teach the basics of Java to those who have never worked with it before and introduce newcomers to code architecture. So by the end of the first stage, the participant can write in Java, use FTC SDK, and work through GitHub. In the second stage, we use tasks such as working on algorithms, learning new ones, refactoring code, bug fixing, and improving all code. The last but not the least is engineering department. It's the biggest department, so during the first stage, engineers receive lectures. These lectures cover topics such as working with CAD systems to create and print 3D models, safety regulations, and more. With these lectures and homework assignments, by the end of the first month, newcomers can create parametric models, assemble robot models, and safely organize their workplace. In the second stage, students refine previous version of the robot and assemble new models. So in 1 to 2 months, our team trains a new, fully qualified participant who can work on the same level with senior staff. We love our training system, but we think it will become even better after some time and some refinements. So thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
All right.
That was great.
Yeah.
Obviously the transfer of knowledge in FTC is so important for the continuation of any team at all, because once you have members who learn all about robotics, being able to actually transfer that knowledge to younger students to help carry on the success of the team is so important, and is really critical to any long-term successful team in FTC. So I think you guys explained it well, and obviously I learned a little bit about the Belarusian culture, which is awesome. It sounds like you guys have a beautiful country, a beautiful culture as well. And so we're really happy that teams have decided to include that. And that's something we wanted to encourage, because naturally we are trying to host the Global Unity Summit. So we're trying to learn more about other countries, and not just the teams, but also like the countries that they actually come from. And so you guys did an excellent job in doing that. So, yeah.
And I personally didn't know that you guys were the only team from Belarus.
Yeah.
So you will definitely be staying in touch with you guys.
Yeah. That is a really unique fact, and I think that's awesome that you guys are being pioneers in your own country for FTC, and hopefully we see some more Belarusian teams pop up just because of your guys' existence and success so far. So hopefully in the future we could see that. But thank you guys for spending the time today to share your experiences, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much for hosting that meeting. It is very great to be in this big call. Thank you so much for your work.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. You guys, teams like yours make this event super special because we're able to bring together so many different cultures. We've had like about 300-ish views on the live stream so far, and so that means a bunch of teams are cycling in and watching you guys and also a bunch of other teams as well. So yeah, keep up the great work, and we're excited to stay in touch with you guys.
And we would love to have you guys back next season for our second annual Global Unity Summit.
Absolutely.
Definitely like to be in this in the next season with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anytime, guys.
Thank you guys. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Bye. Have a good day.
Who's up?
Be Octo Herod from Moldova.
Okay.
Local time is 9:28. They present at 9:45. So we have 15 minutes.
Okay.
So.
All right. So it looks like we have a break. Break in between our next team. Octo Herod.
Yeah, be Octo Herod from Moldova.
Moldova.
I'm gonna go ahead and get them pulled up.
Cool.
Get them introduced here pretty soon. I think we have quite a bit of a break, so might as well just kind of sit here and talk, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
For those who are watching in from the live stream and tuning in, continue to ask questions and comment, and
yeah,
we love your input and feedback and for these teams.
Right. Honestly, if you can any sort of questions that would keep the presenters engaged, as well as any comments or compliments about presentations or content or structure, anything like that is, I'm sure, really appreciated by the teams themselves. And knowing that, it's not just us. I think it can kind of seem a little bit weird just to have us in the room. But is that, I'm assuming from Korea?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, really? It's okay.
Is the other guest, was that from? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm fine. I'm gonna wait. Give me a second. My teammate has to join.
No, you're good.
Wait
Yeah,
a
you guys
second.
are a little bit early, like 15 minutes, but we can start early if you guys want to, but take the time that you take all the time that you need to get your teammates and whatnot in here.
Alright, give me a second. Ta-ta-ta-ta.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone.
Hi there.
Give me a second. I'm gonna start my screen share and we can start. Petra, you ready, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Whenever
I'm
you
gonna
guys are
screen
ready.
share or-
What?
Yeah. Feel free to
Uh,
screen share your presentation if you want to. We allowed access to all the individuals who joined the call.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can you see my screen?
I will. Yeah. We can see it. Before you do start, I've been giving teams a proper introduction just real quick as the hosts. So next up we have 25474 Octio Herod, or it's Octito Herod.
Did we get that right?
Octeto
Perfect.
Herod.
Nice. All right, they are from Moldova. They are in their second year. They just won the Connect Award at the Moldova Championship back in February, and we're excited to see what they have to offer in this presentation. I will say, not to give any spoilers, one of my favorite design presentations out of all the ones that were submitted. So I'm super excited for you guys to see this one. But yeah, you guys have the floor, and we're excited to hear what you guys have to say.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for having us here. We are really delighted with that. We are Octeto Haret, a team from Moldova. You may know about us from our awards and so on, but we are here to present ourselves further on. So I give the mic to my colleague Stefan.
So we decided to start you off with some fun facts about our country, since first of all, we know from our experience traveling abroad, we know that foreigners aren't really familiar with our country. They often confuse us with the Maldives, which is ironic. But anyhow, we will let you know that the country is situated between Romania and a giant in robotics and Ukraine. And probably the most interesting fun fact about our country that we always mention to everyone is that we are really good at wine production. We are 20th globally and 15th in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. And it's, if you think about it, it's a really high achievement for such a small country. Now, our capital is also often called as the city of marble due to the white buildings and their simple architecture. You can also see in the photo, this is the center of our city. The sceneries are just absolutely beautiful. The rural areas are probably the most exciting, and in these rural areas, we are all really embedded in tradition, meaning we keep traditions such as carpet making. You can see here traditional patterns, and obviously traditional dances such as hora. Hora is, you can see in this image, it's basically just a circle of people dancing. Just a heads up for you, if you've probably seen it, who am I kidding? But if you ever see, a group of people making a circle and dancing to a really high rhythm dance, they're usually Moldovan or Romanian, because we just really like making a party of everything wherever we are. And since we're on the topic of dance, we decided, since obviously all of you know the Numa Numa song made by, actually called Roxy Dintei, made by Moldovan band Ozone, we decided to put you on some peak music, and that's Alternosfera. It's an alternative rock band founded in about the 1990s. So this is get out. This is a very nice opportunity for us to introduce you to them. Now, on the topic of technology, about robotics and stuff, Moldova has been investing heavily into STEM for the past 2 years, with FTC Moldova being only 2 years old at the moment, and our last competition has been probably the biggest up until now at the national level. So, Petra, go ahead and present our team, please.
If we would talk about the main members that make the magic happen, we would talk about the last team leader, Ionuț. Why last? Because he's going to study in Japan soon for university, so heads up to Ionuț. We have two mentors in the team, actually, Miss Inga and Mr. Victor. You will see him further on. But for the non-technical team, we have the non-tech coordinator, Emilia. We have the research manager, Alexandra. We have Evelina that did this amazing presentation, which is the content creator, Nicoleta, the copywriter, and me, the head of public relations, Petra. For the technical team, I present to you Ilie, which is the programmer, Tudor, the driver, Dragos, the designer, and Diana, the human player and the technical assistant. We also have the second programmer, Alexandru, the lead programmer, Daniel, and my colleague right here, Stefan, which is the mechanical engineer.
Now, if we're talking about our team values, since FTC Moldova has been around for about 2 years, and our team composition hasn't really had an opportunity to be stable, and we've been dealing a lot with senior drain. We didn't really get to form this team culture you see other global teams have. But we did observe some recurring patterns in our team generations, which are, first of all, probably also the reason why we got connected the last 2 years, is making friends with everyone. At every event every single interaction we get, we see it as an opportunity to make friends and collaborate with people. We also try our best to respect the effort of everyone and of every role, because we obviously know the amount of effort that goes into each robot. Even if it's just a starter bot, it doesn't really matter. The effort and especially at the beginning is so intimidating that, even if being around for 2 years is just enough to know the stress of it all. And also, we just try to enjoy the journey and hope, to obtain something meaningful out of this competition, experience for us and new experiences with other people, with new people.
Yeah, so these were our values, but why did we get 2 connects in a row is the outreach. And why do we have an amazing outreach is because we do 3D modeling and CAD workshops for teens, especially for middle schoolers and for even primary school. We also have workshops for Lego mechanics and so on. And we specialize in this because we understand that we are privileged and not everyone has our privilege or knowledge. So we tend to go further and do some workshops for visually impaired students. We visited this year the house for the visually impaired students, and we help them understand clearer what are robotics, how they can create a team even from the rural areas, and how they can empathize in engineering and coding. So we have also info panels for school and cybersecurity. We do this for teachers as well, so we don't have an age limit. But for the end of the 2025 year, we did a collab video with most teams from the Republic of Moldova. And we went further with the first FM playlist that we created with every track or favorite song of our supporters that submitted it, and we put it in a common playlist for robotics enjoyers. So they could build a robot and listen to this amazing playlist. Our recent achievement was the visit in Timișoara for the first robotics initiative hosted by the Romanian team CyberMoon. We went there less than a month ago, and we got in the top 20 best teams, so it was definitely an achievement. Here you can see the pictures from the nationals. We were also invited to the radio and to the national television, in which we played an intellectual games and presented our team. So if we speak about social media, and I hugely advise you to scan these amazing QR codes for our TikTok and Instagram. We have more than 1,000 students that visit and contact us for getting into the team or that support our social media. We have 36,000 monthly views for both of our platforms, and we have more than 10K, or we have certainly 1,000 of likes for our TikToks. Even from Romania, we have a viral video with over 8,000 likes. So we are really proud for our outreach and for our sustainability as well. Right, Stefan?
Of course. If we're talking about sustainability, this is probably our most recent goal. Due to our extensive senior drain in the past years, we set a new goal for BioBuzz, meaning we will try to have a familiarized team for the next season. What does that mean? We will try to make this season kind of like a starting point for a new logging period, if that makes sense. And I'll explain it in a second. First challenge we are going to encounter this season is obviously the senior train. Half of our team right now is in the 12th grade, meaning they graduate this season, which will leave half of our team empty. Which is why we decided to implement the activity logs, meaning every single lesson learned, every single bot analysis, every single resource we found useful we will introduce in an extensive archive in our team drive, as well as we started some mentoring. This is actually just a really new initiative, mentoring with potential members for our team. Meaning each of us has 2 recruits that we mentor for the next year so they can get acquainted with the FTC values and FTC working process. Our second challenge was logistics. With ever-changing team composition, we obviously faced a lot of challenges organizing ourselves to get stuff done, get productive. So for that, we tried to get an experienced mentor. You can see here, this is Mr. Victor. He is a project manager, which obviously with about 20 years of experience and helps us in this issue. And our third and probably the most important challenge for a robotics competition is our technical performance, which obviously has not been stellar in the past years. But for that, we decided that the best solution for it would be to analyze top teams globally and see what they are doing right and what can we implement in our own processes, as well as most likely getting a Romanian team, right, our brothers, to mentor us a little about their tactics, their experience, and probably offer us some support on the technical side. And that is all we have to say for you guys. And if you have any questions, we will be delighted to answer them.
Yeah, amazing presentation, both content and also formatting and marketing wise. Love your logo. Obviously, I'm kind of partial to it because our team is also similarly themed. So if you can see, we have the Leviathan wrapping around the world. This is a sticker we had at the World Championship this year. But yeah, great marketing, great visual
We're gonna
design.
get it.
Yes,
we're gonna come
yes,
and
you
get
are.
it.
Yes. We hope to see you there soon. But yeah, great overall. I obviously love hearing about the country's cultures themselves. That's something that we asked some teams to do. And it's really interesting to hear about the history and also like the economic side, like the wine production for Moldova, obviously pretty successful. It's really interesting. Also, I have now new music recommendations I have got to listen to now. So whenever I'm driving to a long robotics competition, I'll throw on some other music recommendations. I'll do Ozone.
What band? Sorry. What
Ozone,
band
and
did I
then
mention?
it's Alternosfera.
Yes.
Okay.
You
Okay, cool.
should try it. I'm actually recommending it, by the way. It was my idea. I'm actually recommending it.
Awesome.
It's our team song from there.
Yes,
Awesome.
I forgot to mention that. It's basically our team's anthem. It's a one song called Ploile nu vin. It's basically always playing.
Gotcha. Okay. I've added it to my watch later on YouTube, so I will download it and I will listen to it very soon. So
We
thank
really
you for the
appreciate that.
recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah. We went ahead and followed you on Instagram as well. We scanned the QR code during the presentation, so we're now connected on there as well as the Discord. So yeah, your presentation was awesome. It was good to hear about your process, and we hope FTC in Moldova. Obviously, it's a newer introduction, but we hope it's growing super duper fast, and we hope that one day that it will be as large as maybe FTC in Romania. One of these days, it can be a very extensive and a big phenomenon in Moldova as well as Romania. So keep
People
up
are
the great work.
certainly working on this. Thank you.
Yeah, keep up the great work. Continue spreading the message of FIRST in your community, and just keep building Moldova up to be hopefully a FTC powerhouse one of these days. Yep.
Yeah. See you next year.
All right,
Thank you guys
See
for
you guys.
hosting us.
Bye.
See you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye. That'll be nice. That was awesome. That's cool. That's one thing that I wish probably more teams did, but it was really cool to hear from those countries about like the actual like team culture, like not only just the team culture, but like the actual like, country's culture, because also global unity is like connecting us beyond the borders. So being able to hear about the different things like economically, what's profitable for them, and the music taste and stuff like that as well is pretty cool. So
I wish we had started promoting this sooner so that we can get more countries involved.
I mean, it's always gonna have like a certain level of. I don't even know how you was like. Oh, what's up, Benjamin? Nice cat in the background.
Airman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wish we had started
Bro has the TV on. I can hear the echo. Oh my goodness.
I muted it. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
I was kind of tweaking out because I was like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's like I think it's pretty delayed. It's delayed by like 10 seconds, or something like that. It's pretty bad.
Probably.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, I will do a. I don't know if you're ready to present or not.
I would like to preface a couple things. Number one, I am nervous. If I mess up, forgive me. Number two, shout out to the Belarusian team. My family loves Belarus. Multiple members have been more than 3 times.
Oh,
we love Belarus.
Yeah. We also love Belarus because our alliance partner at Michiana was from Belarus as well. Like they're originally like all their family and stuff from Belarus.
Oh, nice.
So if they're watching this, Dennis and Max from I'm a Genius. Yeah, shout out to y'all out there if y'all watching.
And we will be having a team from Russia, St. Petersburg, Russia, presenting later today as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be like low key 4 a.m. for them, but
yeah. Low key needed.
Yeah, and you had like
2-day format next year.
You had 6 back-to-back international teams, and then you got the guy from Oklahoma.
Hey, that's the homie right there, though. We know this. We know this guy. Yeah. All right, I'll do a little formal team introduction while you're pulling up your presentation. So, ironically enough, I'll dip into a little bit of personal side of me. I was on this team, back in the rookie year of this team, back in Freight Frenzy, I actually joined HiveMind. And then I was kind of playing around with FTC. It wasn't for me at the time, just because I was pretty young, a little bit naive as well. I came back to FTC and looked into the Tulsa Robotics Center, which is obviously where I joined Leviathan. A big shout out to HiveMind for getting me introduced to FTC. This is obviously a new gen. He doesn't know any of that history. But
it's so peak. I'm in contact with a bunch of the first gen. I'm in contact with a bunch of them. So
yeah, nice. Yep. Damien, Bryson, and Wyatt, the goats.
Damien refed a couple of the meets.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I think he was at the Oklahoma State Championship too, right?
He was.
I think so.
I
think
didn't
he was
know
a
that.
referee. Mm-hmm.
Probably. He refed like all of our league meets.
Oh, that's fire. Yeah, that's nice. All right, I'll do a little shout out now properly, now a little less personal, more like ore farming. But next up we have 19668 HiveMind from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Their rookie year was obviously 2021 in Freight Frenzy. They were 6th place at the Run for the Robots premier event in Kentucky at the Secretariat Division. They made it to the playoffs, as well as made the playoffs at the Oklahoma State Championship as well. They've had an overall pretty successful season. They won the design award at their league tournament this season as well, and were very successful across their league meets. So we are happy to have this team represented here. Obviously, same home state as in United States and Oklahoma. So we're excited to see what you guys have.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Dr. Pepper hat in the background. I know Andrew has been like living off of Dr. Pepper the entire.
I forgot that was in the background. I've
had 4 today, bro.
Yeah,
I got it at Walmart a couple days ago.
Awesome, that stuff.
That's fun.
I don't know if it's my monitor, but when I try and stream, it looks very low quality. Share. Can you see it? And it's like good.
Perfectly fine. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Okay, am I free to go?
Yep. You are free to go. You got the floor.
Okay, hello, my name is Benjamin. I'm from team 19668 HiveMind, and I am the 2nd gen of HiveMind, and this BioBuzz will be my 2nd season. Decode is my 1st season. I am no longer a rookie. Thank goodness. Okay, I'm going to be presenting on drive team improvements, and I'm going to go through 2 things. The issues I see normally with teams' driver practice and like their drive team in general, and then how I fix them, this is from my experience from the past year. And a couple activities that I had over the summer. Okay. The issues I see normally. Number 1, they don't do tryouts. So a lot of the time, a team will do tryouts like at the beginning of like their 1st season, and then they will find a guy that's pretty good, and then they will just keep having that guy be their driver for the rest of the season. And then the next season, they don't really put that much thought into trying to tryouts to see if anyone could be better to improve. But that almost the same thing happened with our team. At the beginning of last season, we hit gold. We did a random combination of people from our team, and we got like the highest score that we could. And then that led us to like us being number 1 and number 2 on our league meet, our first 2 league meets, and where we didn't lose a single match until the end of our second league meet. It was ridiculous. But then in the middle of the season, a member joined our team that had interest in Drive Team. So we're going to do tryouts, I believe it's either next week or the week after, to see if he would be fit for the role. The second issue I see, little to no practice time. So I get it again. You may be engineering, something may have taken too long to programming, and then you don't get enough time to practice before your competition. But if you can practice before the bot even is completely done. I'm pretty sure a team covered on this a little bit. You can practice with just a drivetrain. Just put the driver hub. I think that's what it's called. You put the driver hub, write some code, and then because your drivetrain will be different. If you're switching from bevel to belt, the braking time will be different. It will change, and just make sure that you will be ready for it. Third, insufficient practice styles in impossible scenarios. Like I see people, we made this mistake a lot, practicing in like quiet rooms, every artifact in the field, where we could basically score as much as we wanted with little to no pushback, which did benefit us a little bit at the competition, but we had different. If we practiced differently, we would have made it farther. How to fix these issues? For one, do tryouts. They do not have to be fancy. We literally just have our drive team and then just replace people to get our backups. And we will switch out like our driver coach for someone different. We'll switch out our end effector for someone different, because a lot more matters than just how good they are at their job when they're alone, because a lot of stuff is communication. Because it's your team would go and depending on the amount of people on your drive team, it will be different, because it could be you have the human player, the driver coach, and then we have 2 others. We have the end effector and the drivetrain. The end effector and the drivetrain, how they communicate is really important. So if you have a secondary drive team, you have to make sure that everyone is going to be able to communicate well, because you can't just replace one person and expect it to be perfectly fine. Number 2, practice even before the bot is done. I covered on this where just set it up to where it's able to drive. And even if it's not completely done, like if you're iterating right before a competition, and it's like your first competition and you're just iterating on something, would you rather have a really good bot that with a team that can't use it, or a subpar bot with a team that can use it really well? That is a crossroads that you'll come to. Personally, a subpar bot with a team that can use it really well. That's the difference between a good team and a great team. And then number 3, improve practice styles. I'm going to cover 3. Drills, the chaos monkey technique, and simulated competition. Number 1, drills. Simple back and forth. You will go just to get the braking time, and when you go forward and then you turn, and then it comes towards you, that can actually mess you up a lot, depending on how you control your bot. We have our bot on field centric, so wherever forward is for the driver, forward is for the bot. But if you're on bot centric, or the front of the bot, and you are facing different directions, it will be wonky for the driver. And then number 2, circles. place a box or someone in the middle of the field and then have the bot just go around them to be able to nail down precision and all of that, because that will benefit you when you're having to maneuver. And then circles, but changing the forward direction of the bot. So it's in the demonstration, the box in the middle of the field, you're going around them, but you're also changing the forward direction of the bot. And then second, the chaos monkey technique. This is probably my favorite. Have a mentor or a member of your team or a past bot of the season or just a drivetrain just trying to mess you up when you're practicing. Like knock around the scoring elements, block your path. This is mainly good for defensive games like Decode or games with very open field. It wouldn't really work for a game like Into the Deep because everyone has their own little section. But from the majority of speculation of BioBuzz, this will carry over. And then third, simulated competition. This is something our mentor did halfway through the season, just randomly. He set up a speaker and then he started playing loud Disney rock music. It was great. So it was basically to try and distract us. The goal is to stimulate you, because if you're practicing in a quiet room, if you've ever been to a competition, it's very different. It's very loud. There's a lot of distractions. All of the other people giving their commands, like you will be hearing your alliance's commands, you'll be hearing the other team's commands, you'll be hearing the people cheering in the background. It is very stimulating. And if you don't build up the ability to lock in and push out all of the distractions, then that will be an issue. And I would like to give a big thanks to Leviathan for hosting this. And this is what I've learned from Decode. Thank you.
All right, so driver tryouts definitely are a great thing.
I was watching on the TV in the other room.
And do you all have any questions?
I don't think really any questions.
Comments, yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
I would say that. I'm trying to think. I think having as many like attending or having as many scrimmages as you can is also a good thing. It's like league meets are nice.
Absolutely.
It's a competitive environment, right? But also league meets are pretty important because you do need to have a certain number of wins and ranking points.
Yeah.
Holy jinx. Ranking points in your league, so you have to qualify for your league tournament and then obviously for state. But if you can get as many scrimmages as possible, which don't really count for anything, then you can develop skills, work again in a competitive environment against other robots. But I think at a baseline, all of this is good stuff. I think it's stuff that is at a baseline needs to happen for a drive team to develop. Another thing is like just managing the team, the engineering and programming time and optimizations time before competition. So the drive team has a good amount of time, or at least a reasonable amount of time.
Make sure that you set up a Gantt chart.
Just right, yeah. Yes.
Absolutely.
And also have technical buffer times, because you're not going to be on time perfectly. You can't just expect to do drive practice just the week before competition. You have to expect to do it a couple weeks before, just so if anything pushes back, at the worst, you're doing it a week before competition. And that is simply like through experience, through learning about other people's experience as well. But the best drive teams are ones that are communicative, that are constantly pushing for the success of the team. You have to have a very selfless driver who's
absolutely
being selfless for the alliance's success. So naturally, you're just trying to win as many matches as you can. That is ultimately the baseline. And playing smart and really having a drive team that loves the game, not just because they're good at it, but just because they need to love the strategy. They need to be incredibly involved. They need to be watching matches and that is how you develop a great drive team, is someone who is constantly thinking about driving, and they drive in their sleep, basically.
Yeah, real.
They know the controls like the back of their hand, and they're able to articulate it as well. And
Like
that
one
is
time I had
all
a
developed.
dream that I was at a competition and that I was
Yeah.
driving. It was
Yeah,
great.
that's where you need to be.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, if you're not having dreams about your competitions, then what are you even doing?
Funny enough, I had a dream about our portfolio last night too.
I don't have dreams. Oh, I don't have dreams about portfolio. I do have dreams about competitions. But last night, I can tell you, I was just counting sheep, bro. I was trying to go to bed so I can get enough sleep for this thing.
Yeah, real.
So,
yeah, like I know that Leviathan, we're going to be doing some sort of driver contest or driver tryout this season because we have 3 pretty good drivers on our team, and we want the best driver on the field, right, to give us that foot forward. So, because having best driver on the field is ultimately how you're gonna win matches and advance to stay in Houston.
right. And truly, competitions can't be purely measured in practice as well. They have to be measured in a real environment across league meets and against other robots, because I feel like the solo world records and stuff like that this year didn't really mean that much, because it was basically just like measuring your highest potential without any defense, which is almost never going to happen. So ensuring that you're constantly in a mindset of driving and of strategy, as well as always wanting to make sure that your practice is as accurate as possible. And another thing is, like, I know in practice throughout the season, we kind of started to cycle less from our gate area toward like the last 30 seconds of the game to avoiding the base zone penalties. It's kind of those realistic things that have to move as a drive team. That has to be good communication from the drive coach, like saying, hey, it's 30 seconds, you need to get a last cycle in that area, then you need to get out of there because we can get some seriously large penalties from that area. And so getting out of there and having good communication and having good chemistry is another good thing, which is usually what is found out through driver competitions. But ultimately, good presentation. It's good to hear about strategy. Obviously, as a strategist myself, we all love strategy. We're in FTC, you know.
We haven't had many people talking about strategy yet so far.
Yeah, we haven't had much game strategy, driver strategy, anything yet. It's mainly about engineering outreach and culture, which is all good things. But yeah, I know, right? So if I ever do, like, if I'm a senior alumni, I definitely want to talk about drive strategy as well. It's just because I feel like it's so underrated. I feel like they can be overlooked.
Well, I think a lot of the time, the strategy, like how it changes a lot season to season, because the strategy, like, there isn't like a set checklist way of making a good strategy for every single game, because Into the Deep, Center Stage, and Decode, very, very different games.
Yeah. I would say
Very
Center Stage and
different.
Decode are probably the most similar out of the past couple years, just because
I think I got Freight Frenzy and Center Stage mixed up. Wait, I wasn't there.
Decode, bro.
I would say that Into the Deep and Freight Frenzy are similar in the fact that usually all 4 robots are independently doing their scoring, but then occasionally there'll be some like interference, and especially in like the shared zone, trying to balance that the shared hub. And then Center Stage and Decode, there are some mixing of the alliances on the field themselves. They're not like belonging in a certain zone, usually because they're picking up stray artifacts on the field. They're going to the other alliances, human player station or whatnot. So you're kind of just mixing a lot of robot traffic. But yeah, you're right. There isn't like a set to do this. You need, or to be a good driver, you need to do this. It's like, nah, it depends on your season. Just like how last season we technically had, I would say we had a slightly worse robot last year, a little bit, in terms of like experience as well. Like it wasn't like incredibly optimized, especially not as much as this season. And I didn't have a bunch of experience as the driver, yet we were way higher ranked than we are this year. We also made sacrifices in terms of like reliability, but the game is different. Like your drivers are gonna drive different in different games. So yeah.
Didn't Leviathan hold the #1 score for being the only one on the field. Solo play. Didn't Leviathan hold the highest score for a single robot on the field? Like
for solo world record this year, I saw a few points during the season and early season, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you for
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys, or thank you specifically for taking the time out of your day and being able to present. And yeah, we really appreciate your involvement. Thank you.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
All right.
Have a good day. Great rest of your day.
Okay, now we're just waiting on our
Heart of the goat bots, bro.
Real.
Hey, yo, for those who are watching in the stream and have access to chat, drop your team number in the chat.
Yeah.
I want to see who's
even if you're like an alumni or a mentor of a team, just let us know. We're curious to see who all is watching. I'm sure there's some like members from teams that are participating, like family members and whatnot. So just feel free to go ahead and drop those in chat.
You're up to 316 views.
Dang.
That's crazy.
I just sent another reminder out to Heart of Robots. So hopefully we'll get them in here soon.
That was a good presentation overall.
Yeah, it was good.
That is just something that like not many people really actually spend enough time on.
It's an important topic, right? Because driver strategy, 1960s. No, like you can't win matches without going over driver strategy. Like
no, not at all. I mean, yeah,
strategy.
That's why strategizing with your other alliance partner is so important, and it's just as important to make sure your drive team is on the same page, just as it is your entire alliance is on the same page.
Like whenever I was drive coaching for Peacock and Silver Titans last year, I would be going in between the alliances because I know that I had confidence in my driver that he would do his best and he would follow the strategy, right?
Right.
And I would almost kind of, in a sense, be more concerned about our alliance partner, making sure they're still in sync and
that's true.
doing the right thing. And if they break or something happens, if we need to change strategy, I can quickly relay that to my driver.
Right, that's true. Yeah, you need to be involved. Like drive coaches is such an incredibly important role because the driver
100% undermined.
Yeah, the driver is obviously critical because they are the direct, impact of the actual robot's performance on the field and teleop. But I will say that the drive coach has so much importance that is really underrated in the grand scheme of FTC culture as a whole because the drive coach acts as a second pair of eyes to the driver because you're able to see the clock, you're able to see the other alliances moving around. As a driver, you should be only focusing really on your robot and maybe a robot in your direct vicinity. But other than that, it's like drive coach plays such a critical role in keeping the driver in the context of the game. What's happening? Are we down? Do we need to, for example, this season, dump the gate? You need to focus on pattern. You get all purples at the end of the game if we're focusing on ranking points or whatnot. So definitely critical role. I remember this season, the best example, you gave your examples from Project Peacock and First Titans, but I think the best example for me was at Worlds this season in the Franklin division. One of our qualification matches, I think it was qualification 127 in the Franklin division.
How does Vero know this on the top of his head?
It was qualification number 127. We were with CDC Tech, which was a team from Puerto Rico. They didn't have very high scoring capabilities, and we're playing a pretty good balanced alliance. And one of the things that me and my drive coach, we were planning out the match, it was like, we're not having the best showing at Worlds. I'm going to be honest. Like, we had a very rough schedule. We encountered some penalties, and we were kind of having to adapt. And part of that is revising our strategy game to game. And then the example I think really made it stand out was the match with CDC Tech. Because he was constantly reminding them, hey, stay in that far zone, get in the other alliance's way, and also stay close to our human player area. Because if a team tries to go get the artifacts that we are cycling back and forth while we're not there, then CDC Tech can go and hit them and farm penalties, and they did that, and they did it very successfully. They didn't have to score a whole lot. We did most of the scoring, but they had such an impact on the game that without them, we would have been absolutely cooked. And it's about utilizing. It's basically like using. It's like a chess game ultimately.
Yeah.
It's like utilizing the skills and positioning of your robots on your alliance, whether they're really good at scoring, whether they have a strong defensive presence, whether they can do both, whether they're better at close or far zone, or samples or specimens, or shared hub, or alliance specific hub. It doesn't matter of the game. You play to your strengths, and that's why we see so many upsets all the time. Is just sometimes you can out strategize a better robot.
Right. Like coaching defense is hard.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Like some teams, for example, if you have a non-favorable match schedule, some people don't know how to play defense, right?
Right. Yeah. It depends on
effective defense.
Yeah. And it's hard to coach on the fly because you haven't been with that team all season to work through that drive team and build up those defensive skills.
So that's where that drive coach experience comes into play.
Absolutely.
Really effectively here.
Experience, knowing the rules and everything like that, because you have to
knowing the
able to-
penalties,
you have to be able to know what you can do and what you can't do, because oftentimes I see a lot of, oh, go do this, but that'll end up causing penalties and end up hurting you more because you think you can do it, but when in reality you can't.
Yeah. I think a lot of people expect the driver to be the most knowledgeable about the rules, but it's really the drive coach that has the most impact in terms of like managing penalties. And the drive coach is in practice as well. Getting that chemistry with your drive coach as a driver is like so critical. Like me and my drive coach have been a pair together for 2 seasons now, and that really shows at a big time event. It's like we don't necessarily need to communicate as much as we once did because we're on the same page about certain things. And so Heart of Robots is typing. So
it's Anthony. Is that a Heart of Robots shirt?
Yeah.
It is. Yes.
Yes. I actually. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
But yeah,
I'm gonna go grab my Heart of Robots shirt because I was waiting for Heart of Robots, but I'm gonna grab my shirt.
Goat bots.
Heart of Goat Bots.
Number one in the world, bro. We're a farm.
Yeah.
He'll be presenting later, so tune in for his.
Yep, like 6 hours.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just 6 hours.
hours. Yeah.
You still have like 6 or 7 hours to go.
Yeah, like 8. But it's been good so far.
Yeah.
Yes, good driving and all my user experience and knowing the strategies and that have really helped and paid off with everything.
Yeah.
It's been really good.
For those who,
I'm sure.
So he got his from.
So mine's from Ali from last year. So this was their Entity shirt because us and Project Peacock Project Peacock and them did a lot of outreach and stuff together. We did a bunch of sessions and everything like that. So we ended up
we did like over 24 hours worth of time.
Yeah,
easily.
a lot.
So we were gonna, and we published that stuff too. So good stuff.
I got this from Shirt Trade at Worlds this year. I was actually on. We're on obviously. The team network. Okay. So last year at the Michiana Premier event, we actually selected Royal Engineers, who actually will be a participating team later on in the Global Unity Summit. We were on Alliance together, and one of their members was from the Royal Engineers last year, and they transferred over to Heart of Robots, and then linked me up with the shirt trade, which is very tough.
Yeah, very tough.
So yeah, very cool.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be his birthday. Yo, what's that?
All 3 of y'all are matching.
Yeah, we're matching because the Heart of Robots shirts on.
I see them. That's so cool.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna give you a deserving. See, I don't even have to search up your team. All I gotta do is go to season records and look at the #1 team in the world.
Yeah, real.
All right, so I tried to look up your city pronunciation. I'm gonna try to do my best. But from Buzău, Romania, we have 20 to 65 Heart of Robots. with the #1 OPR in the world with 267. Bucharest Swim Cup champions, finalist alliance captains at the MTI Invitational. We have the finalist alliance first pick and the FTC World Championship Finals Division, the winning alliance first pick in the Goodall Division, Inspire Award third place, and the winning alliance first pick at the Romania scrimmage, as well as the winning alliance first pick at the Romania Championship with Inspire Award third place, and then of course the division winning first pick
Holy
for the Romania
that
Championship.
season. That is
The
crazy.
Most insane season.
Yeah.
That we have team-wise at this event. So we're very honored to have you here.
How many of the top 10 scored?
Oh yeah, like true world record holders, by the way. I don't know the Carolinas premier event. They're both surrogate teams, so technically it doesn't count as a world record. But the true world record holders are here in the meeting. So we're very excited to have you. So we'll let you have the floor. And thank you so much for participating yet again.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's so good to see you again, Max.
Yep, thank you.
And thank you for that amazing introduction.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I'll share the screen right now. I don't think I have permissions for
that. Sure. We've been having teams who should be in more.
Oh, sure.
Let me know if you get it. Oh, there we go.
Yep,
yeah, right. We see it now.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Everything good?
Yep, we can see it.
All right. So, hello everyone. My name is Matei. I've been the CAD leader for this season in Heart of Robots, and I want to start with my presentation, just a little bit explaining about our Romanian education system, as I think most people don't really know how it's like here. And so we will just start with a typical high school. This is the Heart of Robots, the high school that Heart of Robots represents. It's called PPHDU, and its name comes from the man in the right, his actual name, and he was a writer as well as an historian. And so pretty much the whole high school has been built around him. And he wasn't really from Buzău. He was actually born in nowadays Ukraine, Ukrainian territory. But the high school has kept its tradition after him. And you can see this is our actual school, so where we work and where our teammates study. And it's quite an impressive building, I have to say. But not really every high school in Romania is kind of like that. The world schools say are just kind of a rectangle shaped, so they're not as interesting. But the better high schools actually have some kind of architecture behind them, and it's really interesting just to be in there. And the whole interior, I assure you, it's very nice. Then moving on, in the left, we have a typical classroom right here in Romania. So we're usually seated two in the same bench. We have a whiteboard and also a chalkboard, but it kind of depends a little from high school to high school. And so, yeah, this is where we actually study. We are roughly 30 kids in one class at a time, and we usually take all our classes with the same colleagues, so we don't really switch colleagues that much. And in the right, there's a timetable that my school actually used for last year. So you can see a typical school day usually ends at around 2. It may differ 1, 2, 3, but it's usually around 2. And so we have just so much more time for other activities after classes. Of course, we cut homework, but it's not really that strict here. And so with this timetable, you can actually understand why Romanian teams get to put so much time into robotics. So as soon as we finish the actual courses, we just go straight to the robotics club, which is usually in the same building, or maybe another building, but in the same zone. And so we just kind of stayed there until our parents come pick up late in the night. So I've had days where I would go at 8 at the school, and then come back at 11. That's 11 p.m. So almost in the middle of the night. And all that time I've been right there, right in the school area. And it's honestly amazing just because we get to be there with our friends. And yeah, I don't think I ever felt bored or something just because it's so entertaining to be there. And so we do everything around there. We eat, we hang out, we do robotics. It's all in one place. Oh, and honestly, our schools are not as big as a typical American high school, and we also have a lot of schools in one city. So there may be 5 or 6 high schools just in one medium-sized city. Moving on to our team structure. This is the actual team structure from this year. So on the left, we have the actual team members. You can see we have 2 members, 1 team leader, and then members for most of the departments. And so what I want to point out here is that you can see Mihla right here. He was the team leader for this season. So of course he has a lot of expertise and knowledge that he acquired throughout the years. He's been the main electrical guy, and also he's made a lot of improvements to the robots from mechanical point of view. And of course he also coordinated everything in the team from technical to non-technical. But what's interesting here is that Andrei, he was he was the team leader for Heart of Robots last year. So another team leader, again, he has a lot of experience. He's been the main programmer and also the main cadre for last year. And then right here, almost at the bottom, there's me. I've been the team leader for Real Engineers last year. I've made the main CAD of the robot, and also I have expertise from every field in FTC. So you can see that our strength this year really stood just in our experience. And at the beginning of the season, we were definitely certain that we'd make some good stuff. But honestly, we never thought it would get so far. So it's honestly amazing just that we got here. Okay. In the right, there's the alumni chart. You can see we have a ton of alumni, and there are definitely many to come. And so, yeah, we pretty much get help from them whenever we need, but they really just lay the groundwork for this team. And so, just by the way the things are evolving, yeah, I'd say we do call them, we do try to get information from them, but it doesn't happen as much nowadays as it probably did before. Right here, I'd say we look in the right part this time. So these are our departments. We are mainly structured in 5. There's the marketing and PR one. It does online promoting, team notebook and portfolio, events, and project logistics. So it pretty much covers everything about the non-technical side. Then there's administrative. This is mainly done again by the same PR department. We don't really fit one member in just one category. There are many members that do more than one, and we believe that's a very good practice. Then there's the 3 main technical departments: the 3D design, engineering, and programming. These are pretty much self-explanatory. And in the end, the alumni, which is just what I talked about last slide. Another thing I really want to point out, especially for new teams, is that we use Trello a lot this season. So that's just a platform that is the same for everyone. So everyone sees the same program, and anyone can upload some to-do lists or anything there, or just observations for other team members to see. And it really helped us organize our workflow throughout the season. And also, how about is kind of the same thing. But Trello has an app. It can be downloaded on Google Play Store, so it's really okay. It's very good. And we also had weekly department meetings and weekly team meetings. I have to say that we didn't really stick to a weekly program every time because there were just some weeks that we didn't really have to do anything. We didn't really have much to talk. So yeah, the team meetings weren't really weekly. They were mostly monthly. because those would happen only when we really had something important to talk about, it mostly organization. And then the weekly department meetings, you can tell that at the end of the season, you don't really need that much 3D design talk. Okay, and so we get to our mentors, which are our third level, let's say, of members. We got mentors from every domain. There are both parents that, well, our parents that really wanted to involve themselves more in this project, and also technical workers from the industry. So, for example, Adrian Balotto, he helped us a lot with the CNC stuff. We had a CNC right in our city in Buzău. And so then there's Blanca Ion. This is the father of Mija, another mother of one of our teammates. So pretty much from every domain. And this is our laboratory, to say. It's quite small, it's very small. Before the robotics team was founded, I believe it was just a normal classroom. You can see the whiteboards in the left side right now. And so we do all of our stuff here. We don't really have another room to deposit or anything. We just deposit it right here in the, oh, let's get back. We just deposit in this rack over here. And so what I'd like you to look at now is just how many deposit room we have. And so we use organizers for most of us, our stuff. We usually use them for build parts because there are just so many types. And another thing that we do in this school is just to put stickers on top and write the component part on that plastic thing. And what we also have done throughout the years was put a picture of whatever component is inside. So it's just very good to be organized with all of your stuff. Then this is how we store our tools. It's fairly normal. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, we also did some changes to the field. So we raised it to comply with the regulations from the World Championship. And so that really helped us because our drivers got a lot of practice like that, and it actually helped them. They really told us at the World Championship that really helped to practice with the field exactly in the same position as the one in the World Championship. And so it was a very beneficial thing to take the extra time to put this up so that we had a good performance at the World Championship. Okay, so now we go to the technical side. This slide is made for our carbon fiber gears. We have two of them. I just put some things together, which many people pointed out to me throughout the season, and I think it would be very good to show them to everyone who didn't get to see our robot in person. So the carbon fiber gears, we also talked about them in the behind the bot. This idea came to us just because we formerly had aluminum, and so to motivate the addition of carbon fiber, we got some problems with vibrations, as I'm sure many teams got throughout this season. And so our solution was firstly to change all of our aluminum parts with carbon fiber, just because carbon fiber is a composite material, and that means it doesn't cancel, but it dampens the vibration a lot, just because the fibers twist inside the material. And so this was a very good thing we did because it really reduced our IMU. Well, it drifted. So yeah, it reduced the IMU drift. And so the carbon fiber gears just came from that decision to swap the aluminum. And we really assessed the situation. We thought that, well, there's not too much load on this hood. It just has to go up and down. There's not a lot of mass on it. So it would probably be okay with carbon fiber. We did have the spare aluminum parts in the back, but we went with this and we never had a problem. So I'd say it's never wrong to try something new. I don't think anyone did it before us, or at least from my knowledge. So yeah, don't be afraid to try stuff like this. Then there's some places in our robot where we did go beyond the standard. So, for example, with our intake actioning system, of course, our intake is in the front of the robot right here. And the way we packaged this was we thought about two things. The first one being, well, we didn't have much space because we had to put a whole spindexer right here in the middle of the robot. And so the other option was just to put the motor on top of the intake, which would make it look really weird. And the second reason we did this was because the gravity, the center of mass would be a lot better like this. So to have a fairly heavy intake in the front and then a weightier motor in the back. This would pretty much balance the situation there. And there's also the turret motor right next to it. So this is the intake motor, this is the turret motor. And so they're both in the same place just because here we had just so much more space than in the front. Okay. And then the last thing, and maybe the most important thing we did to our robot this season, was to use an octoquad as opposed to a normal standard pinpoint. Why we did this was, again, for two reasons. So the first one would be that the IMU is fairly better. We didn't really notice much difference, but it definitely worked for us this season. It never had a problem. It was pretty easy to configure. It has a ton of documentation. And then the other reason was that it could take the PWM signal from a rev absolute encoder and convert it to I2C signal that the controller could understand. So this was pretty big for us because we always wanted an absolute turret. And so our turret is powered by a motor, which doesn't really have a position unless you put an encoder to it. That one is the inbuilt encoder is relative. So when we started the robot, the turret didn't really know where it was. And so we did have to make a one-to-one gear ratio from the encoder down here with the turret. So there's gear ratio here, and then the other one is done by the belt. We did have a few iterations before this. We firstly tried to use a Lamprey encoder, which worked awfully just because it was analog and it had a ton of problems with interference. Then we used a Robotics, which was a lot better, but it still wasn't enough. The turret was still imprecise. And then we chose to upgrade from that analog signal to a digital. And so this was just so much better. I mean, it's just perfect every time. It doesn't have any problem with interference, and it was a lot more precise. So these are two advantages of the octoquad over the pinpoint right here. And I think this is about it. Now, I don't know if I'm in my time, but I guess this is where the questions start.
You're good. You're pretty good on time. I think you have about 15 minutes until the next. It's gonna be 10:50 in local Romanian time, which it is. Yeah, it's 10:35 there right now. So you have a little bit of time if you need to explain anything else. But other than that, I think you're good. Really interesting insights. I have one question. When did you actually get your octoquad? Like, when did you end up ordering that for your team?
So we ordered it before the national championship, which I believe it was back in March.
Okay, yeah.
But we didn't install it until the World Championship because we just didn't have enough time. So yeah, for the national championship, we put it before the national championship. Yeah, we had it at the World Championship, but we definitely didn't at the regional championship.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that Leviathan we personally tried to implement, or we were looking into getting an octoquad as an option other than a pinpoint. Just because we heard it had a little bit of success. Obviously, had success with you guys as well. Before making the switch to an octoquad, did you guys experiment with any sort of isolation with the pinpoint at all, like isolating it with aluminum foil or isolating it from vibrations in another manner before switching to the octoquad, or did you start immediately using the octoquad as an option once you ran into issues with the pinpoint?
So we do use ferrite chokes for all our cables. We did this from the beginning of the season, but other gimmicks we did to the pinpoint was try to use a foam. So before mounting it, we put a foam in between, and we also used aluminum foil, but not for the pinpoint, for the lamprey encoders, and they didn't do much. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I know this guy was on Project Peacock for this past season, and they made something called like a pinpoint sandwich, where they had a piece of foam underneath the pinpoint itself, and then they covered it in aluminum foil to help isolate it from vibration
And we
and
had
drift.
like 0.01 degrees of drift every like 5 seconds. It was a lot better. So
yeah. Yeah, I know we were looking into doing the octoquad, like I said, but that's why I was curious on the timing of it, because I think we tried to order one in, I want to say late April, early May, and I think they were all sold out at that point. So I was just curious on when you ended up getting them, because we were actually going to implement it for the Michiana premiere event, and unfortunately we were unable to because they were just sold out.
Yeah, I know. I mean, when we first looked into them, they were too sold out.
Yeah.
We just happened to be lucky a few weeks before the national or regional. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, we just got lucky. There were about 2 in stock, I believe.
Nice.
So yeah.
Cool. Do you want them to go ahead and explain the packaging at all a little bit more? With the cluster of servers over there at all?
Yeah, so I was kind of curious. So on the top of your robot, whenever you're showing that view, there was the 4 servos on the right. I mean, you can see them right there. Is that for the 4 servos on the top? Is that for the climb, or because I know that's for the hood? But if you go to the next slide,
yeah,
it's the 4 that are like, yeah. What are those for?
Yeah, so we didn't really use 4, we just only used 2, and these are for the spin tester.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I had thought. I thought it was for your indexing system. That made sense. Yeah. Okay.
That's so cool.
So then, which ones drove your climb?
The climb is on the right side.
Okay.
Unfortunately, don't have any picture right now.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think we showed it in the behind the bot.
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just a simple linkage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. What do you think your biggest obstacles were, like on your road to success? Like, what was like one of the biggest obstacles? Did you have any packaging issues? Was the pinpoint a major issue in terms of drift? I'm just curious on the hurdles that you had to get over to become as successful as you were.
Yeah, well, we didn't really have a main issue. We just mostly had very small ones and many of them.
Yeah.
I remember we had a problem with the chassis. So our plates bent, and we put that down to the struts, the packaging, the pocketing lines being just 4 millimeters thick. We did the plates again with 6.5 millimeters arms, and that didn't bend anymore. So before it would bend and actually go into the wheel and make it spin harder. And another issue we had was with the turret. So we initially designed the turret to run at 500 RPM at the end effector. And so that was just too fast, so it didn't have enough torque. We did manage to drop it down to, I believe, 250. So somewhere in the 250, 300 RPM area. And that was just so much better because before we couldn't really make the PIDs so good just because the system was unresponsive. It just had a lot of inertia and the motor could not counteract that efficiently.
Okay, makes sense.
Still quite fast.
Yeah.
And I noticed that you're using, instead of a lot of teams using, and actually sometimes redesigning to use a servo-powered turret, you guys are using a motor-powered turret. What was this will probably like be one of the last questions that we have time for, but what was the philosophy with that? Why did you guys decide to do that? Is that something that you just tried first and found success with, being able to manage it with the encoder? Or did you have different design obstacles in that manner at all?
Yeah, so we never really tried a servo turret. It was just a motor from the beginning, and it was just the way we did our motor allocation at the beginning of the season. So we had 4 for our drivetrain. We knew that the Hang would not have any additional motor. 1 for the intake, 2 for the shooter, and then another one for the turret. We didn't really see much reason to put 2 motors in the intake. So yeah, I mean, we basically had a motor left, and we put that for the turret. It just seemed very equilibrated at the beginning of the season. That was about it.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah. I always like seeing different design
Yeah.
perspectives because I know Project Peacock's actually switched from having a turret powered by a motor
To a servo turret.
to a double servo turret, which is just interesting to see. You know, people basically getting to the same general design, like using a turret, but just in so many
different ways,
different steps to actually reach that goal. So. But yeah, great job on the presentation. It was really interesting to see all the design choices. Interesting to see the carbon fiber gearing as well as the packaging and whatnot. So lots of lessons learned, I know, for us personally, and we were really happy to have you here yet again. So yeah.
You're perfect.
Once again, congratulations on such an amazing season, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
It was
you.
really, really fun to watch you guys
Yeah.
all throughout the season. Yep.
So
Awesome.
I don't think I have any more questions. I think the chat has been pretty quiet in terms of questions as well. So you're free to go as far as I'm concerned. So have an amazing night. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to share a little bit about your journey with us and answering questions and whatnot. So
And best of luck next season.
Absolutely, yeah. Best of luck.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
Holy tough, bro. I just gained like 500 aura points being in that vicinity.
Oh my gosh, bro. They are so weak.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Octopunch is also though, yeah. I remember that. Oh, Octoquads. Bro, that
yes,
was awesome.
the Octoquads were also sold out. Are they still sold out? Let's look. I mean, I'll look.
Wait.
You've been streaming for 9 hours now.
Okay, let's see the next team.
It's what? 6 more hours to go.
Hey, we made it through really the majority of it.
Yeah.
Like we're kind of cruising.
Yeah,
I'm having a great time. So.
Yeah, me too. We should high key do this again right before the season ends.
Yeah. So if anyone is out there listening to this and who has participated, we're probably going to do this again during the season now that we kind of have some of the sort of logistics figured out in terms of time zones, and we have great connections with teams now. So it's definitely something we're looking forward to doing.
And if we have this many teams come and participate again in this middle season event, we will be doing a 2-day format. Don't worry.
Yes.
Yes.
We're not going to cram it into one day.
No.
Because in fact, we actually did not expect to have this many teams.
No,
like,
not at all.
We actually expected to do like maybe 20 teams.
Yeah.
And now it grew double that. So.
Yeah.
And the Octoquad FTC Edition Mark II is in
Hi there.
All right.
I'm assuming we have next on our list Dynasty droids, yeah?
Yeah.
They're in stock now, actually?
Yeah.
Okay, nice, cool.
Missing the link.
Okay, cool.
How much are they?
$60.
Okay. It's like
okay, so I'm trying to get organized a little bit. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so we have Oh, are you with oh yeah, you're with Royal Engineers. Okay, so you're a little bit early. We are waiting on Dynasty Droids to go and join the meeting. They should they should be here soon. 10:50 p.m. On Romania time is supposed to be when they're joining.
Oh,
So they have 4 minutes.
there they are. Perfect.
So there. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Oh, nice background.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. Let me get these guys booted up.
Hello.
All right. Hey
Hi.
there.
How are we doing today?
Can you hear us?
Doing well.
Doing pretty good. Been a pretty long day today.
Yeah.
But we've been streaming for 9 hours, so
Yeah.
we got like 5 more hours or so to
Yep.
go. All right. Well, we can
Can
do
you
a.
hear us?
Yes. Yep. Okay. We're gonna do a short team introduction, and then you guys can share your screens and feel free to share your presentations as well. We have team 31036 from Polesti, Romania. I have the Dynasty Droids. We're super excited. They're one of the many Romanian teams that we have here, so we're really excited to have you guys. We'll let you guys get situated. I didn't even have to guess what team you guys are on because I saw the background. This is perfect. I can see the logo right there. Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah.
All right.
Feel free to take some time to get settled in.
I think we're running a little ahead, right?
Yeah, we're running about 3 minutes ahead of schedule, so feel free to start when you guys are ready. But we'll let you have the floor.
You guys can present whenever you are ready.
Yep.
All right.
Hello everyone, I'm Niku. I'm the leader of the team and I'm a part of the technical department on the assembly. And today we want to present to you our workflow, our team culture, and what we learned along our first FTC season with Dinosaur Droids. So, first of all, being a young team and when making a team, we had to look at others and to get inspired by others' team structure. So what we saw in most teams that they had two departments: the technical department, which was responsible for making the robot work and also actually building a robot, and the non-technical department for outreach, marketing, and also other subjects. So that's exactly what we did. We divided the team into two main departments, technical and non-technical department, and then divided these two. The technical department is divided into assembly and programming, and the non-technical department is divided into marketing and outreach.
All right. Our team culture has gone through many changes throughout the competitional season. We needed to adapt multiple times. During most of the season, we gone through different phases of the biggest one being planning because of limited budget and budget constraints. We spent a lot of time planning before we built anything, and so the biggest part was planning itself. One of the biggest problems we had was the such short time we had to build a robot, building being one of the shorter phases. While our culture has changed, the people we have worked with have improved. We trained new people through two phases. We had first one, we introduce them to the software and give them a bit of time to learn through some practical activities, and then we start giving them tests, see how they perform, see if we put too much pressure on them or anything. And about that's about it with the new members. During the season, we have meetings almost each month, and then so that everybody is caught up with what we discuss in those meetings, we post notes about everything that happened. We let everybody know if there have been any tasks that take priority, what has been discussed, and what needs to be done very soon for the future.
So what we learned along the season, along the code season, is that timing is actually everything. Because as Rusvan said, we had very little time to prepare the team and to prepare the robot. We made a lot of mistakes, which led to a weaker robot design, and also we later discovered a lot of flaws in our build. But now we know that we have to plan ahead and also to take into account multiple factors, even though they seem very little. So actually, this is what we find the most important, planning ahead and thinking about every outcome that there will be. We also uh, had little experience in FTC, but now we learned that if there is a delay, we should not panic as we did, because we didn't know exactly what design to give our robot, and so we made the quickest one we should, and when we needed the robot most, it failed to help us back. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you guys have any questions.
Great job. Yeah, it was it's good. I love hearing from all the different Romanian teams to see their team culture and how they operate. Obviously a very different like country culture as well compared to us as well. So it's very interesting to see how similar and also different in some ways the team dynamic is. I don't personally have any questions. I think obviously you guys are a very well organized team.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you.
When was your rookie season?
This year, Decode was our rookie season for us.
Nice. Yeah.
So y'all are going places then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Are you guys excited for BioBus?
Yeah,
yeah, actually a lot. We have already started planning what, well, we started drawing, if we can say that, our plan for the next season. So
That's great. That's perfect.
Yeah.
You guys are on top of it. You guys are on schedule. So that's awesome. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out of your day to present with us. And we are live streaming this to the Tulsa Robotics Center YouTube channel. And so we will clip the individual teams who are participating, and then we'll send them out in the individual teams channel so you guys can rewatch your presentation, and it can also be watched by other people around the world. I think the live stream has close to like 350 views on the total live stream so far. So it's good outreach for us, but also the individual teams getting exposure out there as well. So yeah, thank you so much for participating, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah,
Anytime, guys.
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Bye, guys. Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
Nice.
W.
Nah, figured out.
We're all engineers, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
We're ahead of schedule now, right?
And fifth, no, we're like we're that's good.
That's good. Just a little bit.
By about like 20 minutes.
That's perfectly fine.
Lucky that. Well, like 14 minutes. That works fine. It's 10:56.
Oh wait, who's in?
No.
Well, so
It's like it's 12:55. Okay.
Oh.
So they're presenting in like 2 hours. Oh.
Yeah.
Because we have
Mm-hmm.
Royal Engineers, Vampire, Synapsis.
It's I feel bad for the people representing us. Like,
Yeah, well, this is what we needed to
yeah. Hey, I mean, it's a good it's a good lesson to learn. So.
So yeah, these are Royal Engineers. Right. Hi guys. You wanna here? You should pull up the pictures I sent you on Discord.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hello. How's it going?
Pretty good.
You should share the screen on the Zoom. You share it actually. Get it.
Share.
And then just share. Yeah, sure. Okay, so a little introduction to these guys. We actually played with these guys at the Michiana Premier event back in 2025. Here's our teams together. So I'll give them a formal introduction. This is 2936 for the Royal Engineers from Romania. They were the finalist alliance first pick at the Swimmers Tech Challenge in Romania. They were also the Sustain Award winner at the Michiana Premier event and made it to the playoffs. They were the Inspire Award third place and finalist alliance captain at the Romanian North League tournament this year as well. So very decorated season. We have a kind of a personal relationship with some of their members, so it's very cool to see these guys again, and we're happy to be here with them, and we're excited to see what they have to offer. So we're gonna go ahead and stop sharing this, and then you guys have the stage, and you guys feel free to share your screen and then share your presentation.
Yeah, take your time, guys. We're a little bit
We're ahead of schedule, so you guys are fine.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I hope everybody can see the presentation. So I'll start. Hello, I'm Nasty. I am on the PR and marketing side of the team, and today I am with Stefan and Gruya, and we are Royal Engineers. Before we start our presentation with our culture, I just want to mention real quick that we chose to talk about sustainability later on, since we managed to achieve the Sustain Award first place when we went to Michiana. And I believe that since then, and since the start of the season, we have grown as a team, and we have a bunch of volunteers that are so eager to join us when they are going, when we have new space for members because, as you know, many of our current members are in the 12th grade and they have finished high school. So yeah, now Stefan will present our culture.
So basically, for Romanian culture, although Romania is a country located in Europe and has a lot of Latin influences, a long period of time in history, they've mixed with strong Slavic and Hungarian influences, making it really diverse. Basically, Romania blends centuries of history from Roman roots to medieval fortresses and vibrant folklore. Our culture is shaped by traditions passed down from generation to generation, and it's quite a reason to be proud of as Romanians with our culture. And even in our team jerseys for the off-season competitions internationally, we designed our T-shirts with some traditional motifs in mind. As for cuisine and traditions, Armenian cuisine is hearty and diverse, featuring dishes like sarmale, mamaliga, and kozonak. Food plays a central role in bringing people together during holidays and social gatherings and such, reflecting our warmth and generosity as a people. And around New Year's, especially, we have the bear dance, Ursul, and the goat dance, Capra, especially in our region in Moldova. People dress in elaborate animal costumes such as bears and goats and basically dance through villages to symbolize that the new year is basically representative of dying and being reborn. Now, my colleague Ruya is going to talk more about our region.
So, Bukovina, and more exactly Suceava, where we're from, is known for its painted monasteries. For example, UNESCO World Heritage Sites and Preserved Traditions. This region is often seen as a living museum of Romania, culture, and spirituality. Bukovina is world renowned for its deeply preserved Christian Orthodox customs, unique folk artistry, and vibrant seasonal festivals. The local culture seamlessly blends spirituality with pre-Christian mystical superstitions that govern everyday rural life. And we have some highlights because we're so proud of these landmarks, let's say. We want to present some of them. For example, the Mănăstirea Voronets. It's globally renowned as the Sistine Chapel of the East due to its intense, mysterious Voronets blue. It's a pigment, a color, which is well used only in this monastery. We also have Pietrele Doamnei, Ladies Rocks, sharp, spectacular limestone towers located in the Rarău Mountains. You can take an easy to moderate loop trail from the Rarău cabin to weave through these giant vertical cliffs. And yes, through them, between the two largest peaks. Also, there is the Cetatea de Scauna Sucevei, a restored 14th century stone fortress built by Prince Petru the First Mușat and heavily fortified by Stephen the Great to withstand Ottoman invasions. And last but not least, Cacica Salt Mine, a deep hand-carved underground sanctuary featuring therapeutic salt air chambers, a small football field, and an underground salt rock chapel. And of course, much more. Now,
And I'll talk about the team structure. Thank you, Gruya. So basically, as in every team, we have our own departments. The technical departments include the 3D design, I mean CAD, engineering and programming. And the non-technical departments are PR and marketing, which I'm a part of, fundraising and video and photography. And these are the members. So some of them are, as I said, 12th graders that have finished their high school cycle. But basically, we have managed to do this scheme also in our technical notebooks, so we can see by colors which member occupies which function. Um, as I said, I am on PR and marketing, but that doesn't mean that some members are into different departments. So we try to be as diverse as possible and learn as many things together. But this is just the main like department each member occupies. And also down here, you can see our mentors and two of our alumni.
Now about leadership and role development. Basically, at the end of each season, we nominate the leaders. To be more specific, the team leader that handles the team's management, and two leads. To be more specific, the technical lead and the non-technical lead. The technical lead coordinates the technical departments, that those being engineering, CAD, and programming, while the non-technical lead basically manages the activity of the accounting, PR, and marketing department. Basically, this form of much more leaders than usual and more sort of devised team structure helps us to work in a very structured manner and allows us to keep orderly, especially in periods before competitions where the workload can become very stressing for members. Department leaders and technical and non-technical leads can help members manage their resources and not burn out. About team meetings, we try almost weekly to have team meetings. In all fairness, we don't usually meet weekly unless there is something really important to discuss. But the thing is, talking regularly in between team members during these meetings, besides the result of a better coordinated activity inside the team, also has the effect of bringing us closer together through socializing and such, that in the long run can have a very beneficial effect for us. Now about sustainability, my colleague Rui will tell you more about that.
So first, because before I start presenting what's already on the screen, we all know that sustain is about using the resources you have to the maximum, either them being human resources or financially. We'll start by talking about these human resources, like the workforce, let's say. We try to ensure no important knowledge depends on just one person. We try to make everyone that wants to join this program not to need anything when they start. We teach them everything needed. Usually 11th and 12th graders teach them, the younger members, how to do each task individually so they have a better understanding and an easier way to stay in the team and help it in its future. Also, digital documentation, everything is kept, every code, every 3D model, and every document done, made, anything is saved on Google Drive. And also we have an alumni association. This season, Ptolemy remotely guided the team with advice and mock interviews, and next season we'll have 3 more helping us.
And what I want to add to that is that we really emphasize the fact that you do not need previous experience to join the team. For example, we had a summer school at our college, at our high school, and we had presentation for the ninth graders joining this year, and we really told them that you really do not need to know anything before you join because every member is more than eager to help you learn along the way.
And now the team member growth, we see the numbers themselves. In center stage 2 years ago, we only had 15 members, 5 old members with experience, and 10 new members who learned from the already present members. Then into the deep, we already had a stable environment, let's say, a stable team, a stable foundation, and only 3 new members came. And finally, in this season, Decode, there was a whole team revamp, let's say. There were only 6 old members and new came. And from these new members, there is me and Nasty present here, and also 12 volunteers. The first time we had a great number of volunteers.
Now I'll continue about the recruitment process. We follow a clear recruitment plan with 2 rounds each year. The school start and in the spring after nationals, basically allowing students to, if they didn't have the chance to join at the beginning of the school year, to join later on. And it's really simple. It has a registration form if you are following our account on Instagram, you can see that we have dedicated posts to these forums that basically calls every student in our high school to join. And then we do general presentation workshops. All applicants meet the team, learn what we do, how the robot works, and what the workshop atmosphere is like. And then it is followed by division by department. So as I said, you do not necessarily need to focus on one department only, but it's really good to have in mind what you want to focus more. So volunteers can choose a department and are mentored by experienced students later on. And lastly, practical and online training. Volunteers use real materials and tools in the workspace. So again, we really encourage working together and not learning everything theoretical, because knowledge is better passed on when you are in the workshop or in the software or in the programming tools, especially with an older member helping you. And here are some numbers. So you can see that it is pretty balanced, especially in September when we had a bunch of volunteers joining the technical departments, and now in April when we have much more volunteers joining the PR and marketing department. And now my colleague Stefan will continue with the internal mentoring.
Yeah, so basically, to mentor our technical departments, I'll talk more specifically about my own department, the 3D design one. At first, a new team member must learn how to do 2D sketches, extrusions, and computer-aided part assemblies, and how to account for tolerances when designing a part that is supposed to be 3D printed, how to ensure that the part will be sufficiently strong, how to use computer-aided simulations. And after that, this season, we used a more practical example. We had each member that was aspiring to become a member of the 3D design department design a mounting bracket for the robot's webcam on his own, and then we would print it on our printers and we would test them. If the bracket was good and strong enough, that was basically a very good grade for them. As for the engineering department, we first teach them how to use tools such as power tools, crimping, pliers, Allen wrenches, how to properly tension a belt and shaft alignment. And after that, we ensure that they can do some practical work, and we usually give them the parts to assemble a basic chassis with 4 wheels, 4 engines, and some go build the channels. If they can do that, that means that their training has concluded with a positive result. And as for programming, at first, the people aspiring to be members of department install Android Studio. It's basically the interface we use to program our robots. They read through the code for all of our op modes, our classes, and our autos, and they try to learn the Java structures and infrastructure in our code. And after that, to assess what they have learned, we challenge them to develop their own code that allows the robot to run a teleop, or even autonomously drive to a game element, pick it up using a sensor, and dispose of it. If my calling Anastasia.
Oh, yeah. So now I'll talk about the non-technical departments. In the PR and marketing department, what new members need to learn is how to manage social media pages, taking photos and videos at workshop, and writing entries for the technical log. And later on, that we test them by seeing how they plan posts for the week and write descriptions for press releases and posts. And on the fundraising department, managing the team's budget, filling out the income and expenses spreadsheet, and collecting and filling invoices. And how do we assess? Well, they need to correctly enter last month's receipt and invoices into the team's digital cash register. And also we have the photo and video department, which basically we every old member that is now experienced in taking photos just teaches the younger members how to position the camera or how to edit videos. And we assess them in our internal meetings. Later on, we discuss what we like and what we don't like. And now I'll continue on with the income and expenses. Careful financial planning is essential to building a high-performance robot. So our budget is divided into four main categories, with each purchase recorded in a digital ledger by the accounting department head. So basically, what this season covered was parts and electronics, marketing and outreach, transportation and accommodation, and the emergency fund. As for electronics, I'll let Gruya talk about that a bit.
So when talking how we split the expenses, yes, we have a lot of expenses as we try to make the best robot out of what we have. So a lot of motors, we use encoders, rev hubs, odometer modules, mechanisms, new mods for them, distance sensor, aluminum profiles, and special filament for 3D printers. And yes, it's quite a lot of things to say you need for the robot, but that's the sad truth. And also use a lot of money for marketing and outreach with promotional materials, which we print for each competitions, and we need the materials to assemble them. We also have banners, roll-ups, and stickers. And of course, we need an emergency fund, but before we get to that, transportation and accommodation isn't that easy to cover, as there are a lot of things you need to consider. The distance, and yes, we have to get a pretty big amount of money, but we manage it. And the emergency fund is as important as any, as we always need to have something left in case something bad happens. And as it is written, we have this fund for things such as a control hub or a main motor in case it breaks.
Yeah, so we highly encourage any team to have an emergency fund. We have encountered many challenges along the way, and this money that was saved in our account has helped us so much.
And we have here the split, let's say, between the technical and non-technical team expenses. We see that it's a hefty amount of money, and we are happy that we managed to gather this much money, 44,000, nearly $45,000. And as seen, most of them are gone for the travel cost because we try to pay from the club the whole road trip to America for Michiana this year. But the next comes the robot parts. As we said, there are many things we need for the robot because we are trying to test new things and also try to make, let's say, the cheapest but best prototypes for the robot itself.
Well, as for establishing partnerships with sponsors, we usually just go through our city looking for companies, look through local advertising and see which companies, especially in the technical domain, because those are more keen on sponsoring a robotics team. We look for them, and after that, we use a list of our 1,000 companies' contact details from our county. If that doesn't do the trick, we use websites that are available online in our country and can give us the contact details for the owner of the companies. After that, we give them a call in which we present ourselves, what our results are, what our project and our vision is, and basically what we are requesting from them, that being either a mentoring partnership or a sponsorship. They after that, we basically present what their advantages are for sponsoring us. In our country, besides the advertisement gain sponsorship could bring to a company, for companies passing a certain income bracket, sponsoring nonprofits like a robotics team also counts as a tax deductible, and that motivates companies even further to sponsor us, especially larger ones. After that, we establish a contract with between the company and our school, so that everything is in legal order with the fiscal units in our country and our the accounting department of the school. And after that, we continue to service our relationships. That basically means keeping in constant contact with the company, showing showing the company what we have done with their money, and basically what our results are after each and every competition. And that also ensures us that in the future, when we need money, we can count on them to sponsor us again.
Yeah, so for instance, this Monday we're going to some of our most important sponsors again for our presentations, and we are planning to bring them some promotionals and something custom made, so that they feel appreciated and they feel that we are grateful for their help. And as I said, now I'll mention these active partnerships that have helped us so much. Some of the most important are Eger, Archdice, Java, and Robotics and Expertware. So our relationship with our sponsor goes beyond mere financial support because, for instance, in with the Archdice of Suceava and Robotics, we have organized so many events, especially including their volunteers. So we had a workshop where we taught kids how to make bracelets and promotionals, and a lot of volunteers came and helped us teach those kids, and also they made bracelets from themselves. So we have a really strong relationship with each and every single one of our sponsors, but especially those three because we were invited by them to make presentations, teach children something, or explore something new. Um, so for us, for Expertware, for example, we were here to present our team, and these are children who are also really interested in robotics because they were recently at a competition and they won, I think, 11th place nationally. And here at Eger, we were invited to visit the whole like center of the company, and then we went into the factory where they basically explained to us in detail exactly what they do. Now I'll let Gruya continue this chapter.
So how do we raise funds? Actually, besides these active partners, as Nasty mentioned, we are approaching new companies from a database of over 1,000 companies and the contact data. Media appearances for local visibility. We frequently go on local TV stations, give interviews, or appear on radio shows. We're usually invited there after achievements from competitions, and also we've been on the national television twice this year, thanks to one of our active partners. And community events and workshops, we have over 20 events organized that increase our visibility. And we sometimes do fundraising activities like our DIY bracelet workshop. And also other strategies for attracting potential sponsors, we use certain strategies we learn in our PR and marketing workshops. And some examples are AICA, AIDA. Smart is also in English. The rest are in Romanian and mean. And I don't know if they translate the same way. These structures are ways to conserve resources in the workshop, checking the old inventory before purchasing anything new, reusing components, and creating inexpensive prototypes, as said earlier, and to preserve the team's financial future, we ensure that we always retain 20% of the season's budget for the next season.
So basically, we have learned these, I would say, tips and tricks from one of our mentors that is on the fundraising department, and they help us kind of remind us exactly the steps we need to go through to achieve our goals.
About our season planning, the first and second week after the kickoff, after we receive the season's team, we basically put all of our ideas on paper, have a huge brainstorming session, and basically think about what ideas would work best on a robot. After that, in the first and second month, we get to designing and usually in Fusion 360 the design of the robot, the early iteration. Now this season it happened that we went through two iterations that remained at the design stage in a computer-aided design before we actually got to a real prototype that we built. After that, in the third and fourth month, we get to talking to our partners to cut and paint our side plates, getting the components we need, and basically assembling the robot, wiring it up, and fixing any problems that may arise during the assembly process. And after that, in the fourth and fifth month, we usually prepare. We usually prepare the programming to design the most optimized autos, practice driving the robot, and check if during extended periods of usage any issues arise.
So that's it. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation about sustainability. I'll ask if any of my colleagues want to add something before we finish up.
Yeah, if the time allows us, we can also do a quick preview, I say, of our robot this year, and maybe answer any questions you might have.
Okay, yeah. Let me check on our scheduling real quick. Give me one moment. Vampire Robotics is scheduled just to be here in a couple minutes, so well, they're already in the room, but they're scheduled to present in 2 minutes, so I'm not sure if we have time for that, but tons of great information on the sustainability side.
Amazing. Like
you guys have done a lot of really impressive, really
Yeah.
impressive work in terms of laying out your strategy for attaining funds, making sure those funds are coming from like consistent sponsors, right, and that you're using them effectively, and so that very eye-opening. We have a very ambitious season ahead of us. We're wanting to go to a lot of events, and I love the amount of cost breakdowns that you did on what costs are actually going to what categories. So yeah, I don't really have any questions. You guys, a lot of information, but I think it's all a lot of information that's going to be very valuable to a lot of teams out there trying to get their financial situation straight and organized. And definitely, I think you guys are going to be an inspiration to a lot of teams out there getting their finances set in order for this upcoming season. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
so much for having us.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Thank you for taking the time out of your day, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a nice one.
All right.
All right.
These guys maybe you know we should ask at least. Okay. Can you hear us okay, guys?
Yeah. Oh, I can hear you pretty well.
Nice.
Yep.
Awesome. Nice. Okay. We are getting geared up here to have you guys present in this moment.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll do a little short introduction of your team for the live stream and whatnot. So this is 26075 Vampire Robotics from Romania. They were the Connect Award second place recipients at the Istanbul premiere event in the Violence Division. They were also the first pick of the second alliance at the Istanbul Premier event in their division. They were also the finalist alliance first pick and the Connect Award second place recipient at the Italy Championship this season as well. So we've actually had some good meetings with you guys this season one-on-one and stuff. So it's good to be back and seeing you guys again. And we're excited to see what you guys have to present.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Great.
I'm gonna share the screen right now. Wait, I'm just getting the presentation ready. Okay. Share. Okay. And so just tell me when you want me to start, okay?
Yep, you guys are clear. You guys have the floor to go ahead and begin speaking. You're good.
All right.
Okay, so we are team 26075, Vampire Robotics from Bucharest, Romania. Here is our presentation. The first page is all about Romania and its culture. Well, Romania sits in southeastern Europe, bordered by the Black Sea to the east and the Carpathian Mountains, curving through its heart, a natural fortress that has shaped the country's history for centuries. And its borders are Ukraine, Moldova, Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria, placing it at the genuine crossroad between Central Europe, the Balkans, and the former Soviet sphere. One striking fact is that Romania is the only Romance language in Eastern Europe, a linguistic island surrounded by Slavic-speaking neighbors, a legacy of Roman colonized Dacia, and the source of the country's very name. Even stranger, the legend of Dracula was partly inspired by a real 15th century Romanian ruler, Vlad Țepeș, the Impaler, whose brutal tactics against invading Ottoman forces turned him into one of the history's most infamous figures. Moving on, now it's our team. So this is cover with all the photos from this season, and here's what we achieved. Basically, this season is our second competitive season, and we've seen great progress along the way. We are competitive and always pushing to improve, but we make sure to have fun while doing it. For example, as you guys said, we won the Connect Award in the Istanbul Premier event. Connect was second place, of course, and we got to the semifinals. And in the Italian Championship, we got the finalist alliance partner. We got to the finals and the Connect Award second place as well. Our team is organized into three main departments: promoting, hardware, and software. Within the promoting department, we handle media and marketing and scouting. Within hardware, we focus on CAD design, mechanical engineering, and 3D printing, and software basically programs the robot. To keep everyone aligned and on track, we use a shared calendar along with ClickUp, an app where we assign and track tasks across the team. We use that app so that we make sure each member has their own role and each member does the task they were assigned to and how they do it. So later on, we can see the heads of each department who might be the best. Now we are moving to our outreach initiatives. Our main goal has always been to reach as many teams and people as possible and to make robotics feel fun, welcoming, and accessible to everyone. To the programs and outreach events we've organized, we work hard to present our team in that light, and it paid off. We generated a lot of enthusiasm and recruited about 10 new members from next year alone. Some of our events were focused specifically on recruitment, while others were about sharing the first spirit and simply showing people how fun robotics can be. We find most of our opportunities by actively searching online, which has helped us discover new local events and reach out to organizers to get involved. Through this approach, we've built strong connections, not just within our local community, but also within First FTC and First more broadly, including through Vampire Across Borders, our program connecting us with international teams.
So moving this on to this side, I will ask you to zoom in on each event so it's gonna be easier to talk about. All right, starting with, I believe the one that's down there first. Westside Hollow Fest. So this was the first event that I caught in the team as well, and the first event I would say from this season. So this was an event kept by the city hall in our city, and we got to participate while they are our main sponsors. And we just hang out with small kids. We had some interactive puzzles, and we did a presentation on our robot as well, trying to get them to know better what robotics means, maybe join an FLL team, and we got some recruits, new recruits as well. Moving on, I think you can go, yeah, to Holly Jolly Robots. So this was the first league meet that we organized this season. And it was, I believe, it was pretty hard being the first one that we did, but at the same time, we realized what we actually needed to support it, and then the other one was way easier to organize as well. And we got 14 teams while the maximum is 15. So that was really great for us being the first event of that kind in our community. And we're glad that we could help with our competition and that the teams had fun, we think at least. And yeah, it was a great vibe from what I remember, but yeah, the teams may say something else, I don't know. Moving on to the other league meet near new robots. So these were, I believe, a month apart or something like that, and it was right in January when everyone needed a league meet. So this one had 15 teams. And again, it was organized at the same school that we had. They sponsored us, I would say, with the space, which is great because it was really big and it was really nice. And yeah, it was, I believe, better organized because we already know how to do it, and we had the other things prepared, like the tablets for the referees and the fields and everything from the other one. So it was way easier, I'd say, to be organized. Yeah. You can go up. Vampire Steam Path. So this was an event that we started, I'd say an initiative more, where we tried to go through high schools and schools to promote our team as well as to promote the first community. And through this, we went through, I believe, 3 high schools and 5 schools. And we tried to go to as many classes as possible in the schools because they didn't really have a common area where we could gather more classes. So we just had to wander around a little bit. But the small kids really enjoyed our robot and the whole experience, and they really asked us about FLL teams. Unfortunately, that's not really common in our country, but hopefully it will be getting more popular in the next years. But yeah, I believe that they really like our presentation, and next years, I believe when they grow older, I'd say they might join a team as well. But we got to recruit the members that we have for the next year, which was great because we can continue our team and everything. So yeah, this is pretty much what we did, and we'll try doing it next year as well for continuity. AIIS. This is an AI conference that we were, I mean, invited to. So here we got to talk to STEM professionals, as the guests were from Google, Adobe, I believe Lumen, which is an a device, I'd say, for blind people that was did by a Romanian guy from our city as well. So it was a great experience, and I thought it was a little bit hands-on with Lumen as well because they had some interactive activities for us prepared. But we really had like we were really close, especially because it wasn't really that big. So we could ask questions, like be really close to them, and we got to learn a lot of new things from them. So for example, I got to learn more about like how to approach a new business or a new idea and how maybe to start. So that was really interesting. You can go up now, and it's gonna be, yeah, Westside Flower Fest. So this was another collab with our city hall. And here is just, I believe, the second edition of Hello Fest because they keep these all the times, and this was for summer. So there were more kids. I don't know how, but it was really surprising, and we were almost not prepared for how many we encountered with everything that we had. What we learned is that we need to do extra things each time because we had enough papers to draw on and everything and puzzles and crayons and everything, but we didn't have like enough 3D printed stuff because we would give them prizes at every drawing that they do or puzzle. They would win I think a keychain, yeah, with bats and flowers. And yeah, we didn't have enough of those because we didn't realize that a lot of kids like to draw. And we had over 200 or 300 kids. And we realized that a little bit late that we didn't have enough keychains for all of them. But they had fun either way, and we had candy. So yeah, they liked the candy as well. So yeah, we had an alternative. I'd say that's what we learned through it. All right. Dev Talks. This was really surprising for me, especially because I really looked forward to this event and I really wanted us to participate as a team because the event is really, I'd say, VIP a little bit and the tickets are pretty expensive. So we didn't really want to just buy our tickets and get in the normal way, I'd say. And we got to stand there surprisingly and we got to meet really new people and from a lot of companies and talk to them and they were really happy by our team. Some of them didn't even know FTC, which is very surprising because I thought everyone knew FTC by now in our country, especially because we have a lot of teams. But yeah, we got to talk to a lot of people and got some sponsorships for our Istanbul premiere event, which was great because we really needed that on the last couple of seconds. But yeah, it was great, and we built strong relationships with some of them, and maybe we'll collaborate on the future as well. You can go to the next one. Yeah, Flower Tech Quest. So this was an event kept in collaboration with two Romanian teams, Elite Robotics and Astrodynamics. So we organized this in a park. This was our second edition. We organized one in autumn as well. The first one was for Halloween, of course, because we thought doing more Halloween events because our country is kind of Halloween themed would go well, but we realized summer ones go well as well. Go, whatever. They held pretty nice. We had a pretty good reach. I'd say we'd do it again, maybe with other teams this time to keep it going. But it was really entertaining, and all the teams that participated had a lot of fun. And it had at the end some trophies and medals, so they really enjoyed it. Yeah, BDSA. So this was a really big event that we participated in, and these are the events for sponsor mostly. This was, I believe, next to our airport, and it was for airport kind of things, and there were a lot of companies that would do drones and were close to the military more. But we had a great blast and we talked to a lot of individuals in different countries and in different industries and it was really diverse. But we got to talk about sponsorships and we got some sponsors for the future that said that they couldn't sponsor us in that moment, but they could give us funds for next year. So it was great because while we didn't have money at that second as we wished, we had money for the future, so we secured kind of our funds for the future. Now we'll keep going to events either way because in FTC you need a lot of money to build a robot and maybe rebuild or whatever we want to do on the future. But it was a great experience. We learned a lot of new things. They had some demonstrations as well, so it was great. And the last two events, Metal Show and Pack Show. These are two events that were kept in parallel, so we got to do the both of them at the same time. And they were for sponsorships and sponsorships only. At Metal Show, especially, there were a lot of companies that would work with aluminum or metals in general or anything that could help us. So we really tried our best to get funds for next year or get a company that would try to help us. And we got some, which was great because we really needed, especially because we're a new team and we didn't have a lot for this season or at the first season. So hopefully next season would grow even better than this one. But yeah, we tried our best and we talked to a lot of countries again. I was surprised to see how many firms from outside came. And yeah, we got to talk to them and I think it was a great experience and we'll keep doing these kind of events because they were really successful for the sponsorship side. Moving on to the event I wanted to talk about in more detail, I would say. And now you can go to the next page. Um, for our outreach initiatives, I chose Vampire Cross Borders. This was a program that we started in April this year. And we did over, I believe, not even 60 teams. This should be renewed. Over 17 teams right now. And at first it was really hard because the time zones were really different and we didn't realize this, that we had to calculate it for them because maybe some countries didn't know where we were from to calculate it on their own, and there were miscommunications where we would switch up the dates. And yeah, it was really hard at first, but we got the hang of it after a few meetings. At first, we didn't even know what to talk to about with the other teams. It was really awkward sometimes because we really didn't know how to start the meetings or we didn't have a plan at all for them. We just knew we wanted to meet teams, we wanted to see their experiences, but the conversation wouldn't keep flowing and it wasn't comfortable for any of us. So later on we realized, we got the hang of it by a few meetings and saw what they asked as well and took notes. So now we have some standard questions and maybe see how the whole conversation goes, if they're friendlier, if like we get to, if there's a vibe and there's that connection where we can actually talk about something else off topic maybe or like more about our experience in the competition. What we tried is to go as general as possible for any team at first to see how they react, maybe how they can talk to us, what they're welcome to share. We also shared portfolios where we got to learn, but in at the same time we taught others because we learned a lot this season and through all our competitions. So we encountered some teams that were really new and it was their first season. We even had teams on the meetings that didn't even have a number yet to register to their team. And it was really fun with them as well because they would ask us questions and it was just generic questions sometimes and we would answer them and it was really fun. I'd say we'd keep going with this event, event program because we got to meet a lot of people and make new friends. And yeah, it was really great experience, I'd say, from my perspective at least. And I believe my colleagues as well have the same opinion because I've talked to them before about this. And we really realized that first is very different in other countries than in our own. So in our country, there's about 260 teams and over right now. But for countries like Portugal, they only have 20 teams, Venezuela as well, and Poland has, I believe, four. And it was really different seeing that they're not as competitive. Maybe they don't need to do like a such like special robot to win or to go to worlds. And for us, it was really struggling, I would say. But at the same time, it was great to see how FIRST works in other countries as well, because they had other programs and how it's tied to FIRST Global even. And yeah, it was great. And I think we'll keep going as much as we can and finding new teams. It's been getting hard these couple of days to find new teams. Hopefully, we'll get more to meet with us. But yeah, this was the program that we wanted to share.
Yeah, and also in this program, we got the opportunity to mentor a lot of teams. That's a
Yes.
something big that our team achieved. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. If you have any questions for us, but I believe no.
Yep. A lot of those are like, it's good to go back over those again, obviously, since we didn't record that previous meeting, so it's good to go over your
Yeah.
team's organizational structure again. Obviously very inspiring in terms of how many events you guys attended, as well as just kind of like your philosophy in like why you're even reaching out to them. Because I think some teams can just go for outreach whenever they're just trying to accomplish something in a portfolio, but there are other teams like you guys who want to make a genuine impact in your community, and something I can appreciate. I don't think I have any questions. You? No, no.
Definitely a role model in the FIRST community.
Right, yeah. Definitely encouraging us to do more like one-on-one meetings, especially for international teams and stuff like that, because organizing a giant meeting like this, like the Global Unity Summit, has been pretty tough to get everyone aligned in like one day. But being able to like independently and individually contact teams would be nice. So definitely going to take some notes from that and apply it to a couple teams around the globe as well, just to continue to interact with more and more people around the world and get different perspectives. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
so
guys
much.
for taking the time out of your day, and we hope you have a good rest of your night. I know it's pretty late there in Romania. It's like 11:52 right now, right? Yeah, it's pretty late.
It's
So
all right.
yeah, but thank
It's
you guys so
okay.
much. We really
Thank
appreciate
you.
you taking the time.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Bye,
inviting
guys.
us. Really.
Yeah,
Bye
absolutely.
bye.
Anytime. See you guys.
All right. I think we're gonna have a break for a little bit, right?
I don't think so. Well, oh yeah, I guess you're right. Because we have open slot and then we have synapses. Goodness.
It's only 4 o'clock. Then we'll have to do for 6 hours.
I don't think it may not end up
I don't
being.
think it'll be 6 hours.
Yeah, I think so because we have open slot for like 20 minutes. And synapses there's another 20 minutes. And we have Luke 20 minutes.
Or just count how many presenters. Multiply by 20, then divide by 60.
14.
Including alum.
That's 4 hours.
4.67.
4.6666666666667. So eventually, yes, but all right. Probably gonna go stretch the legs again. Because we have a little while. It's like 12:15, I want to say, for the next group.
So that's what, 15-minute ish. 15.
It's about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yeah.
20 minutes again. So I think I can try to just leave it off right now.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, probably gonna stretch the legs a little bit, maybe figure out something to drink. Why am I sending him that?
Try and wake up a little bit.
Real? Oh my gosh! I've already had 2 monsters today. Like I don't understand.
Like
I'm so tired. It doesn't matter.
5 Dr. Peppers today, bro.
Bro. Alright. Because that is what? How many grams of sugar is that? Because it's like, how many grams of sugar is in each? What? Yeah, well, yeah, we're taking a break. We're go ahead and we're gonna put a screen up and stuff. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go on break, and we'll see you guys 4:15 Central, which is about 20 minutes from right now.
Yep.
All right, we'll catch you guys.
Hello?
Alrighty. We are back from our break.
Hello.
For everyone in the chat, please make sure to be asking questions and so that we can ask our presenter those questions for you. Let's
Can
be
you hear me
interactive
first
here.
of all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mara from Synapsis Romania 22586. I'll be with 3 of my other colleagues, if that's okay. They will be joining soon.
Yep.
How you feeling? How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Yep. I'm good.
Good.
It's kinda late.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I'm going to bed in like 2 hours, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a really pretty early morning for kicking this thing off. So
Yeah, I think we woke up at 5 a.m., got the first meeting at 6, and then we've
Do you all
been
hear me?
working.
Yep.
That was it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've been streaming
Hello.
for 10.5 hours.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's
and we
interesting.
still have a few more hours to go. So
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you.
My colleague has a bit of like troubles with Zoom.
Okay.
He's gonna
he'll be
join
in a
later on.
minute.
You're good.
Okay.
Until then, maybe you could share the presentation, make sure it works, Mara.
Yeah. This okay?
Yep,
Was
that's
that
great.
compose
We
that
see
full
it.
screen?
Let's get we're gonna introduce you guys real quick.
I know you did a little
Okay.
bit of an introduction, but I will introduce you guys as well. So we have 22586 Synapsis from Romania. They recently won the Control Award for the Valens Division at the Istanbul Premier event. They also were the Control Award winner at the Cowtown Premier event back in June in Fort Worth. They were also the Winning Alliance first pick in the Romanian North League tournament. So we're excited to have these guys today. We're very interested to hear what they have to offer, and you guys have the stage.
Okay. Începem fără
Let's
bărbat.
just make sure our colleague will get in here.
Începem.
Yeah, I have
Mergem
admitted
el la
him, so he's should be joining technically. I don't know why it's taking that long to.
Yeah, we admitted them in, but it just says they're joining.
Oh.
This one magic.
Au intrat?
Nu, încă.
Ok,
Okay.
magic camera.
There we go. There. That's the same guy.
Okay, everyone here?
Okay.
Perfect.
Can we begin?
Yep.
Yep. You guys are free to go.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about this. Okay. Do I start?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Razvan, and I present team Synapsis from Romania, and decode a new beginning for Synapsis. After into the deep season, major changes granted us the opportunity to have a fresh start after a season that did not went as planned. Many of our older members graduated, and we had a huge wave of recruits this year. Instead of carrying the disappointment and flaws from the last season, we decided to treat Decode with a new slate. With new grounds we are on, we took the opportunity to organize better by training the members, organizing and designing a robot differently. Every decision was guided by towards one goal, and that is to learn from our mistakes and build something better than before. The changes paid off by building a truly competitive robot with a stronger team, with a strong sense of teamwork. This presentation tells the story of that journey, the changes we made, the why we made them, and how they shaped our decode season. The impact of the changes became clear as the season progressed. During Into the Deep season, the Motivate 3 award we got at the regional campaign did motivate us to be something better, and we knew it just wasn't our full potential. In Decode, the work paid off, and we built something better, becoming winning alliance with the team Brainstorms at the Romanian Nord League tournament, and a 5 wins to 1 loss performance at the Romanian championship, earning a place among the division's top teams. But it didn't stop there, as our progress and results forged the way internationally to the Countdown Invitational Premier event and Istanbul Premier event, on both occasions winning the Control First award, showcasing our elite work we put into creating a reliable, autonomously focused, and highly consistent machine. Looking back, the difference between the two seasons was not measured in just awards, but also in change of mindset, and we transformed a disappointing season into one that proved Synapse's potential and excellence by competing on national and international stages.
The changes we made were not limited to our robot or our results. As a team, we also became bolder in the way we approach outreach. Compared to last season, we decided to stop waiting for the opportunities and to create them our own. This season, we're glad to introduce you the first FLL team from our county, Salaj, CNS team, which we're very proud to announce that they won the Rising All Stars Award in their rookie season. We hope to encourage them in the future so that they can reach even higher grounds and reach their full potential. Synapsis Academy was the most ambitious project we had this season, in which we decided to help kids from the middle school Simeon Bărnuțiu understand the values of STEAM in a fun and interactive way. So it's not just knowledge that you learn, it's also something you can actually use in the future. We focused on teaching kids from the 5th grade to the 8th grade, mainly. The academy was built on 3 educational modules: programming, 3D modeling, and 3D printing. At the end of each module, we decided to give them projects so that they could actually use the skills that they've learned and to apply what they learned in a real life world setting. Through the Synapsis Academy, we're not only teaching the next generations, we're also preparing the future innovators, engineers, and members of the FIRST community. We hope to reach as many children as possible and to make FIRST seem more interesting and fun for them so that maybe they could join in the future in the FLL team or the FTC team. We actually have 2 FTC teams in our city, so maybe they can join one of them. We want to also introduce them to the whole FIRST ecosystem and to teach them the values of FIRST so that they understand that robotics is not just robots. And Synapses Around the World was the biggest initiative we had globally. It came from the idea, what would happen if we would talk to other teams from different countries and see how the competition actually is for them, what challenges do they face, and how FIRST implements in their culture and country itself. Thanks to this project, we managed to reach over 55 teams from over 30 countries, making us known worldwide. This also became an opportunity for us, and we became ambassadors of 2 projects: Heart to the Community Alliance, which focuses on global warming and global changes and how we can actually help and prevent them, even if we are a robotics team, and FIRST Beyond Borders. I think the name is self-explanatory, how FIRST is in other countries and basically beyond the borders. In the future, we hope to improve our outreach both globally and locally. We want to reach out to as many people as possible through presentations. I'm talking about like internationally. We want to expand the Synapses Around the World so that it's more interesting and we can reach even more teams and exchange ideas. We want to have like a different approach, so it's not just online meetings, maybe something more. Also, we want to improve the FLL team, as I've said before. We want them to reach higher grounds, and we want to expand the Synapse Academy so that we can reach children from different schools who don't really have access to robotics. Compared to last season, we decided to have a scouting team. They helped us get a better understanding on how to make the best alliance selections and how other teams have strategies, how to improvise our strategies, and basically how to be better. We want to improve the scouting team because it was like a selected part of people who knew, okay, what scouting is about. We want to expand that so that everybody has like a bit of understanding how scouting works and how to what to look for in alliance partners. We also organize successful fundraisers events, including a movie night and a quiz night, donating all the funds to the children suffering from Varus equinus. In the future, we hope to reach even more funds and help as many people as we can through fun and interactive fundraisers events.
For the design process, we had 4 iterations. De la următorul. For the first version, we used a spindexer that later proved to be inefficient and did not perform as expected. The robot also had no pocketing and made the robot heavier than we expected. For the second version, we used a boot kicker intake to simplify the transfer. The robot had aggressive pocketing, which reduced the integrity of the mechanism. Also, the turret wasn't very reliable, which made it, which didn't work in some matches. In the third version, the transfer got improved, which made it reliable and efficient. The pocketing was remade and done better, which increased strength of the parts and reduced its weight. Finally, we fixed the issues with the turret, allowing it to work properly and consistently during testing. For the final version, we used vectorized and gecko wheels instead of boot kickers to again improve the intake and overall transfer system. This time we used carbon fiber for the panels, which made the robot lighter and stronger. Next. When we first made our robot design, we chose to build a sorter after analyzing the game reveal and presentation video. However, as I said before, it turned out to be unreliable after actually putting it in real life tests because it frequently jammed, was unreliable, and slowed down our cycles. After further testing, we realized that the sorter was simply not the right solution for our strategy. Since sorting only became valuable in the final moments of a match, we scrapped the design and built our second iteration, V2, which replaced the sorter with a simple transfer ramp. This significantly improved our cycle times. The faster transfer system exposed a new bottleneck, the intake. Our original surgical tubing intake jammed frequently and had an inefficient power transmission. Following advice from local team RoboPapio, we switched to boot kickers, and in our fourth iteration, chose to use gecko wheels and vectorized wheels, which became our most efficient intake design.
This was the first season we fully designed the robot by ourselves, starting with the CAD project and finishing with the actual product. We designed it, programmed it, and tested it, repeating this process until we reached a result we were happy with. By designing the robot in CAD before, we were able to precisely manufacture our components and make sure our mechanisms run smoothly. This saved us a lot of time and also made the assembling process way easier. Compared to last season, we had way more experience, which allowed us to take the decisions easier. For example, we had the courage to scrap the first version Spindexer, opposed to last year's intake, which was inefficient, but we did not risk changing it. Could you please change the slide? Thank you. Another aspect that was lacking was task assigning. Last year, members used to be confused about certain tasks being completed or not, though this season we kept track of them by using spreadsheets to which all the members have access. We also split the department into smaller divisions based on skills of our members, which allows us to give out tasks while taking into consideration each person's strengths. Could you switch it, please? Thanks. In the previous season, we neglected the engineering portfolio, so we had a very short amount of time to create it with unnecessary stress and made it seem rushed. This season, we made the portfolio a priority and started composing it as soon as the season started, giving us plenty of time. Because of poor organization, our older members did not have that much time to prepare recruits for this season. As a result, we had slower start and had to learn certain skills on the go, at the same time as we worked on the robot. To address this, we organized summer boot camps to prepare the next generation while focusing on creating a welcoming environment where new members could ask questions and learn everything they need to be in the team. Mm,
Any questions?
Thank
All right.
I don't think I have any questions. I think the biggest thing that I enjoyed was like the documentation of like the evolution of your team,
Yeah.
as well, like learning from mistakes and the past issues and ultimately that's how teams improve, right? Being able to be mature enough and you know take the time to reflect on failures or on things that maybe you just wish had gone better, and then using them as lessons instead of failures. True, I don't think of them as failures. You have to think of them as you know as lessons. And we've had similar experiences with robot malfunctions during competitions and regional events and whatnot, and taking those as lessons instead of failures keeps the team morale very high, as well as continues to set up your team for success in the future. So lots of good lessons learned. I love the design process. I like the renders as well. Makes it very cool to see the evolution of your robot, and kind of showcases the different steps in your design philosophy as the season goes on. So yeah,
Great work, guys.
yep. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day. I know it's late. But
Yeah.
thank you
Get
guys.
some rest now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
thanks a lot.
Thank you so
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Anytime.
Thank you guys.
Good
Bye
luck.
bye.
Bye.
The rest.
You
Bye.
too. Thank you.
Fire presentation. and
Great
stuff.
job. I like the renders. It was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to put him at the open slot.
I don't know what he's doing now.
Yeah, he was literally just online.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried calling him just a few minutes ago too.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't hurt to call it again, I guess. Because he's supposed to be in like
Right now, really.
yeah, in like 5 minutes.
And this was his original timetable, right? I think.
No, it was 8 a.m. It was 8:25 a.m. earlier. But it's because the dude also leaving you. It's good. Both of our alumni
Yeah.
so far. Well, guess Zach. Zach actually was
that close. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna make a graphic just in case, and then come back around. What do I have for sightless? 1:55 a.m. So it's 20 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Or
it's 24:50. Are we sure?
yeah, because it's 12. Well, okay, look, they're scheduled to present at 12:55 a.m. in Romania.
Okay.
And currently it is 12:32.
Okay.
So
okay, yeah.
Let's get back at 4:50. Get locked in. I'm gonna send them a message.
Okay.
It's gonna be about 20 minutes.
Okay. And let's also give heads up to Breakbots and this team named 14906 Leviathan Robotics. Who are they,
Who
bro?
is that? I don't know. It's this guy wearing a random team shirt. So, oh my goodness. So we have 12:50. the 120. Because we had a technical break in there. That makes sense. So that means 30, 50 minutes.
Minute technical break.
Okay. Okay. And then remind our own team. But that's all right. And then we'll get to the Venezuela team probably midway through Silas, or probably after Silas.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean we're already going out like an hour, and then and that's including Leviathan. Okay. Graphic to you in a second.
Sorry, it's people are not.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have a giant event with across multiple time zones, and that's really why we recruited so many teams, is that we would still be able to fill up the space reasonably. Bro, what are you doing?
There's a little early.
Or it might be a little. We'll put up
We will be back.
Yeah, we'll be back at 4:50 Central Time, which is in about 15 minutes. Precisely 16 minutes, but we'll see. Did you mute on the?
Oh yeah, look, you need to do that. Hold on. Whoops.
Mute camera off. We're back a little sooner than we thought, but that's alright, I guess. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the next upcoming team. I have to do this. My partner is going to go take a shower to half wake himself up, and then half get a little manage time, because we're going to be going until pretty late tonight, and then obviously we're going to want to go to bed as soon as possible. So just trying to manage some time here. I'm going to go ahead and get this next team up. 19043. 43. Sweet. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and admit them, and we'll get started. Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Do you hear me?
Yep, I hear you just fine.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, I'm going to do just a small introduction for your team, and then in the meantime, feel free to go ahead and prepare your presentation. You should have access to the ability to share your screen. Alright, up next on our team list, we have 19043, Silas from Romania. They participated at the Bucharest Twin Cup, earning a very, very good performance. They also participated at the European Premier event, making it all the way as the finalist Alliance captain, as well as winning the Inspire Award third place. They went undefeated and were first place in the Escher division in the European Premier event. Overall, a very, very successful season, and we're very excited to see what they have to offer in terms of their presentation. So whenever you are ready, go ahead and take the floor. Let me know if you need any help, okay?
Okay. Can you see my screen? Okay. Presentation should be here. Good. Are we good? Okay. So, hi, I'm Barney. I'm from team 19043 Silas from Iași, Romania. A small introduction about us. We are, of course, team 19043 Silas from Iași, Romania. As a first tech challenge team from the Grigore Moisil Informatics High School, we've spent the past 10 years learning, building, and growing together through robotics while sharing our passion for STEM. Some small details about Romania and Iași. So Romania is one of the few countries in Europe where you can experience all major landforms within a relatively small area. From the Black Sea coast to the Carpathian Mountains, our landscapes support an exceptional biodiversity and countless opportunities for outdoor exploration. Did you know Romania has every major type of landform? Mountains, hills, plateaus, plains, rivers, a delta, and a coastline along the Black Sea. Over 1/3 of the country is covered by forests, many of them ancient and well preserved. Romania is home to one of the largest populations of brown bears in Europe. More than 3,700 plant species and thousands of animal species contribute to Romania's remarkable biodiversity. And fun facts about Iași. Romania's first university, Iași is home to the Alexandru Ioan Cuza University, founded in 1860, the first modern university in Romania. The largest botanical garden. Iași hosts Romania's largest botanical garden, covering nearly 100 hectares with over 10,000 plant species. And the Palace of Culture, the city's landmark, contains 4 museums and over 300 rooms, making it one of Romania's most iconic buildings. And it is a city of trams, which means that electric trams have been running through Iași since the 1900s, and they are still an important part of our daily transportation. And some of our unique experiences within the team of this seasons. Well, PsyCare gave us an opportunity to connect with a community we had never worked with before. During our first PsyCare visit, we introduced nursing home residents to robotics and the FTC community, while creating meaningful connections through interactive activities and conversations. Promoted digital literacy by teaching essential technology skills and raising awareness about online safety and digital scams. Expanding PsyCare by supporting high school students in developing engineering solutions for disadvantages groups through funding, mentorship, and technical resources. Empowering students to transform innovative ideas into real-world solutions with a lasting community impact. And now the team dynamics. Information flows efficiently between departments through a clear communication structure. We hold weekly meetings for each event where progress is reviewed and decisions are made collaboratively. Each event has a dedicated coordinator responsible for organization and smooth execution. The recruitment process is well structured with a clear onboarding and development plan for every new member. Although rookies are initially assigned to a specific department, they are encouraged to get involved in other areas depending on their interest and progress. Clear task allocation and constant follow-up ensure that responsibilities are completed on time with no ambiguity regarding ownership. And now the work process on both departments, technical and non-technical. It's a continuous testing and optimization, simplifying and streamlining every process, recording tests to identify bottlenecks and slow operations, data-driven improvements based on test results, backup plans and spare components for critical systems, and preventive planning to minimize unexpected issues. And that's it with our presentation. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Awesome. That's awesome. Otherwise, I usually would have a partner here with me to ask some questions, but I do have some, or not necessarily questions, but I have some pretty awesome comments at least. Um, One, I definitely learned a little bit about the Romanian landscape. I think that's pretty awesome that you guys have all those different landscape types, obviously having access to the Black Sea, having your mountain ranges as well as plains and all that. That's really interesting. I know you guys are, in the grand scheme of the world, a fairly small country, so it's very cool that you guys have access to all of those different those landscapes. That's really interesting. Um, as well as the side care visit as well. I thought was interesting. I think that's cybersecurity is an ever-growing problem, and also it's an amazing thing. But it's a double-edged sword for sure, especially with an older audience not being able to decipher what is true and what is false. So being there for them to help educate them on how to operate the internet safely. Super important. That's an awesome visit. Definitely helping out your local community that way. And then I love how organized your team dynamics are, from having backup parts for any sort of unexpected issues that may occur, or just having streamlined and very well outlined team roles is super important, and it's something that obviously has benefited your team this season with how much success you guys have had. So. Um, Other than that, I don't necessarily have any questions. It's a very informative presentation, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time out of your day. I know it's super late in Romania right now. I believe it's what, 12:45-ish?
1 a.m. almost.
Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to come and present. We've had like over 400 viewers on the live stream, um, and we're obviously hopefully some teams out there can take notes from the experiences and the way that your team is organized, because it's been amazing to hear it from you. So thank you so much for your participation.
Of course, and thank you so much for inviting us to this event.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
truly a big
yeah,
opportunity for us to spread knowledge
awesome.
and connect.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad it's supposed to be a help for us and then also a help for you guys as well. So thank you so much for being a part of it, and again taking the time out of your day. And we'd be happy to invite you back to any sort of other meetings that we have. But other than that, I hope you have the good rest of your night. And again, thank you so much for participating and sharing your time with me.
Thank you. Have a good night. Peace.
All right. You too. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and so that's Silas. Let's see. Nice. Okay. Venezuela team is set to go in about an hour and 30 minutes. We got on my own personal team, Leviathan Robotics. I need to switch into my 1406 shirt actually. And then just got Silas done. We got Brave Bots next. They are presenting at 1:20 a.m., which is in about 35-ish minutes. Okay. Another reminder. Hey, we're running a little bit of an interesting schedule right now. One of our alumni, Luke, who is a alumni of 18802 Rebel Renegades, 10355 Project Peacock, as well as a junior mentor for us, 14906, has a really interesting presentation about graphic design, about logos, really interesting like process of how to create logos, really as well as his personal experiences in that role and some of the psychology that goes into that. So it's a really amazing presentation. I've seen it personally. We're still going to try to fit him in somewhere, but that's definitely one to pay attention to, especially if you're someone on like an outreach role on your team. Being able to market specifically toward an audience is awesome. But right now, I'm going to go on mute and kill my camera. I'm going to probably go to the bathroom, take care of some personal stuff again, get the blood flowing because, a little bit necessary because we're going to be here for another few hours. So we hope you've enjoyed it so far, and I will let you know when I'm back. But yep, see you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, we're back. I'm gonna be back here. I'm gonna do a little commentary before we begin. The guy I just mentioned before I left, Luke. He will be back here in just a moment. We have a little bit of a time period between Synapsis, or rather Silas, and it's called BraveBots. So we're gonna go ahead and have Luke present here in just a moment. We'll get him in here in just a second. I'm just gonna get everything set up as I would with any team. So I'm getting in contact with him. We'll be here shortly. No, a couple viewers just came in. We're about to get Luke, which is an alumni from both Team 18802, the Robo Renegades from Oklahoma, as well as an alumni of 10355 Project Peacock, also from Oklahoma. Yeah, he's also a junior mentor for my team, 14906 Leviathan Robotics. So pretty excited to have him. Going to be a pretty interesting presentation. If you're interested in any sort of graphic design, logo creation, this is going to be the presentation for you in the entire event. So we will hopefully have him here pretty shortly. He said he's getting his camera set up and whatnot. Gave him the meeting link, and now we're just waiting on him. But yeah, I know there's some people in the meeting or in the Global Unity Summit right now. For those who have been here for at least a little while, if you want to drop your favorite presentation so far, maybe your just favorite team that has presented so far, in the chat, that'd be awesome. We can talk about that. I think my favorite team that presented so far is probably Heart of Robots, personally. Obviously, number one OPR in the world, really amazing team, structure-wise, and ultimately in the grand scheme of things, amazing support and structure for the whole program, not even just the youth, but mentor-wise, workshop-wise, seeing that entire workspace being so well organized, and things of that nature with the field and all of the organized toolboxes and the robot design itself. I mean, everything about them is well packaged, I would say. The robot definitely included in that conversation. Really interesting use of technology. Again, something I talked about during that actual presentation itself is like they're using a motor for their turret, which is something that people have actually started to move away from, which is really interesting how that's something that they began using and then they just continued to use it and adapt. And it has clearly worked out extremely well for them, being world's finalists, winners of their division, of course, good all, as well as doing extremely well, being the number one alliance captain and making it all the way to the finals of MTI, the most competitive event on the planet itself, and then winning the Bucharest Twin Cup, which is a highly dense European event primarily. So we'll see if here's Luke. Alrighty. Hey Luke, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. Give me 1 second here. Sorry.
You're all good. Andrew is getting cleaned up. He just took a shower, so I'm gonna run it solo just for a little bit. But
gotcha.
Yeah, you're good. Whenever you get a chance, can you check the message I sent you in the alum Luke channel in the Discord real quick?
Yeah.
Just so I know what to announce particularly.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You can
cool.
do that. That's totally fine.
Sounds good. All right, so we have Luke from alumni of a couple different teams. We have 18802, the Rover Renegades, as well as an alumni of 10355 Project Peacock. So some of the most notable achievements that he has to his name, the accolades. is a Control Award win in the Franklin Division at the First World Championship, as well as the Inspire Award winner and winning Alliance First Pick at the Oklahoma State Championship. The captain of that alliance was pretty cool. I don't know. We might know those teams. Interesting. Also, the Inspire Award third place and winning Alliance First Pick at the Bishop Kelly League Tournament. So a very decorated season. This is something that we've kind of grown to expect a little bit of Project Peacock in the past few years, but really just an amazing technical robot this year. And also, if you paid any attention to any of their marketing, you'd notice that it's off the charts as well. And that's what Luke here is going to talk a little bit about graphic design, logo creation. And so we're really excited to have him. And I will go ahead and give you the stage to go ahead and talk. So thank you so much for taking the time to come here with us.
Thank you, sir. Let's see here. This look all right? Black screen. That's fun. Oh, I gotcha. Let's see. So this presentation is about the importance of art, and first we're going to talk about graphic design and marketing and stuff like that. So let's get into it. So first, who am I? We went over that a little bit, but just as a breakdown, I've also done some stuff with FRC team 9462, Topher's Titans. They're also there with the same robotics group as the Robo Renegades and Project Peacock. But this year I did in the Decode season, I was a lead programmer and I also helped with robot design. I did web design. I did like Blender rendering and stuff like that. I did a bunch of stuff. So yeah, let's go into this. So first, first robotics is one of its unique traits is that encompasses a very large space, right? So it encompasses the obvious ones are mech E, electrical engineering, computer science, finance, and marketing and stuff like that. But what about graphic design? I really want to emphasize how do you use graphic design and art to reach out to other teams and potentially sponsors. So this is where Steam comes in because I do really think art it really fits right in there. If you have all the other things and you don't have art, then you're missing a piece of expression from your team that you can use to really hit home to other people. So like so behind every company, team, and every person really is an identity and an expression. You'll always have that, right? Like you have iconic, like just thinking of iconic like logos and identities. You have like Lockheed Martin sponsors a bunch of people. And first we have Haas, right? Haas has like that unique identity, very precise, and like red is their color, right? To really hit home like the feeling of their CNC machines, right? So, but how do you express yourself to people who don't understand robotics? So this is where, how do you bring outsiders in? How do you tell story through design? We're going to be focusing on that. So we're going to be comparing for an example, we're going to be comparing two companies. They're in the same industry, but they're practically completely different. But yeah, so we have id Software, right? They're a video game developer based here in America. They started back in, I think, 1980. They made some recognizable titles, if you know them. And we have Hoyoverse, right? This is kind of a funny comparison, right? This is like duality of man type stuff here. It's so yeah, it's kind of a funny comparison, but you look at their logos, right? And you can like just based off of their logo alone, you could tell what they do, right? So id Software is like super gritty and gothic. It's like old-ish, it's got that grunge in it, but it's in a bold font. The font is like it looks like an office font that was used back in the 90s, but they modified it to really accentuate their just their work, really. So it's very grotesque and primal. But if you look at Hoyoverse's logo, it's very like modern, colorful. It's professional, but it's also expressive, right? Like it's light, it's very flowy, but it's like, it's not hard to read. It's flowy, but it's not hard to read. Um, that circle thing for the O, it's pretty comfortable, very colorful. So just based off of their logos alone, you can automatically tell what games they make, which is really something that I want to hit home. So, and that's what you want as a graphic designer and a marketer is you want to say just based off of like a glance of an eye, like the first impression that somebody gets, they can immediately tell the feel of that team. So, like, let's look at different teams, for example. So, yeah, without seeing the games, each studio develops, you can tell their identity from their logo, right? So, we have Heart of Robots, right? Heart of Robots has a good logo. I think it's good. They have a page on their website that talks about it and the meaning of it and the design choices they made. So, the heart, um, it, you know, it accentuates like compassion and life and love for the thing that they do, right? And towards their fellow teammates, towards the community, stuff like that. Um, and yet the robot um, inspires seriousness, right? Professionalism. And the balance of colors, right? The red and the blue do the same thing. So AI Citizens, right? AI Citizens has a good logo. It's an eye with an aperture in place of the people. So it's kind of mixing together like human prowess and mechanical ingenuity, right? So you get that humanness, right? But you still have you're wrapping in the mechanical nature of that of robotics, really. So this is kind of a throw. This is yeah, this is out of left field. But this is Bread 5940. They're an FRC team. It looks very lax, right? It's a very fun logo, and I really love it. But it's simple, right? It's professional. So that can accentuate their team feel, right? So Project Peacock, I was on Project Peacock. They use a peacock feather, it's very iconic, um, but also very simple. I don't know. It's very it hints at the team in a way that's just based on storytelling wise. You could say that there's you can tell a contrast in the team, right? So it it looks very complex, but it's also only one color. So color wise, it's very simple, but you look at it and it's like multifaceted and stuff like that. So that could mirror the team. And then we have Leviathan. So Leviathan's very high octane and precise. I helped them vectorize this logo and modernize it a bit. But this is basically the original. I didn't make any other design choices. I thought this was a great logo. So additionally, because I did web design, so I made the websites for Project Peacock and for Leviathan Robotics. And to do that, I made a design sheet that com that comprises the basically just like the basic design details. Like it's a pack of fonts and colors, and also really just traits that like, how do you want it to feel, right, when people look at it. So when you make this is the design sheet that I made for that. So you go with the colors and stuff. You based on the feeling you get from the logo and from the team, right? You can make a design sheet that fits that. So like, and I grabbed some of these colors were already made, like the seaweed and the coral. Those were already Leviathan was already using those, but I thought like, man, those colors are really good. I want to keep using them. So I just threw them in the design sheet, and now they're there for reference for anytime they want to use it in the future. So the fonts as well. So Tourney is very like precise. It's very bold, right? But it's still easy to read, and it just carries that feel, right? So that's used for headings. And tomorrow regulars kind of like Tourney, but like pulled back a little bit. At least the regular font is. So you still get those nice angles and stuff, but it's nice and concise and stuff. And then Red Hat text is like a really good body text that I thought fit. So precise, insatiable, professional. That's what I like that's what I'm like trying to emphasize there. Um uh so that's, you can include that into your designs and stuff. I use it to make the website. There's a QR code to look at it, and there's also a URL. It's 14906.tulsaroboticscenter.org. But I was also on Peacock, right? So I made a design sheet for Peacock. So theirs is, it also has some, like, it uses Chakrapetch, which is the font's very angular and stuff like that, kind of like um the fonts I've been using for Leviathan, but I wanted to emphasize more elegance uh in like the body text and stuff like that. Like the Project Peacock word mark is very iconic and stuff. Like it's always been like that um since it was made, right? So I wanted to emphasize those traits on the right: robust, elegant, and modern. Um, and then the colors we decided as a team just as the season went by. So I was able to like play around with those and make those work. What you can also do with these is you can make graphics with them to really emphasize that feel, right? So I made this during the season, showcasing the bare metal drivetrain that Andrew made. And so it's got a 9-tooth gear input to a 48-tooth gear that is constrained to a 20-tooth pulley that goes to a 44-tooth pulley at the wheel, right? So, but the rendering is like nice and concise, and then there's the graphics at the bottom, and it's easy to figure out like how the drivetrain works. So that's a good, like if you're doing social media, this would be the perfect thing to post or even to put in a portfolio. Like this would be, excuse me, sorry. This would be a great thing to put in a portfolio. So Topher's Titans, let's talk about Topher's Titans for a bit. So for a while, Topher's Titans just had like well, I mean, we did have a logo. I wanted to change it up a bit and add some more flair and represent the students a bit more. So I was looking into, well, what kind of feel does the current logo have? And then what kind of feel does the team have? And I made this logo. So this is a bunch of different things. So it's the shape of a robot head, right? But it's also got those eyes, right? But they're also T's, which emphasizes, I mean, it's an acronym for the team, Topher's Titans. And it's also, you could say it's an acronym for T-Town because we're based here in T-Town in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So that emphasizes multiple things, right? The pink we had used earlier on, but I really liked the idea of like a hot pink and a black. It's very high octane, and you can make it look professional. Surprisingly professional. I was like hot, originally I was like hot pink, how am I gonna make this work? But it just clicked, right, when I was making the logo. But one of the other things is you got to be patient, right? So this is the first rendition of that. Then it turned into this, then into this, then this, then this. So it took a lot of revising to get to the logo that I have now. And then I have a list of traits. This is to end off the presentation that I want you to really remember. You could save this if you want to. But when you're shaping an identity, I want you to look at all these and consider all of these. So first, be patient. If it's worth doing right. It'll take a while to brainstorm, and that's okay. If you want to really nail your team's aesthetic and your team's feel, right? You're gonna have to be patient, and revising is just something that you'll probably have to do. Who knows? You could hit it home on the first try, but being patient is a really big part of this. So be inclusive is another thing. Think of everyone and think of a look that encompasses the entire team, right? Not just yourself, but look at the entire team. Like for Project Peacock, we decided the colors and stuff, and then I just decided to um, just go off of that, right? So it was a team effort making the team identity and stuff for that year. Be retrospective yet innovative. So be mindful of team history and to preserve it through your graphic/logo design while still moving forward to make elements better. Be flexible. So just like robot design, don't be afraid to change the design. And if you're not comfortable, redo the design. The end result should feel fitting and have soul, right? You want to put your feel into this. You want to separate your team from the other teams. Your goal is to inspire. Anyways, that is my presentation about marketing and art. Thank you guys so much for having me, and I'll hand it off to the next presenter.
High key, perfect timing, by the way.
Yeah,
That was
perfect.
beat.
Yeah. Yeah, really good timing. We're glad we're able to fit you in. Don't worry about the scheduling stuff. Hey, stuff happens. We've experienced it all
Gotcha.
day. Ended up working out great. Amazing presentation. I'm glad we're able to have you, and great timing as well as really good information as well for maybe teams looking to a logo redesign, maybe finding a new era in their team. And it's a really good starting point and a really good motivation, I'm sure, for some of them to like, hey, this looks great, and there's so much more psychology behind this. Maybe I should do some more research. And so yeah, it's a great way to transition us. Thank you so much for letting us have some of your time today. We appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Alrighty. Hello, Brave Bots.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I bet it's pretty late there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Hello, guys. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hello.
We apologize about that. We will definitely do a 2-day format next time, and it'll make it a lot better. So
It's okay. It's no problem.
I'm gonna do just a short introduction to your team for our stream while you guys pull up your presentation. So next up we have 19141 Brave Bots from Polesi, Romania. They were at the Bucharest Twin Cup and had an OPR of 170, which is a top 100 robot in the world at nearly the 99th percentile. They were the finalist Alliance First Pick at the Istanbul Premier event, and they were the Inspire Award winner as well as the winning Alliance First Pick in their division at the Istanbul Premier event. They also won the Inspire Award at the Romania Southeast League tournament and are coming to this meeting with a lot of accolades from this previous season, and we're excited to see what they have to present.
Thank you so much. Let me know if you can see my presentation.
I don't see anything yet, but we will let you know.
Okay, thank you. Horia, can you please present the screen because it's not working for me?
We see his screen. Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
The floor is yours whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah. I think we're ready. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us and big congratulations for this incredible initiative. So first, a bit about our team. We are a team of 15 members, 14 volunteers, and 5 mentors. We've been in FTC for 10 seasons since it was brought in Romania by Nazi Prin Educație. We are also proud to be the first robotics team in Ploiești, in our city. A bit about our achievements. Last year, we won both Inspire One and Winning Alliance Captain at the European Premier event. And like you said, this year at the Istanbul Premier event, we won both Inspire One and Winning Alliance Partner. I think you can go to the next slide. I think FTC is more about robots. This season, we invested over 540 hours in education. With our 35 events organized, we reached over 20,000 participants and over 2.3 million Instagram views. Next slide, please. Okay. Now with FTC in Romania, we have over 4,100 students in over 200 teams and over 180 volunteers. FTC in Romania has grown into one of the strongest and most inspiring robotics community in the world. Brought to Romania by Nazi Prin Educație, like I've said, this competition gives thousands of students the opportunity to innovate, compete, and prove how much Romanian youth can achieve through education, passion, and teamwork. Now, I'm going to let my colleague Horia talk about engineering and design process.
Okay, so let me just start. To start, we have our engineering philosophy. So every season starts with one objective: designing the best possible robot for the game, not building the most complicated one. Before opening any CAD software or manufacturing a single part, our entire technical department gathers for a brainstorming session. This includes mentors, experienced members, programmers, engineers, and our new recruits who have been training throughout the summer. We strongly believe that every member can contribute with valuable ideas, regardless of experience. Our engineering philosophy is based on 3 simple principles: design before build, fail fast and often, and data-driven decisions. Every important design choice must be supported by testing and analysis rather than assumptions. This mindset allows us to make confident engineering decisions while continuously improving our robot throughout the season. We have the next slide, game analysis and strategy. So our first task is understanding the game in detail. Although most members already know the rules, we carefully analyze every possible scoring opportunity, strategy, and game objective. Together, we discuss how points can be earned, which tasks are worth pursuing, and which are not. During the decode season, for example, we concluded that certain artifacts did not provide a significant enough scoring advantage compared to simply cycling them as quickly as possible. We also believe that defensive play will have a major impact, which led us initially to choose a swerve drivetrain instead of Mechanum, but many ideas seemed promising at first, but we only chose to
keep the ones that offered measurable competitive advantages. This strategic analysis became the foundation for every engineering decision that followed. Brainstorming and concept selection. After defining our strategy, we began generating robot concepts. Every subsystem was discussed independently before combining them into complete robot architectures. By the end of the brainstorming session, we had developed 4 different robot concepts, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Instead of choosing our favorite idea, we evaluated every concept using a Pug matrix, comparing them objectively against criteria such as reliability, scoring speed, manufacturability, complexity, and strategic value. This process allowed us to eliminate personal bias and focus only on engineering data. At the end of the evaluation, we selected 2 concepts that best match our goals for the season. Developing 2 robots. Why we built 2 robots? One of the most important decisions we made was choosing to build 2 completely different robots. The first robot, version 1, as we named it, was intentionally simple and was built primarily by our rookies under the guidance of experienced members. Its purpose was to give new students the opportunity to experience the complete engineering process while preparing a competitive robot for the league meets. Meanwhile, our experienced members focused on version 2, a much more advanced robot featuring a custom swerve drivetrain and artifact sorting, designed for the regional and national championships. This approach allowed us to train new members without compromising the development of our main competition robot, while also creating an effective knowledge transfer process within the team. Here on the right, you can see a part of the league meet robot, and on the left we have the regional and national robot. Design before build. Before manufacturing any component, we first designed it digitally using Fusion 360. Every subsystem began with a master sketch that defined the overall geometry and important reference dimensions. From there, we created detailed subsystem assemblies before integrating everything into a complete robot assembly. This workflow allowed us to detect interferences, verify dimensions, and ensure compatibility between mechanisms before production began. By investing more time in CAD, we significantly reduced manufacturing mistakes and unnecessary redesigns. Designing before building has become one of the most valuable engineering practices within our team. Rapid prototyping. Every subsystem followed exactly the same development cycle. We first created simple proof of concept prototypes using either 3D printed parts or components already available in our workshop. Once the basic concept was validated, we manufactured the actual geometry from polycarbonate, allowing us to test the complete mechanism quickly and at a very low cost. Finally, after confirming that the design worked reliably, we produced the competition version from pocketed aluminum. This process was applied consistently to every subsystem, including the chassis, intake, transfer, turret, and shooter. By iterating quickly and cheaply, we could identify problems early instead of discovering them during competitions. League meets. Our first league meet became the first real validation of our engineering philosophy, even though much of the robot was still built from polycarbonate. It successfully demonstrated that our concepts work in real competition conditions. Instead of immediately redesigning everything, we carefully analyzed the robot's performance and focused only on the areas that required improvement. For example, our 3D printed mechanovector wheels proved too fragile for repeated impacts, leading us to redesign them using stronger materials. The remaining league meets were dedicated to optimization rather than major redesigns. Small improvements in rigidity, reliability, and weight gradually transformed the robot into its best possible version. The regional championship. While our rookie robot continued competing, our experienced members worked in parallel on our advanced robot. It developed, its development included several iterations of the Swerve drivetrain, beginning with fully 3D printed modules, continuing with prototypes built from standard GoBuild components, and finally evolving into four fully custom modular Swerve pods. About 1 month before the regional championship, the robot was mechanically complete and software development became the main focus. As programming advanced, it revealed engineering issues that mechanical testing alone could not identify. We discovered bearing tolerance problems, insufficient drivetrain speed, and excessive backspin in the shooter. Instead of making rush modifications before the competition, we documented every issue and prepared a complete redesign for the next stage of the season, meaning the national championship. The national championship became one of the most valuable learning experiences of our season. By this point, we had implemented the planned improvements using the same development process, 3D printing parts, polycarbonate versions, and final aluminum components. Mechanically, the robot performed well and every subsystem functioned as intended. However, we realized that the robot had become over-engineered. Too many complex mechanisms operating simultaneously result in excessive electric load, causing the battery protection to trip during matches. We also recognized that several advanced features, such as artifact sorting and an elaborate swerve system, did not provide enough strategic value to justify their complexity. This experience taught us that successful engineering is not about adding more features, but about choosing the right ones. Istanbul Premier Event. Um, Instead of seeing nationals as a failure, we treated it as valuable engineering feedback. For the Istanbul Premier event, we redesigned the robot with one clear objective: maximize scoring speed through simplicity and reliability. We removed unnecessary complexity while keeping the solutions that have proven effective. After repeating our familiar development cycle of prototyping, validation, and manufacturing, we built the final robot almost entirely from carbon fiber, making it both lighter and stronger than its predecessors. The result was a robot capable of extremely fast scoring cycles while remaining reliable throughout the competition. Our performance at Istanbul confirmed that the lessons learned during the season had been successfully transferred into better engineering decisions. Continuous improvement. Looking back, looking back at the entire season, one idea connects every stage of our engineering process: continuous improvement. Every competition served as a testing environment where we validated ideas, identified weaknesses, and collected valuable feedback, rather than searching for a perfect design from the beginning. We embraced iteration as a core engineering principle. Every prototype, every redesign, and even every mistake contributed to a better understanding of the problem. This mindset allowed us not only to improve our robot, but also to improve the way we work as engineers. And now I have the shooter, which I'm going to share screen of our Fusion 360 team. So here we have two examples of our shooters. This shooter is from Istanbul Premier event. Uh, as I said, it is simple. We don't have counter rollers. We have a bevel-driven transmissions to the flywheel. Here, if I can hide this. Oh, sorry. We have bevel gears that uh, drive the flywheel. We have a simple blocker using an over center linkage and the hood that is smooth. The problem with this shooter was, as we had at the regional championship, it had too much backspin. So we decided for BTC to implement a counter roller shooter, but this time we optimize it using much uh, much better bearing tolerances. So this shooter proved more effective than the last one because we learned from the nationals and we applied what we learned here at BTC. And it was a very consistent shooter. And I guess that's it. I don't have any much to say. Sorry for any mistakes. It's
No,
pretty
no,
late.
no, no, it's good.
It's
No, you're good.
yep,
We were just trying to unmute.
yep.
I loved how you documented your design process because the best engineers always have like 1,000 different iterations of everything. If you we use Onshape for our CAD software, but if you look in our feature tree, all of our version history, we have like
Oh, at least over 100.
we have like 100 versions of our robot that
Yeah.
have just like
Oh
slow,
my.
like very small tweaks to each one as time goes on. And the nice thing about that is it allows us to go back and review our design process and see how our design philosophy has evolved. I think um, it was a very interesting decision that you guys decided to build two robots as well. That's something that it's a little bit daring, but it's also like a high risk, high reward. And you guys had a pretty excellent season, so I would say that the outcome was very positive for you guys, and I'm sure that it also involved like all of your team members because building two robots, I'm sure, forces you to put the robot in more than just like a certain sub team, group of people. You
Yes.
have to open that up to the entire team because you have so much responsibility now with building two robots. Not only, CADing it, but manufacturing it and programming it and optimizing it and getting drive practice. Um, and then that is the case for both of those robots. And I think encouraging and always embracing a culture of constant improvement, through competitions, always trying to get better and learning from the community and